Queen's "Tie Your Mother Down," and that's one of my favorites still. That guitar part in there is down.
That's a good one. Tie your mother down. Tie your mother down. Yeah, that's good, man. Good stuff. No, fat bottom girls do make the world go round, man, because of gravity. And that's just, that's what the implication was, Lou. That's all I'm saying, man.
Dude, you can imply anything you want. It wasn't there then. It's not there now.
I love that. You're right, man. You can apply anything you want, Matthew learns. However, mathematics is not fucking reality, bitch.
Yeah, Matthew, is he here?
No, he's not, but I just had to throw that out.
No, I think he's permabanned, actually.
If he was here, I was going to be like, Matthew, please prove to me mathematically fat bottom girls.
There you go.
You can only have. Go ahead. You can only have so many rounds. You can have only so many rounds around the whole village with Mae West, banging Mae West at every single cottage, every single door, until, like after a couple rounds, you're like, that's enough. Okay, just settle down now.
Well, all right, so here's the thing. I'm a little weirded out by the whole fat bottom girl thing that's going on these days. Like, it's like these bottoms are too big. Like,
no shit, man. What are they going to do? Knock down? Pretty soon they're going to knock down the street signs.
Like, I get it on the other side too. I'm like I don't want straight hips and like some twig freaking, but like, seriously, we had to go that far? We had to go that extreme? Like, why do we have to take everything to the extremes?
I'll tell you why, Lou. If you look through at least, recent history, going back, I don't know, 40, 70 years, somewhere in there. You started out with coming out of World War II, you had like the swing bands, man, which was like totally fucking hip, right? And then, Elvis came along and Chuck Berry and it, he was, God, for God's sakes, Elvis was shaking his hips. Oh my God.
Oh my God. He's the devil.
He's the devil. This is the worst thing we've ever seen in our entire lives. We need to ban him. And then,
thrusting his pelvis.
He was thrusting his pelvis on stage. Oh my God. Right. And then you got into the 60s and oh my God, here comes these long-haired fucking hippie bitch Beatles, and they were like talking about the love me do, and I love you, girl, and you're the best girl, and I want to, and that was a total psyop. And then, later 70s, 60s, you had this.
Yeah, but look at the late 70s and 80s that we were just talking about. Look at how gay that shit was. Your Rick James hair, your fucking Grandmaster Flash hair.
Even the 70s shit was super gay, too, man. I mean, that fucking disco stuff and those fucking stupid platform shoes and everybody's dressing up. Yeah, that was super gay, too, man. The 70s, super gay.
All the flash, right? All the flash, all the ego, all the flash. It's about getting better shoes, better coat, better this, better collar, better earrings, better fucking makeup. Yeah.
And then
if you're worried about your looks, you're fucking homo, dude. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then the 80s came along and it was this, it was like this new wavy kind of fucking cool music. But 90s, it was complete grunge. Fuck off. Fuck you guys. You guys suck. Fuck you. Yeah. And then the 2000s, I don't know about, man. I don't know, but now
the 90s, early 2000s, the grunge era, dude. Like, it was getting away from all that, and that's where I was raised. So, like,
and then it went electronic music, and now it's like, dude, they just fuck right on the stage now. That's the new show. That's where we're at, dude. And then the next step is to have like executions on the stage, just sacrifices or whatever. That's literally where we're at, man. I swear to God.
It's probably banned, but literally the next stage is bringing kids up on the stage to do all of what you just said.
Exactly. That's the next step, man. That every fucking 10 years or so, they gotta fucking like crank up the fucking volume, and the volume has been cranked up, man. I mean, the kind of shit they were doing over here. You guys ever heard of it's the Glasgow Festival over there in the UK? They had the pyramid with the eye and the whole worship thing. It was like, it was like fucking 200,000 people there. I mean, it was wicked, man. Anyway, so yeah, they take it to every level.
I want to point out, I don't know if anybody knows this here or not, but you've heard the term cis and cisgender, right?
I've heard the term. I'm not sure I know what it means.
Yeah, no, nobody really knows what it means. It was mostly introduced to us a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
It came from a German pedophile in the 70s.
Really?
Yeah, a guy.
Alfred Kinsey.
I forget the name of the person who actually came up with it, but essentially, cyst is the anti-term to those who are not attracted to children.
What?
It just means like you're I thought it meant you were
take your time, man.
Like
take
you
your
are
time,
what
man.
you identify as. Right? So cis just means like you are a man and you also identify as one. Right?
Yeah,
so it's just like non-word.
It's the same guy who invented this. Yes, he phrases it in that way. Like you're normal. Like if you are a normie, you are cis, right? That's the way he phrases it, basically.
Like a sissy or like a cyst, like something you grow on.
Same thing. Both.
I see where you're going with it. All right, I'm related.
Hey guys.
He also was attracted.
Sydney.
And said that all.
Okay, don't listen to me. I'm just trying to help us all out here. Please, can you read the voice? My message there, please.
No, you're just jumping in. Go ahead.
Yes, I am. I'm trying to moderate like everybody does.
We gotta move off the topic.
Thank you very much.
How about this? Do your own research. How about that?
I already know about this a lot. It's actually what woke me up to everything. Please,
I'm talking to you. I'm talking about
this is not flat Earth. Let's please just get back to
this. We don't want to lose the Discord and the YouTube, Lou, man. We don't want to lose that shit.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sydney. Appreciate it.
I love being put in check by somebody who came here fucking 7 years later.
She's a silver already, bro. Shut
up. All women fucking get to silver within 3 months.
Why am I not a fucking gold by now? That's my question.
I know whether we can keep on both. I'll just say the globe is gay.
Gold is gay, yeah. I was gold, and they took it away, and they took my gold.
No, the globe. The globe is gay.
The globe is gay. I was saying that earlier, man. You guys did. I wrote it in the chat.
When I say that, I mean the third incarnation of its definition, meaning bad.
Those globes and stars and things above your crib, I mean, that's a sin.
Hey, are you guys doing... I mean, I'm going to ask a couple of you guys, man, real quick. Lou, Orion, do you guys have like a 4-day weekend happening here? Because...
Dude, I wish I did. I actually, you know what? I actually do. So I had the option to choose. If I chose to take off on Monday, that meant that two other people were going to be forced to take off, that they wanted the money.
Yeah.
But I got called earlier today saying that one of the two headed up north and that he would prefer to not work Monday, which means I'm not working Monday, which means the fucking 20-year-old apprentice can go fuck himself.
Hey, Lou, he's just gonna go drive up and meet his girlfriend, and he doesn't care about working. Fuck that. He doesn't.
Yeah, well, all right. So he's an American-born Mexican dude. So like Julian, whatever. Like, but he's going to Mexico soon, and he wants to take as much money with him as he can.
Okay.
But literally, he's doing great. He has nothing to worry about. So like, yeah.
All right. Good.
Yeah.
20-year-olds, man. I mean, I love a good 20-year-old that kicks ass. I mean, I was kicking ass at 20. I know Lou was. T-Dub.
Dude, I was fucking absolutely
kicking ass at 21. I'd say 21 probably. But no, I don't know. But no, I know some kick-ass 20-year-olds right now, and they're like, damn, man. Go for it, man.
Dude, I don't feel like the 20-year-olds today are kicking ass like we were then.
Yeah, there's a few of them. The majority of them aren't as many as we were, but yeah, there's a few that are kicking ass.
Yeah, dude, when I was in my 20s, dude, I kicked so much ass that I screwed myself in my 30s.
Well,
you know, like
I would say I hit my like really good stride in my 30s, and it was just a nice run. I had a lot of really good positive things going on, and houses. I bought a house. I got married. It was just a lot of positive attitudes going on.
Well, that's extremely positive. Like, yeah, I was talking about like party state 20s, like never even thinking about marriage, having like multiple girlfriends, going to the bars and partying all the time, hitting the extreme sports, the big hills, like all the friggin' like, dude, breaking limbs and not even worrying about it. Like, dude, yeah, that was my 20s. Like,
I wasn't breaking too many limbs because, I was always cool and chill, man. If somebody broke out in a fight, man, I'd be like, hey, man, can we just talk this shit out, bro?
That was not me, dude. I was the guy who was like, yeah, let's fuck him up.
I go, dude, we can work this out. So cool, man. Trust me. Dude, I guarantee you, man, you're going to leave here so happy. And just try to negotiate like between the parties and figure out a solution. Like, fuck, man, nobody needs to go home with a fucking broken arm or fucking broken skull tonight, man. Fuck.
No, in my 20s though, dude, I didn't think anything like that at all. Like in my 30s, I did, but in my early mid 20s, maybe late 20s, I started to think like that. But like in my early to mid 20s, dude, it was like, let's go fuck up some skulls.
Yeah. Well, that's what you were trained to do, Lou. It wasn't, you didn't realize you were being trained to do that, man. And for whatever reason, man, I woke up to it early and I was like, I just can't overreact to these situations, man. I'm just not going to, man. It's not healthy. I don't feel good when I do it, I'd rather get fired up for a kick-ass musical band. You know what I mean? I'd be like,
I got into that earlier than most of my friends. So like, I started to get into the more of the classic rock and blues, dude, blues music, like Sonny, if you're here, like the blues guitar, freaking, dude, like appreciating like real music for what it was and getting in deep. But it also had to do with a lot with like smoking too much weed. You know what I mean? Like, dude, if I was doing coke or if I was freaking, like whatever else, it wouldn't have been like that. It would have been like, give me some like dance music.
Yeah. I mean, I want you to think about this, Lou. I mean, you and we're a little bit older, Sonny. I mean, the stuff that these dance music kids are fucking bumping to today, the narcotics that they are on are so much heavier than what we had to deal with, bro. way heavier.
Even weed is so much heavier. Look,
Yeah, exactly.
they don't smoke weed. They don't smoke flower anymore.
Right? They're like hitting these fucking dabs and all that crazy shit, right?
Yeah,
It's like, whoa, man. Or they're, eating gummies, dude. They eat like 4 gummies, and they're like,
dude, gummies are nothing compared to the dabs or the friggin'
no.
even the vapes. Like the vapes are like 10,000 times stronger than a joint, and like the dabs are like 100,000 times more. I don't know if I got that exactly right, but
You're way off. You're way off, Lou. But I love the big numbers, a little astronomical. However, dude, I ate a brownie one day, man, and I couldn't get off the couch. You know what I'm saying?
Well, at the very least, Lou, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stoners out there that wish that was true.
Yeah, I wish that was true too, because I'm just waiting to take my piss test after joining the union, and then I can buy some more of this young kid shit again.
Oh, okay.
But
I see what's going.
Yeah. No, I'm a little jelly right now because, yeah, dude, it ain't been that long since I smoked. But the thing is, so I'm familiar. I was getting the vape pens, and I've done dabs, and I've done all that shit. And yeah, it's pretty hard, but it ain't like it doesn't floor you. Like you would. I mean, if you're new to it, yeah, it will floor you. It will floor you. But yeah.
Shout out to T, Dub, and Timbo. Same person. I know. I don't know how he does it. He's got like 2 mics, 2 accounts. I don't know. But T, Dub, and Timbo are the same fucking person. I'm putting money down on it. I'm giving you guys no odds at all. No odds.
They're not.
That would be weird, having a conversation with yourself on Discord on 2 different accounts.
It's kind of weird.
Especially if I was Australian, dude, I'd be freaking out, dude.
I'll be like driving or something. And got my headphones in. I'm listening.
Why is the world upside down?
Timbo,
shit, dude, I'm driving upside down, bro.
Timbo's crushing this shit, man. And they're like, that's fucking T. Oh, fuck. It wasn't even Timbo, man. So yeah,
driving upside down.
You guys fucking sound so much alike. Tell me I'm wrong, man. Somebody tell me I'm completely fucking lost it, man. I'll take a fucking summer off.
You're wrong, and you've lost it.
Okay, I'll see you guys.
Dude, what's next fall.
I'm gonna let you guys roll the summer here. I'm going surfing. Fuck you guys.
But look, you've only lost it on that 1 point. That's not that bad.
It's not bad, but no, those guys are like it's uncanny how they do sound so similar, man. I mean, I'm an audio technician. I'm like, fucking guys.
Are you telling me that's not Timbo?
No, that's Timbo. We just talked.
T-Dub is Twadwazzle. T-Dub is Twadwazzle. He's been on the server like longer than me, of course. I've only been on for like 3 years. Coming up on
right on. You have been on here since
Twadwazzle's a twat. Fucking Timbo's not.
August
2020. You gotta understand that.
Yeah, August 2020.
August 2020, you've been on here, Sonny. Yep. I've been on here since January 2021, so a few months after you. 5 months, right?
Oh, really? Only after me? Wow.
It's not very long.
Oh, wait a minute.
Anyway, good to see you, Timbo, man. Welcome to Saturday night in America, Sunday morning.
And Twadwazzle's a twat.
Yep. Sunday evening.
Sunday evening for you. Sunday evening. Yeah.
On the 4th of July weekend, which means absolutely nothing to you.
Exactly. Has no relevance whatsoever.
Absolutely nothing at all.
Zero.
used to be firecracker night.
See?
That's my other Wait, that's me talking again.
You remember Firecracker Night, Timbo?
Yeah, for sure. Was Guy Fawkes. Yeah.
That's totally amazing. Now I have the two phones talking to each other, sending information from the old one to the new one through Wi-Fi. Just like I was talking to the technician because I talked to I'm sorry, I changed the subject. I hope it's okay. Just for a few minutes. Get you guys' mind off whatever it was your mind was.
Yeah, guys, what?
Anyway, so, like internet, talking about internet with a person that, helps you get your router running. And I'm usually really good with that stuff. So I had to reset my router and I didn't realize I actually had the password and everything. And if I just reset it, I didn't know that. But I had a really good conversation with this technician, right? And I was telling him, I said, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, we only dreamed about like these things happen. We talked about it back then. But for like us to be able to do what we do with these devices now, to me is mind blowing, considering I came from before the transistor age. You know what I mean? Like I've been through a lot, but just saying. Boo. Everybody.
Shit, you're right, Timbo. Yeah, my bad. I was way off.
What, with Guy Fawkes?
That explains a lot, Sonny. Like you came before the transition, man. The transistor. You came before that. Like now we're transitioning into all being a bunch of fucking homo fags that like to fuck each other in the butt.
A bunch of homos. Yeah. You would have fun down here. You could be yelling.
Dude, everybody, let's just get together and fuck each other in the ass. Let's make a train.
Go yell at them up in the gay area. You'd
in the Bay Area, gay area, yeah. Let's fucking do it.
Oh shoot!
Every one of us here, all the guys, speak up loud and proud. Let's do it.
You're all gay. No, just kidding.
I can be there tomorrow if you want.
I'm surprised you're not trying to move to Portland with how you keep talking like that.
Lou has a gay obsession. He'll get over it. It's just a fact.
I'm just trying to get you guys on board, man. Friggin', we're gonna get this train chewing. Choo choo. Let's go.
You might have to start your own server, Lou.
That sounded really gay right then about the train. That sounded pretty good.
All right. Well, you know what? You guys have fun by yourselves, lonely fuckers. The rest of us, we're gonna get partying. We're gonna fucking have bike rides and shit.
Hold on.
Pretty soon, Lou's gonna have some leather. He'll be having some bare ass chaps on and shit with some freaking cowboy boots.
Lou,
What?
Lou, that is exactly why you are not banned here, right? That shit was fucking a 9 out of 10 funny, bro. I'm like, yes. That
you gotta challenge your audience. You know what I mean?
Oh my!
We're talking about. Comedy club, man. They would have been just like fucking hooting, man. You would have had to take like a 5-minute break, man.
There'd be big old dudes like rolling over and knocking over their whole freaking table, all the drinks.
Yeah, it would have been fucking. It would have just wrecked the place right there.
Not to. Like 10 years ago, 5 years ago, yeah, but now you get thrown out of there.
It would even be worse now. But I'm talking about like maybe like a speakeasy comedy club, man. What do you think, man? You know what I'm saying?
Maybe I could do comedy in front of the comedy club. I could do jokes like that. I'm sure they'd love it.
Come on, Orion, I know you're down. Let's do this. You start the bike ride. You organize it. I'm on board. I'll get my schlong ready.
I'll go because I know I have the biggest one of all, so I'm not worried about it.
Go ahead, Orion.
Well, I was gonna say, man, you're welcome to join us over here in Portland. I don't even know.
Yeah, you're right. I should visit Portland at the very least.
Might have to get some.
Keep in mind, it's it's quite a sight to see because, like I said, it's like 60% female, 40% male. The crowd,
All right.
and there's
So
a lot
my
of
odds are
women.
good, except for they're all fucking lesbians, right?
No, that's my point. Like, yeah, there's some lesbians in the crowd, but there's just a lot of regular women out
Like
there.
majority lesbians on the bike ride. Yeah.
I might have.
Lou,
You gotta understand, Lou. Like with the number of people that show up and the portion of the population that are really gay, it wouldn't, like, what I'm trying to say is there aren't actually enough gay people to actually show up to the number of 4,000. Like, it's
so if I got enough confidence to like dangle my giant schlong in front of these women, like, are you telling me like they'll be interested?
Well, you might have to get some rope and tackle and tie that sucker down like that.
And they'll talk to you. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, like you have to be a good sailor. You got those yardsticks and shit. You got to like stow them away. So you might have to use something to strap that sucker down.
Yeah.
Keep in mind. Hey, there's also the factor of like you can write things on yourself and paint on yourself. Like a lot of people paint on themselves.
No, that's definitely for homos. You don't paint on yourself unless you're a homo.
Paint an arrow on your leg. Paint an arrow from your leg, pointing to your slot, saying, "Don't look at this."
Okay, but wait, hold on. I want to point out something else to you. So wait, there's this other thing that's not the naked bike ride, but it's this thing called the Oregon Country Fair. It's about like 10 to 13,000 people, and it's kind of like Burning Man, but a much more low key.
Burning Man is not good either. Like,
I know. But hold on. Just chill for a second. All right. So.
All right. Sorry for stomping.
So it's a little bit like Burning Man in the sense of maybe 1/6 or 1/4 sometimes on the high end of people show up in costume. So it's almost like a little bit of an artistic costume, like make your own costume at home and bring it and wear it. Burning Man, right? But it's also like a bunch of like music and stuff like that. But one of the things that I've realized when I go there is that there's actually a really big trend that I've only really seen there, and it's almost always like really attractive women that do this. And they'll take their shirts off and walk around in shorts, but then they'll take a bunch of dark paint and cover their top half of their body with dark paint so that they're really attractive looking, and you can't really see what they look like naked. Right. They're like walking around half naked, and you're staring at them with a bunch of dark paint all around them. I just think it's fascinating.
Have you ever got banged at Burning Man?
No, I've never been to Burning Man.
All right. So what you're saying is, like, you have this image. You have this image in your mind.
Let me ask a question, man. Has anybody been to Burning Man here? Anybody?
Yeah. I thought we did move out. Anyway,
who went to Burning Man? Sonny, you go to Burning Man?
I've never been. No.
Me either, man. I remember when it first started.
I was in a group for a little while that might have been to Burning Man back in the day when it was cool too, when it was non-corporate, like Woodstock. Like,
yeah, it was
it's corporate. How do they?
Dude, they got Apple shows up, Microsoft shows up, fucking Amazon show, and they got booths and fuck off.
I know.
It's more corporate than Woodstock ever became.
Fuck those guys, man. Fuck Burning Man.
I'd rather go to the Date Festival.
Yeah, once I saw that, I was like, fuck.
I've been to some huge fucking concerts.
I thought it was just like regular people going out there making cool shit, putting it on, lighting things on fire or whatever. I'm like, yeah, man, that sounds cool.
25 years ago, Burning Man might have been cool. But
exactly. It was like some dude, like I said, I'm going to go out. I met a couple of guys, man. Like, I'm going out there to start a radio station for the week. I'm like, cool, man. That sounds great, dude. Yeah, he had the antennas. He's going to broadcast a radio station, man. This was like prior to the internet, man, really taking off. But literally, people, that's how they would tune into what was going on actually at the festival. Was they had fucking FM fucking radios. And some guy put up a radio station to say, hey, man, this is happening here and this is happening there, man. They didn't have fucking cell phones, fucking smartphones and shit back then, man. And it was just like a great idea. I thought, fuck yeah, man, that would be so cool, man. Fuck yeah, do it. Yeah.
I went to plenty of raves back in the days when Burning Man was at its peak, like before it got corporatized. I went plenty of raves. Like, I was never a big like techno rave electronic music kind of person, but like that was the party crowd. That was like my group of friends. Like that's what they wanted to do. So I went with them, and we went on these like 4-day excursions into the middle of nowhere where we just camped out and had like a dozen tents, each one with happy hardcore, another one with hardcore, another one with fucking you do like whatever, like just 12 tents of 12 different types of electronic music, and every single one of them had a different kind of freak. Like every single one of them, dude, you walk in there and all of a sudden you just were trying to get the fuck out. Like every single fucking one of them. Like I got there. We set up our tent and a fucking trampoline where I broke my fucking nose doing a double backflip. By the way, but I walked into the fucking closest tent, which was a hardcore tent.
You dropped out, Lou, man, after a hardcore tent, man. That was.
I think he just walked into the hardcore tent.
I think he just hardcore. I think he hardcore tented. What do you think of that?
He walked in and lost his.
He walked into the hardcore tent and he's fucked. Now he's fucked.
Either that or he started to have a flashback and just froze up.
And alcohol.
All Lou hears in his head right now is.
He's having an alcohol-induced out-of-body experience.
That's funny. It couldn't have been a better timing.
Yeah, man.
I walked into the hardcore tent.
When you're drunk and you get horizontal.
You could take that so many wrong ways, man. So many. That was a total setup. He set us up on that one. I have no doubt. He's like,
that deserves a drum beat. Hold on 1 second.
He just wanted to hear what our responses were to that.
Exactly. That was a setup. It was a good setup, Lou. Way to go, bro. We can't hear a word you're saying, man. So, which, is kind of nice sometimes, to not hear Lou. But Lou is one of the greatest comedians in here, man. Yeah, he puts me to shame.
Rolling, man. I almost fell out of my
guy is so funny, bro.
That shit. He's
I love it. Yeah, he bounced. There you go.
We're not worthy, Lou. You're great.
I don't think I've laughed that hard in a while, man. That was like,
and he leaves the stage and passes out. That's why I didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
So fucking awesome, man. Gave 110%.
He did. He gave it everything he had. Naked bike riding.
Wreck.
I just need some help in here tonight, man.
We finally got out of that topic, so now maybe we can move on to something. Maybe
I'm like, oh my goodness. Okay,
awesome, more productive, I guess.
Us T and Timbo, man, at the same time, man. See, I told you guys they're the same person, man. You guys don't believe me.
No, I know.
Hey, listen, Rambo's here, man. Let's talk to Rambo. Fuck, help us out, Rambo. What have you been checking out, man, on this great place we live, man? What do you Rambo? Check me out, man. Check it out. Anything? Been checking out this beautiful place we live, man. Going to the beach, mountains, deserts, anything? No? Good to see you, Bear. Bear's up in here, man. He's deafened. Never mind. What's up? Power Swan's in the house, man.
He's mute.
Dude, everybody dropped out. We had like a server fucking meltdown. What the hell happened? Yeah, Sasha, help us out, man. Talk to us about like how can you see this in reality? This curvature. Where do we see curvature in reality? Where do we see curvature in reality?
Where do you find this? Where do you find this helium 3?
I love that. I understand every word he's saying, and I love people that can't. It's like, where do you find curvature in reality? And they're like, what the fuck did you just say? I'm like, dude, he just said, where do you find curvature in reality, man? You didn't catch that? What's wrong with you?
Where is this curve?
That is curvature reality. Hey, we got hey, Sonny, man, we got Polar Fox, man. What's up, Fox? We'll just call him Fox. Is in the house. No rolls, man. No rolls. Fox just dropped in. Super his about me is he's super happy. Let's see how long he.
Welcome to the server, Polar Fox. I think you have control of your mic already. Let me just.
Fuck me, man.
Unmute you there.
This Matrix.
I think you can speak now. Welcome. Once again.
Hello.
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 Welcome.
What's up? Thank you.
You're welcome. Anytime, man. We're here 24/7, 365 days a year.
Yeah, it's pretty much Flat Earth Dude and Sunny show right now, but you got us. We're here.
You'd be thankful. You'd be thankful to have just the two of us right now, because the stuff before, man. I'm glad you missed it.
Yeah, I'm here to listen. I guess I don't know what you're talking. Yeah,
I'm a rocking chair flat earther, man. That's it.
How did you find the server? One of the links on a different platform, or what was that? Where did you find us?
YouTube.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Right on. Well, we're glad you came in. A lot of the people on YouTube don't ever come in, and so it's a pleasure.
Nah, I mean that's where we got most of us have joined through YouTube over the years. I mean, this stuff has been going on for at least 5 years. This particular server's been going like 5 years. The people in here, the people that want to talk about where we live and do a really good job of discussing where we live. And we like to do that a lot. And it's very helpful because we live here. And we can check it out.
Yeah.
No, we live on Earth, man. We can check it out.
Okay.
I don't live in the server, man, but we can come and talk about where we live on this server, right?
Okay. Well, I live on Earth in Texas.
Right on, man. We got a lot of people from Texas that love to come in here and talk about Earth. Sonny and I are out here in California, man, on the West Coast of the United States, at least that, and it's a really nice climate where Sonny and I live. It's super nice. Sonny's got a little better than I do, but we both have it really good.
Yeah, we're about 100. We're about 80 miles from each other. I think.
Let me ask you this, Fox. Didn't you just go through this heat wave of fuck all in Texas? Or
yeah, we get. It just seems like we get say 3 months of winter, and the rest is just summer. That's what it feels like.
So the last week or so has been abnormally hot, or just hot, or normally hot. Which one is it?
I don't know by normal, but it's hot. Like in the summertime, I'm moody. You know what I mean?
Of course, man. The heat will dehydrate you. It'll make you
the sun, suck the life out of you.
Suck the life out of you.
Yeah.
However, the sun will give you energy. But you gotta, if you can be let's say in a river or a lake or something in that heat, we're talking about energies that can just take you to the next level, man. It's amazing, man. I love to be in super hot weather and in some cold liquid called water. And it's such a great feeling, man, because you're not cold in the water, even though the water's a little bit chilly. But then you get out and you're like, oh, this feels good. Oh my, this is good. This is really, oh shit, this is.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I haven't
You know what I mean?
swam. I haven't been in a pool in like 6 years or so.
That's it. A pool, a river, a lake, or ocean.
Yeah.
There's all these great bodies of water that will kind of offset that super crazy heat that fuck, I hate it. If I have to work outside when it's 110, oh no, this ain't good. But if I can just chill by the pool when it's 110, that's a different vibe. It's a different. Okay, I can work with this 110 shit. But I don't know. I love the water and the heat. Especially,
Yeah.
I love summer, man. I don't know about you guys, but
Well, summer here in Texas it's different.
I know. My brother lives there.
It's like you're swimming in soup. It's like you're swimming in the air.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you just took a hot shower and you put on your clothes without washing off.
Yeah. That's it. That's a great way of putting it, is to say you're just the humidity. You can never feel like you're not wet, right? Doesn't matter what you do.
Right. You just feel sticky and gross.
Feel wet all the time. Yep. Anyway, welcome to the server.
I've been here for a while. I mean,
How long you been here, man? Shit, my computer's acting up, but
I'm not even sure. Well, I've only had.
I could tell you if my computer was.
Yeah, it'll show my join date.
So your join date,
but I think I got on Discord just a year ago, like exactly, probably.
All right. Are you a gamer, or are you just like
no? I got here for Mid Journey, and then I started getting invited to different servers and stuff.
It's a great platform. It really is, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's
all right.
It's all right. It can be great. This place is great, man. This place, nobody's going to come in here and pull some tricks in the casino here, man. This place is well guarded with amazingly intelligent people. I'm like, yeah, late night, you're just going to get Sonny and I, or you might just get me, but yeah, during the day in the morning, when you're having your 10 in the morning your time, sometimes it's there's some people in here that are they're talking some deep physics and deep science.
I've been kind of
late night, man. I'm usually in here just to kind of make fun of NASA and the ridiculousness of our society, usually in a lot of ways, but we are being bombarded with information, and we have to kind of be able to decipher it. And this place does a mighty fine job of deciphering what is really observably provable versus what is just imaginary. And
right, have you?
Go ahead.
Have you read the Adam and Eve story?
I know the story. I don't think I've read it. No.
It was like a book that the CIA confiscated, I guess, and they just released it. They released it in the 2000 teens.
Sometime. There you go.
But
now we're talking about the Adam and Eve from the Bible, right?
Yes.
But there's some Hollywood story came out recently about Adam and Eve.
No, well, this
changed the narrative. What happened?
Oh no, this is a book about a guy who studies catastrophes and all that. The world just he talks about like polar shifts and stuff too. It talks about like what would you call it? Okay, well, all right. For example, in one, I guess, chapter, I don't know, the way they formatted it is weird, but let's see. He's talking about, okay,
take your time, man. Take your time.
that there's 3, I think, apocalypse that already passed.
Resets,
Kinda,
we call them. Yeah.
right. And and then when they started, basically, okay, when it says like in the beginning, and then it talks about like saw that it was good, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it was restored, all right, and there was chaos before it. So he's proposing that, okay, well, if there was an apocalyptic event, you know, and you're in your cave, you know, like you're a survivor,
right?
Yeah, you get out. Okay, the first thing you would notice would be like a glow, because it's, you know, the Earth the atmosphere is all messed up. He like it would recover in a week. I guess it's what his point was, and you'll see the sky glow, and then it'll not glow, right? Because the Earth is still spinning, or you know, however the whole thing works. But you know, you'll see the day and the night. You'll notice it. Then the next thing is, you know, like things that already existed coming back. You know, the fish that survived are multiplying, like he says. You know, like go out and multiply, and then the next day, like, the atmosphere basically clears up. Then you see the sun. That's when the sun comes out, right?
Hey, Fox.
Yeah.
I love that you're looking into this. I love the feel of your vibe. You got a good aura. You're right there, man. You are looking into some stuff that is absolutely, most of it's unverifiable. I appreciate, you know, that. I hope you do too, man. But there is a lot of shit that happened in our past that we do not have a whole lot of explanations for. Now, people can come up with all kinds of, you know, ideas about what happened. And the fact is none of us were there for sure. Guaranteed.
None of us were there, but the way this guy, all right.
Get it, man. But the way this guy explains it, that guy explains it, I explain it. If I explain some shit about some shit that happened in the past, do not take me seriously, because I wasn't there, man. Now, if I talk about something in the 60s or 70s or 80s, you might want to pay attention to what I'm talking about. Those are real time frames that I know I went through. I was there. That, right. You know, I have a first-hand experience of dealing with. Now, a bunch of stuff from the past, man, is in all reality, it's a lot of information that's been handed to us, and we have to take that into account for. We do. Reality.
I mean, I believe in the witnesses. You know, what they said.
You can
because
believe
the Earth.
You can believe in everything you want, man. I can believe in, you know, that there's unicorns on the dark side of the moon, but, you know, can I verify that? No. Just be honest.
I can't verify.
Just say this. Exactly, Fox. Just remember to say
anything out of Texas. Anything out of Texas. I mean, I've never been out of Texas. I mean, I haven't. So
just be honest with yourself and everybody else around you and say, look, I don't know.
I don't buy into the evolution story.
Well, none of us do in here, man. None of us do.
And what happened?
We know that the evolutionists are full of shit. We know that.
But there are scenarios, right?
Well, that's all hearsay scenarios.
Volcano activities happen and people do report it.
I've actually flown over volcanoes and
it darkens the sky, right? How long does it take to recover from that?
Don't know, man. I saw a volcano spewing out, liquid fucking hot shit, like, damn, that's bitching, but where it's coming from, how it's being produced. They got their explanations for how it is. It's because of the Earth crust and the crusts and the plates are rubbing against each other and creating.
And then,
can you rub two rocks together and actually make fucking molten lava? Has anybody ever done that? I don't think so. No.
Well, nobody's built megaliths either.
No, we got megaliths all over the place, man.
Well, I know, but I'm just, I'm saying
those things are real, man. Guaranteed.
Are you saying like lava?
I'm just saying their explanation for molten lava is, the Earth's core is made of molten lava.
No, what I'm saying is like, okay, for example, like I have to mop every day after work, clean up the office,
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so then you have a bucket of water left.
Yep.
Dirty water. You got sediment layer. It's everything settles at the bottom.
Sure.
You can't just dump out the water. There's still going to be some crap down there. So if you swish it, I try to take it, because we don't have that capability. Like I work at a plant, and so like I just swish it back and forth, pour some out, swish it back and forth, right?
There you go. That's,
now, if you saw this on a amplified, massive scale, you would see.
Well, that's just
you would have animals found, right, that have died at the same time. They're just completely just in the middle of eating, just bam, frozen to the point where they were actually still eating mammoths. You know what I mean? Like not too long ago, they ate a mammoth because it was.
Fox, what caused that event? What was it?
It was a catastrophic event. I don't know, but
I like that answer because I don't know either.
Well, his thing was, a shift occurring somehow on the Earth that the
shift on the globe Earth or shift on the flat Earth.
It's definitely a globe Earth. It's like the theory is the crustal shift, a pole shift,
right?
It also results in a crustal shift.
Exactly.
The caps, and then it spins to the center. So then, what that means is like animals go from tropical to Antarctic or Arctic and freeze instantaneously. That's the theory. I love the theory before I found FE, but like that's what the theory is,
Right, and then the swishing back and forth, just like I was saying, it causes basically like a mud flow. Since it's going back and forth, and then it creates these layers as it settles. So they have that example, in the Grand Canyon, I think.
The Grand Canyon.
And so they look at it. Scientists will look at it. They'll say, "Well, this means that this is a year, or whatever. This is a time frame. This is when actually, what this guy is proposing is that, this is." Logic. You switch something back and forth, it's going to just plow right through, and then it's going to come back, and it's going to come back again with some stuff from the other side or whatever, and and switch back and forth and create these layers. So, but I found that interesting because, like, I always, you heard about like Tartaria and all that stuff, and I was like,
that was my next question, Fox. That was fucking just.
And I was. Yeah, I was like, a mud
what do you know about Tartaria, man? I mean, what do you know about Star Force? What do you know about? Yeah, Tartaria is a real rabbit hole, man. And thank goodness it's Speculation Sunday, man, because Tartaria is one of my little. Damn, what a cool, interesting shit.
Weird.
That's going on there, man.
But it kind of ties in with what this guy's saying, who wrote it way well, before anybody really started talking about it. I don't know how long ago.
Did he call it
this whole
Tartaria? Probably not. But
he doesn't mention it at all.
no, exactly.
But, yeah,
he does mention that there were some resets, right?
He mentions
or whatever.
There's been several resets. There was one before man came back into God fearing, which was like the Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
Then getting kicked out, right? That was another one, and then you had the flood, Noah's flood,
the mud flood, as some people call it. The flood, whatever.
Like I didn't know.
Yeah, the flood's a real. It's an interesting, semi-provable hypothesis, man. Because,
and I never thought it would be. I'm like, well, where did this mud come from? But then when I read this book, which it's actually an audio book on YouTube for free.
It's an extremely plausible idea that there were some mud floods, man.
Plato said it. The Greeks,
minimum.
The Greeks
big flood.
In Plato's time, they knew that you couldn't cross the Atlantic at that time. They said it was full of mud and seaweed and grass. You couldn't cross the Atlantic. But in Solon's time, who gave the story of Atlantis, it was people were traveling back and forth. So the Greeks wrote it down. That's part of their story.
Nice.
Yeah, that's true, and that's interesting as well because I was just reading the Republic, Plato's. This is the one with the allegory of the cave, which is just an allegory, but it makes a lot of sense too.
But listen, that allegory is the best thing ever because it can be used in all kinds of different situations.
Mm-hmm.
And different parts of the cave can be used on their own, believe it or not. Because you can bring a listener into the cave with you, and you can word it different ways about the cave itself. What the shadows are being made by, who's making them, what is the source of the light, right?
Yeah. And then he says, like, it's the sun, that, is behind you. Or, he's just like, if you're in the day for so long and you've been in the light, or then you return to the cave, what are you going to see? You're not going to see anything.
Right.
When you go outside, you can't see. Like, it just hits you, that impact.
This totally fits with the globe. The people only believing the globe. They don't know it yet. But if they're stuck in there, they're literally been given the key to the chains where they could turn around and see the rest of the world, but they refuse to take the key. They refuse to. You have people behind them saying, look, we have the key. All you got to do is just say yes. And they go, but no, it's got to be the shadows. They told us what the shadows were and what they're made by. They gave us a story. We have to believe them. Look at these chains. They don't know that they can release the chains themselves. Isn't that incredible?
Isn't that
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. You didn't
I posted
know
that
release
Adam and Eve story in there for anyone who wants to read it.
What was that?
What are we reading?
I was just saying I posted the Adam and Eve story you're talking about from the CIA thing because I read that a while ago, and I used to be super into the whole crustal shift and the cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, all the Graham Hancock stuff, and there's a billion. There's a billion theories about what every 6,500 years there's a pole shift, and that can cause some crazy shit. And I used to be into that, right? And now it's I realize it's all ball related, so it's
right. But you have to admit, that Graham Hancock and all of that. I started reading his stuff in the 90s, but that was part of the rabbit trail that eventually led me here.
Yeah, it's like the starter pack, right? Velikovsky, freaking Jordan Maxwell.
Starter pack. It's the starter pack.
And then eventually you get to von Daniken, and then you weed your way through that, and then the Sumerian tablets, And
Yeah,
and then that dude that supposedly did like translated them or whatever and gave us that story. Now, some of those
Zachariah Sitchin.
yeah, Zachariah Sitchin, yeah. And so some of those plates, those cuneiform tablets that they found that they roll out and make another copy with, there some of the images on there are very strange. They do show, I guess, basically, actually, they're not strange. I shouldn't say that. All they're showing is the luminaries. They've got pictures of the luminaries. People are confused because they see in the Sumerians cuneiform, they see that there's a solar system. They're counting the planets and they're going, okay, so that matches. But all it means is that that's what's moving around the sky above us. That's what they were aware of, right? It's this whole like mind.
Well, yeah, that's what they did. I mean, that's what Babylon did. You know, they observed the this, and they all have. If you look into it, like, you know, you have the what they would just call them stars or whatever, or they would just call like deities, you know, or they would deify them. And they had one that was the crossing, the planet or whatever, or the crossing, or the Passover planet,
Right.
which I think was Jupiter. But you know, then they get like, what was it, Neptune? That was discovered not too long ago. But you know, they had it.
But that was kind of the hijack. Look, that was kind of the hijack during that period. The reason, my point was, like, that was the hijack of our minds right there. Because instead of telling us really who these people were, which we know now that they were using astrolabes, those are horizon-oriented devices and level, like you know. So
yeah, they had like a chart, and they would just mark it every day.
So
you know?
They didn't tell us that. They just see these circular things of these so-called wandering planets, wandering stars in the Sumerian cuneiform, and they just say, "Oh, they're aliens." That's the hijack. See, they insert aliens in there that they
for sure
that they had already set up since 1947. So it wasn't too hard. 30 years later, insert it again. And then people already get this idea. That's how they advance this crazy freaking idea. You see, it's like a sequence. I'm just learning these things too as I speak with you guys. I'm just like speaking freely.
Yeah, I mean, he got it wrong anyway. Whenever he said that those from who heaven came, all that stuff. I mean, from what I gather.
Now I don't have to disagree or say that any of the stories he wrote were wrong. They possibly are correct and exact historical documents based on people named Enki and Enlil and all those people that were from another terrain.
Exactly. Yeah. They were from a different terrain. They came from the higher mountains, so of course they were, you know, they probably survived up there, and these new people weren't as intelligent, like they just lost everything. So these people who came from the sky, wherever, is what they would say, but they were already advanced, so they taught them, you know, this and that.
So let's check this out.
Agriculture.
All of those civilizations said that they didn't learn it themselves, that people before them taught their whole civilization, and they came from the West. Or if they were further in Asia, they would say they were in the Far East. Well, when you
how far east do you go until you end up in I always said the same thing.
So who was more advanced? North America, Aztecs, Mayans, Incans. Those people had like freaking toilets, air conditioning, running water. They were clean. They had baths. They had breath mints. They had soap.
And then from the story, well, just for 1 second, the Adam and Eve, right? He talks about that. He says that the Maya or whatever, that they came to the east.
They came to the east, yeah, and even Columbus met in the 1450s, met Americans that had sailed across and crashed into somewhere. They crashed into where? At this, they were in Spain. They come across and they landed in Spain, and Columbus had already talked to them. There's actually firsthand accounts of people that are saying so. Now I know it's just say so. It is Speculation Sunday, so give me a break. But I have a link, and it'll probably show me and show all of us. Columbus had actually spoken, and the Greeks knew about Atlantis, and De Soto's crew. Pedro de Alessandro, I think is his name. He was the scribe for De Soto. He said the place is filled with Canaanites, Moabites, and Amorites, and they're godless people, the lost tribes of, like basically said, these are the exiled tribes from the promised land, and we have a higher verdict or mission to accomplish by order.
Well, they were men of self. Yeah, they were men you looked up to.
By order of the papacy, we have a higher order, and they're godless people, so they deserve. That's what De Soto's crew said. Get rid of them, kill them. They deserve to die. Then they wrote a letter to the nobility to give them that information, right? Sent it back. And what did they do? Yes, said, yeah, you're right. They're godless people. Kill them all and take all their lands and all their property, and until every last one of them are gone, except maidens.
Well, they murdered the people who got left behind too.
Yep. Absolutely, and that's exactly what happened.
When they went back, Europeans or whatever, they kept some of their men there, stationed them there, and for a while they were getting along, but then they come back and their guys are killed. They're murdered.
Yeah, everyone talks about Jamestown, or it was Jamestown or Jonestown and all that stuff, and all the people just vanish and stuff. It's like, yeah, they were fucking taken and killed. Like, and someone was talking about Plato talking about like Atlantis as well. He says the ocean swallows it up. It doesn't have to be taken literally. Atlantis could have been America's to the west. And the ocean swallowing it up is the lost knowledge of how to seafare and get there.
Well, I mean, look, if you read the Bible, it said God took the man that He created in the east and put him in to the east again, and then He kicked them out into the east, and then Cain went to the east. So where is he going? He's going to the west. You keep going east. You're gonna
eventually hit west. Just like enough left turns make a U-turn.
Yeah, you're just going in circles. I mean, people if they're blindfolded and they're told to walk straight in a big field, like they just go in a big circle and end up where they were.
Interesting. It's very interesting.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
you can see
one way.
Yeah, you'll be blindfolded. You'll think you're going straight. You're sure you're going straight, and they all do the same thing. They start drifting, almost like, yeah.
To their bad knee side or something, or to whatever one side that they kind of favor.
They all just do the same thing. They just end up right where they were, just from a field. So they're going straight. They can't see. They trail off. I don't know what causes it.
The compass. So as you're going around the center, the compass keeps pointing to the center. You're heading west. It's a big circle going around the magnetic center of Earth. The Earth actually is almost like the compass is almost like a symbol of what the Earth actually is. The face of it, and so are watches and clocks. The face of that. Because the clock is above us in the sky, right? Yeah. That's where the clock is. That's the motion right there. So these are just
dude. Plato talks about a wall too. He does talk about the wall. If that's,
do you guys have
something.
any sweet like
wall.
because it's what is it? What's Sunday called?
Speculation Sunday.
Yeah. Do you guys have any sweet YouTube channels that are cool that you could post up in there? Because I'm always looking for stuff like that. Like I've been watching the Kurameo one, you know, where he goes into ancient America and like Utah and pretty much like everything.
I know that. You want to? Let's see. Yeah, I can post some because I watch this material all the time.
Yeah, I was watching the before and after of Chicago.
It's the best information.
Chicago looked like how you would imagine Atlantis to look like before the fire.
You never know.
They have pictures of it, and there's no way that we could have done that, and especially in that amount of time, it's impossible. These were like beautiful structures.
The World's Fairs.
There's 8 ancient.
There we go. Yeah, it was the World's Fairs.
Yeah, the World's Fairs across America.
Yep.
And the subsequent fires or natural disasters that happened afterwards, coincidentally.
Okay, so this playlist here that I'm going to load for you guys in the live stream voice text is about the first mammals ever that they know of. All of them start in America. So that's what that playlist is. Origin of animals.
I just subscribed to the channel.
Yeah, man.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's not. And then hold on, let me see. I want to find the best ones. One of the best ones I found was this one, which is the playlist for 7 videos, each one almost an hour long, and it's about the amazing old newspaper reports that they deleted and don't want us to see. They kept it secret. So let me copy that. I love all this shit, man. So this one.
Do you have any like other channels? Because like his, I just put on my TV and I go through it and like.
Yeah,
I've been watching Darko Longos, the Florida stuff.
Exactly, Old World Florida. That's the one I was going to mention. But there's a couple
that one's gnarly too.
Yeah, don't they think that's the Garden of Eden? I heard.
Yeah,
that's at least what Spain claimed.
Yeah,
I've heard like 9 places for that, like Nevada, freaking. I don't even remember Sumerian, Hyperborea. I've heard at least 4 or 5 solid Garden of Eden locations. America could be 5 places in America. Yeah, Florida, Nevada.
It's pretty wild, you know. The sons of Noah, the Phoenicians, King Arthur, they came over here. And that's stories in the Welsh traditions as well. That links up with this too. So that's a really good one too.
Well, I mean, everything was supposedly reset right with Noah. So whenever he landed, he didn't know exactly where he landed, if we even know.
They did. That's the thing. They did know. That's what I'm saying. They did know. They knew it was here. They came over at the very beginning as a conquest. Remember what I said about De Soto reporting back to the Queen of Spain?
Okay.
That these are heathens. They came from the promised land. They were kicked out or exiled. And that is true in history. The exiles from the 1st century after Christ. And then you got to remember also the Moors and the Jews were being kicked out of Spain and France and England all at the same time. Out of Europe, they kicked all the Moors out. A lot of those people were hired as navigators and accountants and bankers because they had skills. They came over here. Those dark-skinned, swarthy individuals from all those different countries like Spain, France, Germany, dark people, black people, were the first plantation owners over here in America. And they had white and black slaves. All the slave owners weren't white. There were just as many black slave owners too. And there were just as many indentured servants that were white, and all different colors of peoples were indentured servants coming from Europe during for 500 years. That was happening. Right?
Do you ever look at? I just saw your videos of like the Ireland stuff. Interesting because I followed Michael Tessarian for like a while. You ever watch his stuff on like Irish origins and the pharaohs of Ireland and stuff like that.
These are
who's it?
hold on. These are Carameo Ahua's videos. Like I'm just sharing what he.
Right. Yeah, I know who he is. But like Michael Tessarian goes into like Anna Wilkes, L.A. Waddle, Connor McDarry.
How do you say his last name? I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he did the whole coronation video, which I found fascinating.
It's fascinating.
It's
he links
He goes deep into Irish origins.
If it doesn't make you think about who you are and where you came from, then you're just like half dead already. Because it sparked me to find more about my own ancestry, and I discovered some things just from looking at this information and digging a little bit deeper, and then putting the loose ends together. Like it kind of pulled it together, sort of.
I would say Robert Saphir, who is AKA Atlantean Atlantean Gardens.
Really good too.
Yeah.
I like stuff is my favorite stuff.
That's
it's
true.
Like of everything, the Atlantis stuff is my favorite.
Yeah.
I swear I've had dreams. I mean, I remember as a kid that I came from the place like reminiscent to that, and it's weird. It's almost like
that's a concept. Thank you for bringing this up, because this was something I couldn't explain to people. It's like, as a kid, if someone said, "Oh, Atlantis," it's almost like you had a preconceived knowledge already of like some kind of like conceptual concept you already understood of it.
Yeah.
Without even having to know about it, you're just like, you kind of know, but you don't really want to say you know. Interesting. That's an interesting phenomena.
I remember the advancement wasn't so much like. It seemed like there was a lot of like waterways, a lot of tall, beautiful buildings, bright, beautiful, like just lime, I guess. Really tall, like beautiful structures. And there was this kind of sense of like almost like a paradise, like a heavenly abode type.
We're getting into Tartaria.
Yeah, I mean, I just I would have dreams, but they were like so vivid, and I felt like I was almost at home.
It's like an age past, right? I feel it, man. I feel like I should have been born in the age of exploration. I want to fucking explore.
Yeah, it's weird. Like if you're able to go to the future or the past, like it's the same thing, because you're still that's still your future,
Yeah.
I would tell people, I'm like we're ancient, like we're gonna be ancient one day, or the ancients that we think of were just as real as this present moment, like right now, I mean, who made you who you are, put you in your spot where you're at, like at this time. It just makes you wonder, because like how real it is right now. It's like you could be at any time right now. I don't know if that makes any sense, but say like you're in Samaria, like ancient Samaria. It would just I don't know. I had dreams about that too. Like dreams of just being fully awake. Like I'm fully awake, but everything just looks different. Like I'm in a different time, and it's so vivid. But it's like it's real. It's like it's real life. I'm like it's boring. Like I wake up, I see the wall. I'm trying to wake up. It's like like the morning. I get up. I'm just in this different time.
Like explaining like the innate sense, like the lives we're living now is not how we're supposed to live. Like like you can feel it. You can.
Oh yeah, no, this is like totally it's upside down. It just makes you wonder how it got this way. I mean, I linked it back to the Phoenicians, but it goes, before that, like how they were in charge of, or they were the ones like trading, doing some trade. And then so they used that to their advantage to get ahead by corrupting governments, by cutting off one person's supply to something. Just like, well, then you got to do this. You have to do this for us.
According to ancient texts, they not only traded in goods but knowledge, which means they were the gatekeepers of knowledge. They could have told specific, peoples of specific cultures, you can have like this information and give someone else like this information, while they're collecting everything from everyone.
Yeah, I try to talk to Chat GPT about, it's like, what are they teaching differently, like around, like what are the major differences what they teach in education about a certain subject, like all around the world, And I forgot what it listed. There was like a few examples. Some will say that this is how this happened, and the other will say, no, this is like, it's different science around the world or history in a different way.
Funny how the victors who write history always happen to turn out to be the good guys, right?
Yeah, good guys have won every battle in history.
How convenient. How convenient.
I think Norm Macdonald had a joke about that. Someone had a joke about that. I forget who it was.
I think it worked out pretty well for
the good guys. Yeah, they've won every single time. Norm Macdonald was solid, man. Actually bummed about him. Not usually bummed about any celebrity at all, but like
I think George Carlin. I know George Carlin was just also old, but George Carlin was a fucking treasure.
If he would have been alive right now to see what's going on, exactly what he predicted too. He's like,
his words, Jesus fucking Christ.
he said that people are going to be on. Everybody's going to want to be on TV. They're going to commit suicide or whatever just to get attention. They're going to do anything they can, we have like people eating Tide Pods. Like people do ridiculous shit. Like it doesn't. People just do ridiculous
figuring out 90 ways,
bro.
Figure out 90 ways to take a picture of your ass. That's all people do is figure out how to take pictures of their own ass.
Hey, he was talking about
he was talking about prisoners being released, and that's.
I know. I'm trying to think of how to word this because we're on the live stream. The theory of how germs work. He talked about that, like how they would swim in like that disgusting river all the time. He's like, and I never got sick fucking once.
Yeah, exactly. It's like whenever there's a big virus going around, a huge virus, you're all gonna freak out, not know what to do.
We can't
use vulnerable.
Can't use that word on the live stream, just so you know.
Okay.
We have to word that carefully.
I was also bummed about Anthony Bourdain.
And that's unfortunate. Like, we can't even say words freely. Just trying to talk.
He was just talking about vulnerability.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, but
YouTube with that word is very, and the other word are very.
I guess I was kind of hidden.
No, you're good. I get you, bro. It makes it so inconvenient for us. Like we literally have to talk in code. Like that's so just dumb. But I agree with you fully.
Let's see. Who else was really good? Because y'all were talking about documentaries, right? Or channels. See, the Crow House with a guy named Max Egan. He's from Australia. His earlier stuff was really good. I don't know what's happened to him now. He said he got basically like attacked, I guess gang stalked or something.
That shit's
you post channel in the live stream text or no? Like if you have a channel recommendation, can you post it in there? Because all I do is I just like subscribe when people post stuff, and then when I look through my YouTube, I just that's like
pick what's interesting.
Let me see. I think if you just type in the Crow House, it should take you there.
I know Crow 77 is pretty good, just for like general knowledge. Crow 77, but I think you have to subscribe to get the mains.
Okay, it's the Crow House, but you don't have any spaces in there, and you'll see Max Egan. But if you look, he talks about piecing together the past, stolen history, hidden technology, all that stuff. Karma in the Crow House. But yeah, he goes. And he has like a little book too that he made.
530. Max Egan 530.
Yes. That's him. He had
a lot of stuff you got to go to like BitChute or like Odyssey to see because YouTube won't even house it.
Oh yeah, YouTube does more than shadow ban. They make it so you can't even search them up unless you've already subscribed to them.
Yeah, they did do that with one of his videos. They took it off and it gets re-uploaded. But he has The Awakening, which was really big from what I was told. I remember watching it a long time ago, but his documentary, The Awakening,
Mr. Truth Bomb. That's another good channel on BitChute. I would highly recommend.
Yeah, so they hid this one. Oh wait, no. Yeah, that's it. They have it. If you type in The Crow House, one word, and then The Awakening right after that, it's a video uploaded by Global Wellbeing. The Awakening, choose love with your free will. But that's his video. And yeah, he just talks about the past. He talks about how messed up the world is now. He does like some math basically. Occasionally he'll be like, the rate that these people spend money is like, and they spends $1,000 or something, $1,000 a second. Like it would go all the way. He's talking about like to the times of Jesus, it's like way past that. Like in a second, they spend billions and it's like there's no economy for the rich. They don't know what that is. It's like a word they just made up.
Trading people.
Yeah, it's for people.
That's what those birth certificates are, man.
Yeah,
we're all just cattle that they trade.
But I mean, that's the way it is. Like, yeah, we're the people. We the people.
Yeah, that's what I try and tell people. Like, I like when I describe when I'm talking to people who aren't like conspiracy. I fucking hate that word, conspiracy theorists. I just call them open investigations. I try to explain them like
critical thinkers.
Right. I'm like, okay. Imagine a metaphor of like Hunger Games, and I'm like, I'm not. It's less of a metaphor to me than it is to you. Like it's almost just like that. There's a room you won't be involved in. You're in a field that they control the boundaries to. They control the rules to the field you're in, and they don't play by any of those rules. It's not a metaphor. It's like almost exactly what it is. They just don't put people in fields and make them do the crazy shit they're doing. And I'm like, and it's provable. You know what I mean? Like it's obviously that, but people are like, no. I have a vote. Like, okay, yeah, go vote.
The vote.
You got it, dude. Like it's gonna work. It's like maybe this time it will work.
It's not gonna work. And even if it does work, like they can't keep their promises. I mean, it's impossible. There are. If you look at the chain,
they work for someone else.
Yeah, if you look at the chain where the president's at, like at what their leadership is, there are people way above them. I mean, you got the sergeant general or whatever. Yeah, the army is above.
He's above.
Army has the
Well,
final
that's just
say in the grand scheme of things.
Military.
Yeah, the military is above
I'm saying
the
like
president.
above him or like I'm saying above him is like the World Economic Forum, the IPCC, the the WHO, the like all these other like
the powers that be.
policymakers, and then the people that fund them are above them, and then above them are the people that fund them, and then they decide who we get to vote for. The two people that get put in the thing, right? They decide who those two people are, and then we're at the very fucking bottom with our little vote. We didn't even get to pick who was there, and that's just like obvious. I don't understand. Like,
Well,
the
then
DNC and the RNC.
Yeah, I mean, we got this college elect thing.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's how I see it. At least that's what I'm trying to explain to people. Like, you don't have any decision power even at all, and you think you do.
Yeah. Like, we need more people to vote. Well, it doesn't go by popularity. There's one guy that represents.
You won't get
your state. Apparently,
the person won't get to that point without working for that same team. Like they won't get to that point. That's how I see it, at least. Like, no matter which side it is, they have to be somewhat under control to even get to that point. That's how I see it. Like, there's no like. I know a lot of people think Trump's going to save them and stuff like that, but like I don't. I think he's controlled opposition at best. So.
Well, I mean, I think he means well, but I don't think people are going to
controlled opposition at the worst, and then handcuffed at the best.
That's what they tyrant or a tyrannical. No, it didn't so much mean a bad thing before, or something like that. It actually meant somebody who was good for the people, who would do something good for the people. But for the government, they would call him a tyrant. Like, they would call JFK a tyrant. Or something. You know what I mean? Like, they can't have somebody whose purpose is for the good of the people. Like, I don't know if y'all watch the network. Yeah.
Dude, we're like you said, we were like you alluded to earlier. One of you did about we're chattel to be our backs are to be used to produce and then to be thrown away, and
or the literal beast of burden.
Yeah, we create. Exactly. We make everything, figure out things for them, and they still they keep us in line.
I'm like sometimes I wish I could just join their team, because well, what am I gonna do? But maybe they don't have as much power as you really think. If we just all were like, you know what? Fuck you guys. That's not going to happen.
Natural law of consent, because people are willingly consenting over their power to them.
I think it was
pretty much.
I think Joe Rogan might have suggested, it's like, what if we all just stop paying our taxes? It's like,
we can't fire all of us.
Dude, they'd lose their mind. It'd be a weird that's where Project Blue.
Oh, but it's right. If everyone just literally ignored the government tomorrow, they wouldn't exist.
But the government's not the problem.
Yeah, that's what Mike's.
All the powers that be.
It's kind of like
the tip of the spear for somebody else. Generally,
it's kind of like if some asshole takes a lawnmower and runs it through my yard and cuts a bunch of shit they shouldn't be cutting. I'm not going to be mad at the lawnmower. I'm mad at the asshole driving the lawnmower through my yard, just tearing everything up, not using it properly. So the government's just a machine, dude, and it's inherited by a bunch of idiots who they don't even know what words mean. So they got the instruction manual, but they refuse to even look at it. They just want to make up more rules to add to it.
It's like outsourced violence. I heard that term. It's government is outsourced violence, and we think it's for us, but it's really
the word means
whoever's got their hand in the ass. Of the puppets.
The word means to basically guide or steer by the chin to control the mind.
Are y'all familiar with Marshall McLuhan?
No.
Okay, well, he had this. He was basically mocked and scoffed at. He was like the Jordan Peterson of the '60s, and he was talking about what the world's going to. Everything is going to be like a global village. People are going to be not too worried about themselves. They're going to be poking their nose at other people's business. He's talking about this age. He predicted the internet, like to the T, like how it's just going to wreck our nervous system, and how it's doesn't, like, it's moving away from books, but it's gonna do something to, like, we're extending ourselves. The car is the extension of the foot. He talks about that, but he's like, now this is our nervous system as a whole, like the village of the earth. Like, we're all going to be like a village, which is kind of true. You have the internet, basically, like you have these pockets of people who agree on something, then they connect, and then they make big, they get noticed. Then you have like a bunch of false information, and he said it's not necessarily a good thing. What we're going to go through. And he said it started here. It started in the West. He was in Canada, but he's like, in America, they have one-liners, for their jokes. They look at when they're at a football game, they look at the screen. They got big screens now. They look at that instead of watching the game, And what do people do when they go to concerts? They have their phone recording. They're looking at the phone.
I always thought that was so dumb. People just sitting there recording an entire show on your phone. Yes, I get it, but enjoy the show.
Yeah, I mean, what's the difference? Like, you're looking at your phone, you're looking at the same thing you would be looking at if you were at home, just playing the concert from home.
I'd be yelling.
Yeah, you're never gonna watch it again. You're gonna show it to your friends, and that's it.
I'd be yelling at the people with their phones, retards.
You go back home and you try and watch it, and it's not going to be good as if you would just watch it yourself and then remember it.
Right? Yeah.
You can afford an iPhone, but you can't afford a lighter. Get out of this concert.
Remember what it was like to be a human?
Basically, people are partially androids with their cell phones nowadays.
Yeah. That's what I say.
Yeah, where can I post this link to that video of Max Egan? Because that's this whole deal, this whole transition.
We got to get you some roles, man. You need some access. How are you here and not even VC verified when you're like, you seem pretty chill to me? I'm like, what? Why doesn't this dude have roles?
I guess I'm not very active.
I don't know. You sound remarkably like Creation Bear, but you're probably not. It's just me. I might be getting tired. But you know what? I'm going to go ahead and give you VC verified, but just give me a second.
Could I at least get posting privileges?
I don't think I can give those.
That's fair enough.
Only a moderator. I can give VC verified, but I think that's about it for Gold Plus, and then you have to have a moderator do the rest. But since you did speak up and you're here, let me 1 second. I have to grab this information.
This is funny because I just checked your roles and I'm like, how does this guy's chill? How does he not have roles?
I know. I was listening to you for a while as well. 1 second. Yeah, you have VC verified. Just hang around, and probably a bunch of people will maybe drill you a little bit for a little while. Just bear with that, and if you're a flat earther or whatever, just be honest. And hold on, where am I supposed to go? Let's go to. VC checking voice text. 1 moment.
Yeah, I was just. I mean, I like mine.
Yeah. Now, let me just check you real quick here. Now you have. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I'll just do it. Yeah. Thanks, Timbo. Boomer moment. What am I doing? I forgot the exclamation point. You could do it either way though, right, Timbo? Like if I had the exclamation point, that would work with the ID number, right? As well. Oh, maybe he's not. He's only in the voice text. Okay, never mind. Technical. Yeah. Uh. Uh. Hey, Polar Fucks. Now, here, post that. I'll repost it. But next time, make sure you're looking at the live stream voice text, not the VC check-in. That was just me talking to myself. So go to live stream voice text directly above the live stream, and that's where everybody's posting regular stuff.
Okay. Let me get back to the.
And this is what you posted, so I'll repost it. There we go.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Now I'm back. Okay.
I can't believe I'm up this late. I'll go to sleep soon. Yeah, that's a good one. I've watched like all of his stuff too. Anyway, I had a long day. I'm gonna go crash, you guys. It's nice talking with you.
Yeah. I. It was nice talking to you too. Actually, I gotta go too.
What? Well, so now you're VC verified, so you can come in and you'll have access to your mic.
Okay. Awesome.
Thanks, Timbo.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
I hope all is well with everybody. Rest in peace, Globe. Rest in peace. I would have played the whole thing, but that was pretty loud, just the first part of it, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to play the whole 50 seconds of it. I should download that, though, and do a rest. Like, next time there's a moment of silence, so there's 10 people in this room aside from me, and nobody's talking. Dang, guys, don't talk all at once. Play something on the bottom, I reckon.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity, ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Actonauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction.
imposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
I'm trying to see the curve. Oh wait, that's fake. Just another fish-eyed lens. Let's look at the ships at sea. They're getting farther now. Oh, they're not disappearing. And hey, there's a land that I should not see. But as I'm staring right at it, all this time did I believe in a big lie? Could I not see the earth was a straight line? I never saw a curve, never saw a curve. Only NASA's rendition, they say it's CGI. I have to do tests, show no curve, but a straight line. The earth doesn't curve. now. Got the heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got the heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained. Their scheme is over, the truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax viewed of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears. No motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world. Promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies, as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to the truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be had, lost in the illusion, using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
Or maybe meeting other beings from another place. Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that. Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy. And God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. All around the world. Look around. Look around. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. All around the world. Look around. Look around. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it It don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
Here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Day from night, hanging above the clouds. When you see the total masterpiece, there will be no doubt. In the firmament, celestial tapestry. In the firmament,
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
clearing away stumbling blocks. Yeah, we moving down obstacles. Water seeks to find level when stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born until the last night you fall though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think they lost so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So currency for eternity is what devil's stealing. Rob their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. Prescribing evil signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishy lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always digging for a model like you need it to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
the show, or you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Then they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight and a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard. I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated ache makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I got to liberate and fight through even gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Pepe's beak is strong. We have our sun and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown, and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Then they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the arm. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the life and a new hand of cards. Been so long it seems like for love I'm just too high, that's it.
From where I'm certain, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this light. Open my eyes, no going back. It's what, not a surprise. The earth feels flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this mind full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this fire. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's what schoolmasters rise. The earth is flat. Find out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop every debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD. March crews, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's right. We don't live on a spinning
makes me so special.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
I laced up my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuk's ones, right? The frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those. I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all over. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Right.
And then there's the precision of the optic, of doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision. right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something, they've known this since the 1400s, they have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
So are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical, is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
No, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, you know, when we're trying to get...
There's 2 things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're 2 different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have 1 data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve, and if my uncertainty had been of a random...
What about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
That's literally circular logic.
Right, well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah, so...
Why'd you leave all those out?
I didn't.
Did you...
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
Look, I doubt you took 1 measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry picked your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in some at one of the shots, I took several, and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you'd have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
Density gradient.
So, okay, there is something that's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, the so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements are looking up and some of them are looking down. Right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you, I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example, is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down. You're going to get a difference, right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match 1.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7/6 star, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. But it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7/6R is for horizontal measurements.
Hey, hold on just a second. A customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh, I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to give much of a commentary whilst he's still here.
I mean,
is what he's done measuring the dip by leveling the theodolite?
Yeah.
I mean, the operational range of level.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get into that, right?
That's what I've been saying. He was and I'll just wait because Indio's got a good point, but yeah, he's way out of.
I'm gonna let Indio do
and the thing is, small errors, small angle errors, like they're great, like the calculation, right? So if I have a small angle error at 10 feet versus 100 miles, it's a huge difference, right? Because that error gets larger.
All right, Jesse's back, Indio.
Yep.
Where were we? Oh yeah. So what if you were in Europe or Finland or Massachusetts? You know that they don't use 7/6R in Europe. They use 0.13, and in Massachusetts they use 0.17. And then you could just go like the Department of Transportation, right? Every state has a Department of Transportation, and every state has a surveying manual, and every state uses a different so-called refraction correction. Did you know any of this?
No, I'm not even sure I know what that means.
7/6R is a refraction correction of 0.16.
Standard terrestrial refraction, right, Indigo?
Yeah, it was the so-called standard.
So, that's
in Europe they use 0.13, and they've been using that. But if you go to like Finland, they use something like what the hell was it? Let me think for a second. It's some huge number or something. It's like 0.19 or something. And then if you go to like here's the funny thing is, it's like kind of correlated to so-called latitude. So the closer to the so-called equator you get, the less of a refraction error that they use in their calculations for surveying. And you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm across the Straits of Juan de Fuca from Canada, but I'm in Washington.
Well, I mean, so what's the refraction error they use in that state?
I don't know. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it said it was basically 1 degree for every 932 miles.
1 degree for every 932 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that means that if for every 932 miles, something will appear 1 degree higher than it otherwise would, allegedly due to standard atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, due to magic.
Sorry, this is standard atmospheric refraction. Indio's just pointed out that there's not really a standard. There's no standard, depending on the politics of the country that you're in, or the manuals, at least, of different countries and at least states within the USA. You will have a different standard refraction calculation. It seems to. It is. I mean, is that new knowledge to you? Have you just come across that knowledge? Right? Is this the first time you've heard about that?
I mean, I've seen different representations of the same thing. Some people write it as 7/6R. Others write it as like this K factor of some fractional decimal number or something.
Yeah.
There's different ways to mathematically express the same curve of light.
I need to ask you, is that an optical or mathematical function?
Well, I mean, the mathematical part is mathematical, but it's alleged to describe an optical phenomena, right?
Oh, alleged. Okay. Is it optical or is it mathematical? It can't be optical.
I think it's an attempt to mathematically model.
Explain why you see too far.
An optical phenomena.
So, math is a language. It's explaining why you see too far.
It's not bending light, is it? No matter what the terrestrial refraction is, it's making the geometric shape mathematically bigger.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but
yes, that is what it's doing.
Hey, Jesse, look in live stream voice text. I want to show you something. This is what you think you're doing. This is what you think is happening. That you're on a ball and you're looking and making measurements on a curved path of light.
Basically, except you're showing refraction a rate that far exceeds what is said to be standard refraction.
Oh, no. 76R means the radius, that if the ray of light was a circle, it would have a radius greater than the radius of the Earth.
Which means you could zoom in on your own ass. Theoretically.
So 76R, 76 the radius. R means radius. That means that path of light. So what they do is this circular light path. But it's a cheap and dirty way of just saying, we're going to assume the globe is 76 the official radius. And then we're going to model it as straight rays of light.
What is it when you don't have evidence and so you create a story to fill in the gap?
Lying?
Oh.
That's what globers do, okay?
Yes.
But
do you know what the operational range of like a transit or a theodolite is? Like if you're trying to be accurate? Like let's say I'm going to put down a foundation. I need 1/32. I'll make a big flaw here. 1/32 of an inch.
If you're trying to pull 1/32 of an inch accuracy, you probably want to keep it under 50 meters.
It's about, 550 feet. 550 feet. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, what's the frame of reference for level on a theodolite?
Bubble levels and or the built-in optical, electro-optical compensator level.
Well, the problem with those is it's the same problem, is they're only a 4 or 5 inches wide, right? What are they leveling? They're leveling the machine itself.
What's 4 or 5 inches wide?
The theodolite.
Oh,
where the level is rigidly attached is what you're going to be measuring as being level.
So why do they make levels of different sizes? Why do they have like a torpedo level and like a 4-foot level and like a 10-foot level? And that if you use those to level something, you get different results.
Yes.
So in a theodolite's little bubble level, it has a diameter of like, I don't even know what, a thumbnail.
So,
what I'm saying is the level, right? So you did an observation that was 120 miles, right? Or somebody did. It's in your spreadsheet.
No, 105.
Okay, so someone did 120. It's the last one.
What?
The Mount Shasta to, I can't remember what the other one was.
Mount Scott. And no, it's 105 and I did it.
Oh, 105. Okay. So you think your theodolite, set it up, put the bubble level, that if you drew a line, a straight line, a level line, not a curved globe line, a level line, that you could extend that out 105 miles and it would be level all the way there.
Well, level within plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
That's what you think.
That's what the machine's rated at.
That's what the machine...
How far was that? Like, go ahead, Meme.
All right.
I've been tripping.
Look, if you use a torpedo level, what you're still saying is it's a torpedo level, essentially, okay? Let's say you have a nice, like 1,000-foot long wall. You take a torpedo level, you draw a line where it's perfectly level. Take a 10-foot level and put it on that mark perfectly. Do you think you're going to still be in level?
Well, I've never tried, but if they were both calibrated highly accurately, and you had them both on the same plane of levelness, then they should be.
No, it's not. And we have things to prevent that from happening. Torpedo levels are for specific things because they do not have the range of accuracy as a 10-foot level. It doesn't matter how good it is. It's because ultimately the machine itself can only read itself. There's no invisible thing that says its fidelity has been maintained past that point. You may only need a spot where you need a 4-inch level, and that's the only spot you need it at. But the actual equipment itself doesn't have the capabilities of testing whether that line has maintained its fidelity 100 feet away. Whereas a 10-foot level, you've created a much larger margin of error, or a much smaller margin of error, and so you're going to have more fidelity of your line at either end. I mean, this is basic construction, and all of us who build and survey and who do all this kind of work understand this principle pretty easily, because you cannot build things practically. Like, I could not put down, if you gave me a 4-inch level, no foundation would go down.
But let's say we had a perfectly smooth, flat, level plane, and...
What are we measuring it with? How do we know it's level?
Let's just say that it's floating on water, and so it's level. And we put a bullet level, or a torpedo level on there, and a 8-foot level on there. They should both read level if they're both calibrated correctly, right?
So you're talking about putting them both on something that is already known to be perfectly level?
Yes.
Yeah, so almost like them back at the factory being put on the calibration machines that test them both the same exact way. Because you know the 4-inch level is still tested the same way as the 10-foot level.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
Right. So, but ultimately you still can't use it when you're free floating, when you're elevating, when you're holding it, when you're putting it up against things, when you're putting it into use for practical purpose. It just doesn't work. Because there is no, ultimately you're relying on the ability of the piece of equipment to internally operate with the assumption that everything is perfect going out from it. I mean, this is how we put down houses, how we put down roads. I mean, we put up 1 million square foot warehouses for the military, and they had stations everywhere and GTR units or GRT units everywhere. The reflectors set up everywhere, all over the place, because they're just not as accurate as you think. And these are, $130,000 stands that we have, that we use.
Yeah. So the question I got to ask is, when you use a physical level, the mechanism in the level that you use to level is liquid and an air pocket. But the secondary mechanism, which is the effectiveness of the decision of whether it's level or not, is what? Your interpretation of what you're seeing. So you decide when the bubble is between the black lines. Right? And everybody knows, who's been on a construction site, that no two men and no two positions relative to the level give you the same reading. So even with the precisely engineered machine, let's say Stabila from Germany, right? One of the most expensive levels you can buy, the man and the situation is going to have error. So even though the device itself is precise, and the forces acting on it allegedly are precise, the interpretation of whether it's level or not is never going to be consistent. So when you go out into the field and you want to level something, anytime it requires a man to make the decision when it's level or not, or when you're targeting the target at level or not, there's going to be error. And everybody knows, who's ever shot a gun, that a small error at the sight picture results in a large error downrange. So anybody who tells me that they did this or that with an optical device The only standard that first must be known is how did you maintain level and maintain your sight picture to validate the claims that you're making. And if you don't have a methodological practice that can result in perfection and negate the error, and you can't explain it, then anything you say after that is a waste of my time.
Well, the instrument is designed that if you follow the procedures, the instructions for operating it, that you will be within the stated accuracy. And besides, the Nikon unit actually has a built-in liquid level where actually they take and bounce a little laser beam off the inside surface of a clear liquid in a quartz vial, and then that beam hits a little CCD imager, and then based on where in the CCD area that laser beam hits, then the computer is the one that actually objectively, reliably, consistently reads the level. So there's actually no human input in even reading the level on that one.
Right, and that's fine because like we all have those in the self-leveling levels, the self-leveling transits. How far out have they been tested?
I don't know.
I do not know of a test facility, like a controlled test facility.
I've actually tried to find this out, but there's nothing.
You can't. I already know there is nothing. You can't. The only test they did ever was with mirrors, and then they said there was because of the inaccuracy of the mirrors, they can never remove a margin of error of even testing. So the issue is there's no way to test how accurate that is. That may indeed be really super accurate, but you're still, like even with the top of the line equipment, your diameter is now what, 900 feet?
I don't understand.
The radius of accuracy. The radius of accuracy is about 900 feet on the most expensive, best transit systems there are.
What do you mean the radius? The distance you can shoot is 900 feet?
No, not shoot. Accurately measure as level.
Oh, meaning that what I think is a straight level projection through the telescope could vary vertically by plus or minus 900 feet?
No. That means that if I send the guy out with the stick, the maximum he can go out is about 900 feet from the transit while I measure. Because after that, error creeps in.
But enough error that, error creeps in at any distance. I mean, even at 10 feet from the front of the device, it's still got an error of plus or minus, say, 4 arc seconds. That's still an error, right?
Okay, if you get that small bit of an error at 9 or 10 feet, 75 miles, 105 miles... And that's if you even know the amount of error you might have. Like I said, they've been trying this with the theodolite, and when they do it, they still can't decide if the horizon is optical or physical. It's optical when it works for them. It's physical when it works for them. You know, they only cherry pick the data, as you have, that supports the initial claim.
So let's say I did get up on Mount Scott, 8,934 feet, and I shoot I shoot an angle to Mount Shasta, 105 miles away at 14,179 feet, and I measure an angle. What's my problem there? Where did I go wrong?
Okay.
Hold on, I'll answer that question real fast.
You go ahead. Sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about the GIF I posted with the curved lines. Like, you don't even have straight lines to measure an angle. You have two freaking curved lines.
Exactly.
Right.
Check this out. When you orient your device to the image of the mountain, you are not shooting an angle to the mountain. You're shooting an angle, quote unquote, or orienting the device, quote unquote, to the angle of the incoming light.
Agreed.
So to first say I'm shooting an angle to the mountain, you're already self-defeating. And without the accuracy known, right, and the geometry known and all the factors known, you can't make any conclusive statements.
Well, you're assuming that the angle to the mountain and the angle of the light arriving are different from each other.
If you're on a globe, there is no angle to the mountain.
Yes. Listen, on a globe, it would necessarily not be the correct angle. That's their excuse for why. Listen, hold on, friend. That's their excuse why at 900 miles there's a 1 degree off. Now, the reason why they needed this excuse is because of the Selenelian eclipse defeated their model, and they needed to come up with a reasonable excuse of why these objects where they claim are in a specific point in the sky aren't where they're supposed to be.
So here's what I don't understand is like we have like over 100 data points with all the measurements taken of seeing things that are way too far down on ground level.
But you don't have any where the line of sight doesn't pass close to the surface.
So, are you assuming that there? Are you assuming? Yeah. Are you assuming that there is some kind of unknown effect that is turning the Earth into a hologram?
I don't know about any hologram, but I do know that when light passes near the surface, it tends to bend downward.
Oh, does it? Do we have Gosh, is there
why do you think that?
Some science for that?
Yeah, I want to know why you think that.
Yeah.
Well, because I went out to the beach on a hot, calm day, and I set up my telescope below the top edge of a county park sign, and I waited for a ship to go by out there, and then a ship went by, and I could see the water line on the side of that ship, where the water, meets the side of the ship, over the top of the sign, even though the sign was higher than me and higher than the target. So the sign was objectively, physically between me and the target, and yet I could see the target over the top of the sign.
So what was the elevation of your telescope?
I don't know what the absolute elevation was, but I know it was
8 feet,
like a couple inches below the top of the sign.
So was it 8 feet above sea level, or?
No, it was about 2.5, 3 feet maybe.
2.5 feet. Do you think there's any waves on the ocean?
Not on this day. This was not the ocean. This was the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was no waves.
No waves.
Salish Sea.
The Salish Sea. Oh, okay. So there's no waves on it. Oh, okay.
But the water does come in and out, right? The water level changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you have a surge.
Yeah. And I know where you did the observation, and there's a tidal, and if you can look at the currents there, there's a swirl there.
So you think?
And plus, you also said a tendency to bend down. Okay, your single data point does not show a tendency.
Well, I've got other film from other days showing similar things at the same location.
And we have film of lasers bending into the air, upward.
So about that, it turns out that when the observer is down in a stronger density gradient area looking up to a laser beam that's in a lesser density gradient, the beam appears to be curving up to the observer even if the beam is actually slightly curving down.
How was any of that falsifiable?
Yeah, listen, first of all, that's not the observation. That was done. Like the upward bending lasers, they were done. You can see it going straight and then doing basically a right hook, a J hook straight up into the air. There's a bunch of them. It's not like there's one. There's a few of them. And here's the other thing: is your claim that you can, because light bends down to the density gradient, the lower you are, the more refraction there is.
Well, if being lower makes you closer to a colder water surface that's colder than the air, then that usually does increase the density gradient rate.
So if you've got it...
So hold on, Meme. So the lower I go, the farther I can see. Is that what you're saying? If there's more refraction, the lower I go, that means I should be able to see farther the lower I go.
Not necessarily, because being higher also allows you to see farther.
So where's that transition? Between I can see farther because of refraction and now I can't see farther because of refraction because my closest to the ground overwhelms the refraction. Yeah, it's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
No, but it's simple, and I don't understand why you don't understand it. But
I understand what? Listen, I constantly have heard this claim that there's more refraction closer to the ground, that you shouldn't do observations over water. That means that I can see farther the closer I get to the ground. Yeah, it sounds that stupid. That's why you're having a hard time, because it sounds that stupid. And my oven's going up again, so someone please take over.
Where's the paper? Who has the paper on the refraction? Because all of it's done with straight line measurements anyway.
I'm not sure what paper you're referring to.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure why we're talking about refraction, since I made no compensation for refraction in my measurements.
Okay, well, that would mean that you're assuming that the Earth is, like, the horizon of the Earth is geometric and physical, right?
My measurements made no assumption about the horizon. They don't involve the horizon. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you haven't accounted for okay, then explain the Black Swan image where you have a horizon that is 10 miles away.
Nice.
Well, I saw the horizon I just told you about over the top of that sign.
Okay.
So
do you know what the Black Swan is that comes from the ludic fallacy?
Yeah, it means
so the Black Swan means that it doesn't matter how many white swans you have. That's why it's called a Black Swan.
But if I were to discover that the Black Swan were actually a white swan painted black, I found the paint can, I found the brush, I found the guy who says, yeah, I painted it, then I've kind of invalidated the Black Swan, right?
Well, no, you haven't, because the guy goes down there every day, all the time, and gets these images.
Actually, the BMLS 69 guy said in his video that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, like in a 3-month period, and that most of the time the 3 oil platforms appeared sunk down as if the Earth was a globe, but a few times they were all risen up and all visible as if the Earth was flat.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're looking along the deck of the water, right? And water is reflective and you're at a very low angle, aren't you? Right?
What's the deck of the water? Just like if I'm down by the water?
Yeah, I'm calling it the deck because that's the flat portion that we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the water is a deck, right? So what happens when you lay down? Does the water look like water, or does it turn into a mirror? It becomes a homogeneous reflector.
It depends if it's hotter than the air. If it's hotter than the air...
It doesn't have to do with heat, it's the angle. The tighter the angle at one end, the more reflective and homogeneous it gets, because the eye can no longer resolve it. It's angular resolution.
That's not been my experience.
Hold on, friend. It's not just angular resolution. It's the internal reflection angles. Once you have total internal reflection, then the angles of light that are not the water, like not the source color of the water, will overtake them from the angles of propagation to the angles of reception, and you'll only see light that is not originating from the water surface. It's just reflected light. Does that make sense to you?
Right. Now, see, someone posted the image of the sunken oil rig. You see it?
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Right. Is that the horizon?
What's the horizon?
By which definition?
Yeah. Yours.
I mean, technically, the definition of the horizon is where the sky and the water appear to meet, right?
Appear. So it's optical. It's not physical.
Right.
Okay, so none of your pictures or observations are of the horizon then. They're just optical. Right. None of them are actual measurements.
Well, I'm not sure none of them are of the geometric horizon. The curvature of the Earth that should be physically getting in the way of stuff. All horizons are indeed optical, aren't they?
Jesse, the point of that is that the apparent location in your field of view, and I want to make that clear, it's in your field of view. It doesn't actually exist down in three-dimensional space. It only exists in the image presently.
You mean like
where the color field, where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the ground or the water, and they distinguish and change. That demarcation point is known as the horizon. That of a necessity cannot be a physical location. So in other words, when you point something at the horizon, you're pointing it at an image. You're not pointing it at a physical location.
Absolutely. But I don't see what that's got to do with my measurements of Mount Shasta at 105 miles because I didn't utilize the horizon.
Because you don't have a measurement and you don't have the fidelity of a level line at 105 miles, and you couldn't be shooting along a straight line. If you're on a globe, you're shooting at a curve. Curved light coming in.
Well, let's just say for the sake of discussion that I'm not on a globe and I'm on a flat Earth, and I'm still on the same mountain, shooting to a line to the same mountain, the same Mount Shasta.
Is this your picture down here?
Let me look. That's my picture, but that's not Mount Shasta.
Okay.
I have a picture of the Mount Shasta one if you like, though.
Well, what's this one right here?
The one that Jace AI posted?
Yeah.
That is one of the ones from the data, the chart that shows the curve.
That shows the curve? Where at? Is it behind the hill?
It's what behind the hill? The mountain
is the curve behind the hill? Because I see a hill and I see a mountain obstructed by a hill.
I just measured the zenith angle to the top of that mountain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You don't have an angle, it's curved. It's curved observation.
Well, I measured the angle of the light entering the telescope, right?
Right, it doesn't matter. You're saying, okay, let's just say you're saying you're level to that mountain. You're shooting level to it?
No,
okay, you're shooting the angle from down to up. Okay.
Holy crap, dude.
So what? So you think that hill is Earth curve?
The tree-lined hill?
Like if a truck drove in front of you, would that be Earth curve? Because that's a hill obstructing your view.
No, never mind. The hill has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so where's the Earth curve at?
Well, this is just a single data
point. Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. We got to correct an error on the table. So he asked you something about the angle, and you said, I'm measuring the angle of the light entering the telescope. Now, if you concede that you don't know the path of light from the target object all the way to the telescope, then the angle that the light enters the telescope is irrelevant. And making any assertion based on that is also irrelevant. Can't be applied to anything.
I wonder, is this supposed to show obstruction of the bottom of a mountain?
No. This was just he asked for my source data, and when I go out shooting angles, I line up the telescope to the target. I take a picture through the telescope. Then I take a picture of the LCD readout. Then I flip the telescope around. You know how you do two readings with a theodolite, at least two. And take another picture through the telescope, and then another picture of the LCD. It's just my way of recording what I was shooting and what the angles were, because that way I don't have to ask myself later if I maybe transpose some numbers.
Hold on. Let's reiterate this, because this is what the crux of the issue is about. The angles of what?
The light as it enters the telescope.
Right. And unless you know the path to the target object, those angles are pointless to know. You cannot discern anything about the target object's angles of propagation from the angles of reception. Because according to the globe model, all the light is taking curvilinear omnidirectional paths.
Yeah.
And so you have no idea which light you've received. So you can't make any definitive claims about the physical location of an object compared to you angularly based on angles of intercepted light. It doesn't work. Can't be done.
Which makes the model unfalsifiable, which means we can dismiss it out of hand.
Correct, which, by the way, the U.S. military validated when they attempted to shoot a tri-band laser to determine the refractive conditions over 120 kilometers for the purpose of perfecting their laser targeting systems. And they found that the results were not congruent with the globe model of refraction. In other words, it was a chaos. It was chaos. The general consensus, right? Not that they use this word, this is my word, but they use turbulent and unknowable. The general consensus is that the path of light is chaos. And the final point that you're getting, right, based on what they said in relation to the globe model, is not precise, and it's not congruent with any standard model of refraction.
I'd like to point out also, Jesse, that Drace very politely has posted the source and the citation. The combat experiment does not observe dispersion, even though they should have. They say they should have. They use 3 frequencies. It's irrelevant what the purpose of the experiment. There we go.
Let me take a look.
Yep. Yeah, but here's the problem. Okay, and this is the problem since day one. And I mean day one is in the first retard that went out to the ocean and looked out and said, I can't see the bottom of the boat. And because I'm so closed-minded and ignorant about the nature and physics of light in relation to geometry and all of that, I'm just going to assume, based on childhood permanency bias, that you learn when your mother first puts a ball behind her back and you realize that the ball continues in 3-dimensional space and doesn't just disappear. You look out and you say, well, I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore it continues in 3-dimensional space. And just like a ball going behind my mother's back, the boat is going over Mother Earth. Right? Because they can't think of... Go ahead.
Isn't it much simpler?
Probably.
Yes.
Ask them what refraction is.
We were about to dock at that port.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. That I just kill it quick. So define refraction. Right. That's go ahead. Sorry,
Jesse. You want to define refraction for us?
Oh, by the way, I'm not going to. I didn't claim it.
You're not Jesse.
You're not Jesse.
I just want to invite everyone to the friggin' decimation and annihilation of the thinking atheist, Forrest Gump Belkai, and brain sick, booger eating, the brain sick, booger eating Bubba gets the Gibbon annihilated today at 5:30 on the Quantum Race.
Is there such thing as a thinking atheist? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a contradiction. What are you doing?
Yeah,
I know.
Oxymoron.
I will bring that up. Thanks, Indio.
That is an ox and the moron.
I've been around.
We'll be around more often.
Well, I've seen you in here last night, but I was busy. We're like ships passing in the night, so I've seen you around.
I got you.
We're just trying to avoid you.
Do I still have what?
Do you still have your contradictionary?
Oh, yeah. I'm using it today. I also have my hip waders going on. So,
what about the turkey?
Shorter.
Not done yet.
No,
it's getting hot though. It's getting hot though. We're testing the heat of the density of the air above its refracted surface right now.
Too buddy, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna post an announcement for your stream, and I usually post them when I see them. When I see you post, so
Oh, appreciate it, man.
In our announcements, yeah. So I'll do it again. I want to see what a thinking atheist looks like. It's like
I'll come and
it's like a weird
hang
corn
out.
or something.
It might be illuminating.
I'll be there, Kiwi.
Sweet.
Is that refracted illumination?
Yes.
I don't think refraction comes up in this. Thank the Lord. That's all right. They got enough problems.
I don't know. I generally concede to refraction. as you are well aware. So when you apply any of the refracted models to any observation, the first order of
Refracted
business.
models now. This is pretty funny.
No. Come on. Let me go.
Come on. You sound like Anthony Riley.
Listen, I have a long history of being absolutely two-sided and coming in with a knife in the side while you miss it.
All right, fair enough. But that's not my way, but doesn't mean it's not the right way. Go ahead and allow them to beg the question till the cows come home. Go ahead.
This is the way.
Okay, so when you apply a refracted model, right, because you're applying it to an observation, right, so you have a geometry in your mind of what the Earth is. You then have an observation that doesn't fit that geometry, and so what you do is you break the Earth geometry. And refraction actually means broken over the back. And so I agree that their model is indeed refracted, and therefore I concede, yes, your model is broken. I rest my case.
How you like that, Kiwi?
It doesn't do it for me.
Little too intellectual, I know.
A little too intellectual.
Look, it wasn't as delicious as we did it last time because somebody was talking about the mountain, and then we made a pun on Brokeback Mountain with refraction, and then we basically said your argument is gay.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse, what is refraction?
The redirection of a wave due to changes or boundaries or gradients of density.
Boundaries?
Incorrect. Citation, please. That's not Snell's law.
Well, Snell's law is for boundaries, right?
Snell's law is the law of refraction.
But how do you apply that?
No buts. There's no buts. None.
I'm here.
No but.
Was that self-deprecating?
Maybe.
All right. The point is there any... What is the assertion of terrestrial refraction? What do you assert that it is?
Standard terrestrial refraction?
Yeah. Not calculate it, what it is.
Say that again?
Not how to calculate it, but what it is.
Jesse, phone a friend. I'll go for you. Trust me.
What's your number? Well, I didn't come up with it. I'm not sure. The mainstream model claims that it's the bending of light.
That's not a model.
Well, what would you like to call it?
That's not a model. The mainstream, where is that? Citation, please.
The claim?
Yeah.
Look, they're asking me about something I didn't come up with, okay? I'm not sure what you want me to say.
I thought you're a proponent of refraction. You don't know what it is. Define refraction. Citation. Not you. I want a citation that defines refraction.
You mean like Andrew Thomas Young or something?
It's up to you. Whatever you want.
That'll work for me.
Hold on.
In fact, yeah, that'd be fine. It's my favorite one. You'll find an interesting part in his paper where he said things that will never reappear that are already physically obstructed. So it's a one-way mirror.
So Drace is already over my stuff, man. You're not posting it. I got where you're going with that, but you're a little bit ahead of the game. We just want to know what refraction is.
Well, I've read that paper like 20 times, so.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do this. Let's make it fucking easy.
Okay.
There it is. From Britannica.com, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Oh, by the way, rays of light don't exist. In crossing the boundary or surface. Do gases have surfaces? No.
But they would have a boundary with water.
Of separation between two contacting substances. Where's the two contacting substances in the fairy tale atmosphere? There isn't any. It's a category error. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of the path of light wave, light's not a wave, as it passes from one material to another material. Can you show me two different materials in the fairy tale atmosphere? You can't. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Where's a boundary in the fairy tale atmosphere? There is none. You're fucking category error. Let's go to Wiki. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, see the context, is the formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction. When referring to light or other waves, light's not a wave, passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, as such as water, glass, or air. Has a picture right down here on the bottom. You see that? Snell's law? Where's the interface in the atmosphere?
Are you denying gradient refraction?
That isn't a fucking refraction.
Okay, so when...
Okay, can you fucking... Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you want me to read them again? Where's fucking gradient in anything that I read?
Oh, I didn't see it in what you read, but I think what you posted was not all of...
You're making it up!
Yeah, what is it? What is terrestrial refraction? Is it just make-believe?
I mean, obviously the phenomena is real because...
it's not obviously real because I look out and I just see things. I don't have to come up with a reason for why I see them. If you're having to come up for a reason why you would see things, that's not scientific, is it?
Okay, so...
Yes, but hold on, Jesse, before you go, because you said this twice and you haven't been corrected yet. So, a phenomenon, to be genuine, the premises of the differentiation in the happening must be known in the first instance. So, in other words, if you see something where it shouldn't be on a quote-unquote globe, in order for that proposition to be true, the globe must be proven in the first instance. You can't infer it and say, oh, that isn't where it's supposed to be on a globe, therefore it's a phenomenon. So, again, where's the globe being proven in the first instance so you could apply this claim of a phenomena?
I don't even know what you're asking or what that has to do with the fact that we've all seen the pictures of the laser beam curving upward.
It's not a phenomena, dude.
It's not a phenomena. It's our math is wrong. Let's come up with an explanation. In this case, it's a mathematical explanation called terrestrial refraction.
Have you seen that?
Thank you, Meme. Hold on, Jesse. We got to caveat that. So, indeed, things being not where they appear to be at all times, like differentiation between days, definitely happens. So, like when I go to a small lake, I see things disappear, right? And rest assured, they disappear some days from the bottom up, some days from the top down, some days from the top and bottom simultaneously. Now, to be clear, this lake is small enough to where any alleged Earth curvature would be irrelevant. But that's not the point. The point is that, yes, we all see variations in what we see. The difference in this context of this argument is that it's claimed that the reasons we see things is called terrestrial refraction, which has an assumption of a radius, which makes it a phenomenon only in the sense if the Earth is a globe. So in one instance, we all see displacements optically, whatever they be. In the other instance, it's assumed that it's a phenomena in relationship to where it should be seen on a globe. But the globe has to be proven in the first instance for that to be a phenomenon. So that being said, what the heck is terrestrial refraction?
Maybe it's whatever causes that laser beam to look like it's curving up.
Well, if that's the case, that's a huge problem, isn't it? Shouldn't we see boats like way up in the sky?
Well, sometimes they do, actually.
No, we see them hovering in the horizon. is where we see them. It's called Fata Morgana.
But we're asking, what is terrestrial refraction? Do we not agree that there are conditions that can cause the path of light to be not straight in the air?
Yes, but it's unpredictable.
Right, but that's not terrestrial refraction, dude.
Right. That's just scattering. Like, there's miraging. There's, like, they've posted Fata Morgana there. And even there, see? The boat has entered into the angle, but the closing angle is too sharp to resolve the water.
So what do you think causes that laser beam to curve up or down or whatever it's doing?
I don't know. Smarter people than me know that answer, but I know this. If you got light shooting in every single direction, which is what happens, your net result is essentially just straight line. You can have warping in every direction. But the one thing that will never happen is something that is physically obstructed will never, ever appear out from behind what is physically obstructing it. And in the Andrew Thomas Yang paper, it says that.
So are you saying that if there was a county park boundary sign that was physically directly between me and the waterline on the ship, that I would not be able to see the waterline on the ship no matter what?
No, I didn't say that. Things certainly can sink and things certainly can loom. But the visual direction to the object will never reappear once it is already physically obstructed, and that is straight out of the paper. In other words, it's a one-way mirror. So if I see a lighthouse that is unobstructed and it is 31 miles away, or I see a ship that is 16 miles away that is unobstructed, it is because it is unobstructed. It's not appearing from behind a rolling ball of water. It is unobstructed. It is a straight line of sight to it. Because even in the paper on refraction, what is already physically obstructed will not reappear. In other words, like, let's say the bottom of something is cut off because of physical obstruction, and then it begins to loom. So it does that Fata Morgana thing. Well, what's going to happen is it's still going to appear to be cut off by that physical obstruction. More of it is not going to appear. And what's more is that paper specifically is talking about things that are perpendicular to the surface of the water, which means the horizon doesn't loom and the horizon doesn't sink.
Yeah, so I want to add a caveat to that, if I can. So when you take a camera and you level the camera and you point it out at the horizon, what you'll generally see is roughly 50-50 distribution, as long as you maintain the level on the camera. So the top half of the image will generally be sky, the bottom half of the image will generally be ocean. And now you're going to have a very fine up and down in the center there. Now, when you angle the camera downwards, the majority of the bottom portion, right, will now creep up on your image. So you'll have like 75% water and 25% sky. That is because you've changed the angles that the light is entering the optic, right? So then they're being redirected onto a portion of the sensor, which causes it to render the majority of the image as water. Now, if it's true that refraction is causing a myriad of angles of entry possible to the camera, then why is it that with a level camera, you never see a 75% filled water in the image?
Because the refraction isn't strong enough, maybe?
Well, light, does it not go out in all directions from the target object, and is it not taking multitude of paths based on this assumption that light is curving every time it hits a different gradient?
Well, the only paths that get photographed are those which enter the lens. All the rest don't get photographed, right? But the bigger point is, if let's say we have a camera that's got 45 degrees of vertical field of view. We point it down 22.5, and that makes the picture 75% full of water, right?
No, the point I'm making, friend, is everything seems to appear to be up or down, looming, sinking, etc., in relation to the horizon. The horizon appears to us to be extended out into the distance further based on demarcation points, such as in the Black Swan being the oil rigs. So it's either what appears to us to be a greater or further distance. But generally, when we photograph from the same altitude, the horizon is pretty much in the middle, and everything else is up or down. Why isn't the horizon going up or down?
Well, it does. If the camera is actually level, the horizon does go up or down a little bit, depending on the conditions. Right?
Right. But in what range of tolerance?
Oh, I think I've seen it go up a couple arc minutes above eye level on some days, and then, of course, other days it's slightly below eye level.
Right, so at the end of the day, what does that tell you?
Well, obviously it can't be both, and I'm pretty sure the water isn't 40 feet above me when I'm standing there looking at it, because it would rush in on me, right?
Right, so what does all of that tell you?
Well,
nothing is ever consistently where it should be, theoretically.
Well, yeah, my experience is that when my line of sight is right close to the water, all bets are off. The horizon and things floating on the water a bit out can either appear above eye level or below eye level.
Right, so what you're looking at is all optical effects, right? That's all it can be in principle.
Well,
and
I know
you can't know the angles. You can't know the angles to the objects because you can't even be sure where the horizon is at any given moment.
Right, I know the variation has to be optical effects because I'm pretty sure the whole ocean isn't tipping up and tipping down. But that doesn't tell me what the actual physical angle would be if I didn't have the variations of the optical effect.
No, the point is that you can never know the exact physical angle to an object at distance based on optical equipment.
Right, nothing in this life is exact.
You can't validate the path of light. The angle of reception can't be validated all the way back to the target object. But yet the globe proponents require the assumption of that validation, right? And they say that it fits perfectly with the globe, yet there's myriad of observations that are beyond the limits that the globe claims are possible. So at the end of the day, both sides are left with things in the distance are optical effects. So why is it that the globe gets to claim geometric considerations over it and say, oh, if this is higher than this line or lower than that line, then the Earth can't possibly be flat, while simultaneously believing that light takes a myriad of paths through the atmosphere? It's like, okay, if the Earth is flat, then that means that light must be straight line rays that act in an ideal fashion. But if the Earth is a globe, light goes every which way to prove the Earth is a globe, no matter what observation you show me. That is unfalsifiable bullshit, brother.
Well,
so with that being said, I summarily dismiss all of your observations. Case closed. Next. You could continue with anybody else if you want, but I rested my case quite thoroughly and unequivocally.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
On your 105-mile observation, did you compensate for the tilt?
For which tilt?
Tilted the mountain away from you.
No, I just
So 1.5 degrees. Did you know that?
What's that?
It's supposed to be 1.5 degrees at that distance.
What is
the mountain is supposed to be tilted away from you 1.5 degrees.
Oh, Mount Shasta, the target mountain.
Yeah. Can you see 1.5 degrees?
No, not at that distance.
It's a degree, dude. Doesn't matter what the distance is, it's a degree.
So I'm not sure I'm following. So we've got this kind of conical mountain,
and it should be tilted away from you 1.5 degrees.
Right. How would I determine if it was or not?
Well, it's going to change your angular size measurements, and it's going to change the height of the mountain. See, what is the point of all this, everything that I brought up? Remember what I said, you're cherry-picking data, your data's too clean? I've mentioned about, 5, 6 uncertainties or variables, things you didn't know about that you didn't take into account, but somehow your data matches. How is that even possible? Think about it for a second.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I gave you the answer. It's called cherry-picking.
Well, I certainly didn't cherry-pick the 30 shots to the mountain that's 75 miles away, all from the same location to the same target.
Yeah. You took how many?
30 of them.
Over how long of a time period?
A couple. I think there's dates from like 3 different years, but they're not all consecutive or something. But different times of year and different times of day.
But where in those is Earth curve?
Well, that's just a single point measurement to gauge the consistency of my method, right? Because we all want to know if our method is consistent.
So this is... So let me get this right. You did a bunch of measurements from one location, and you've extrapolated that out to all the measurements you've ever done.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. It's not really how that works, but...
Well, how would I go about this? Let's say I were
regular surveyor do it. What do they actually do in surveying? So what is geodetic surveying about your level? It says it's only level at that point. The plumb is only at that point. At the point of the theodolite. Not at some region of space out there somewhere. This is what geodetic surveying says, not what I say.
Right? But
so what do they do? They take a measurement and then they do a horizontal reduction.
Yep.
But neither you nor I want to trust geodetic surveyors, right? Because they say the Earth is a globe, right?
You're testing. No, dude. Are the elevations that you're getting, are they based upon a globe? When you Google the elevation of where you are and what you're looking at, is that a globe?
No.
They're just listed above mean sea level.
Right.
Yeah, but how did they find mean sea level, and how did they find the elevation of your location? The elevation above sea level.
Well, in my case, I'm not that far from sea level, so they could have just measured the average sea level for a while and come up with a mean sea level.
Yeah, and then measured the height of the mountain. Now,
and then the mountain also is not too far from salt water.
So they're going to measure the angle, right? They're going to take level. They're going to measure the angle. Now, the elevation they come up with, if they presuppose a flat Earth versus presuppose a globe, are they going to come up with different values?
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying that the mountain height and the observer height are not relative to what sea level would be at that location?
No, what I'm saying is that the elevation of, say, Mount Shasta, whatever mountain you're looking at from sea level, the angle you measure, right? So say I level the instrument and I measure a 1 degree angle. Now, if I know it's 100 miles away. Now, if I think it's a globe of 3,959 mile radius, that amount that I see is going to mean one thing, but if I don't assume that, it's going to mean another thing, right? Because you think that the mountain is, if it's a globe, then the mountain is sinking. And then if I can see 1 degree of it, that means some of it is underneath the hump, right? So this is how geodetic surveying actually works. So these elevations and heights, they're based upon...
Hold on just a second.
They're based upon an ellipsoid. They're not just measurements. They're measurements that have been mathematically treated. I want to agree with. I want to deal with that too. What Drace just posted too. Hold on a second. My oven's beeping again. I'm cooking a bunch of shit. So hold on.
Yeah, what Indio's trying to say there is, okay, from Helmert, Mathematical Theories and Principles of Higher Geodesy, though the Earth can't be reached surface-wise everywhere, it has been made possible to get a general shape of the Earth based on a law of formation, and whose principles are the assumption of a rotating body and an inward gravitational force. Oh, so is it the case that they're just measuring the Earth and applying a metrics of hard measurements against each other? No, they're applying them through a law of formation in which the globe Earth, having a radius, being a rotating body around an axis, and having an inward gravitational force are assumed and applied in the first instance before they give the final result. So it's not the case that they're just quote-unquote measuring the Earth.
I mean, that would be silly.
Since you were gone, Jesse, that was quotes from Helmert, Mathematical Principles and Theories of Higher Geodesy. 2-volume set, over 1,200 pages. Legit, the real deal, Shaquille. So when you ask how do they do geodesy, they just go measure the Earth is not the answer. The answer of how they do quote-unquote geodesy in total is they assume the Earth's a globe in the first instance. And they shove their measurements up an ass of a matrix of transformation to fit their data to a globe.
Yeah, and then you're taking a derivative of that and saying my derivative, their values that they generated match a globe. Yeah, well, no shit.
So let's just say I want to do my own research. I don't trust geodesists, and I don't, whatever.
Trust got to do with anything. Why do you keep bringing up trust? What the fuck does trust got to do with anything?
Well, in other words, let's say I don't want to cite...
Trust your family, trust your friends. Like, what the hell does trust have to do with anything else?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, let's say I don't want to just depend on the words of the mainstream surveyors and the geodesists and whatever. Let's say I want to do my own research.
They tell you they're doing it. It's not their word. It's not our word. They say they're doing it. They're saying that they're reducing shit to a fucking Clark ellipsoid. Or in the case of the WGS-84 ellipsoid, that they're taking measurements, that they're doing a horizontal reduction to the so-called surface of this ellipsoid, assuming that a plumb line must goddamn curve in order to do it, right? We're not saying it, they're saying it. Of course they're going to get the result they want because the finished product is an ellipsoid, right? So I can take all the math in the world, and if I just projected the points on an ellipsoid, it's going to be an ellipsoid. No matter what. Right? So they have a premise. They have an assumption. A mathematical surface that they're projecting the points onto. They say it, not us. So the WGS-84 reference ellipsoid. Now, reference ellipsoid. It's a reference. And then the geode is the imaginary sea level. As if the sea was going under the mountain you're on. So when you do a site reduction, you're reducing it to, like, the ellipsoid. And then you get the tilt and all that shit from the fucking geode. But the point is that you could just go, like, to the edge of the sea, right? And you could measure the top of the mountain. Right?
Right.
And you could take an altimeter and go to the top of the mountain and do the altimeter reading. Right?
Yeah.
And don't do any calibration. Don't fucking say, oh, this altimeter says it's 3,000 miles. Just get the pressure. Then you find a second mountain. Then you do the same methodology, assuming a flat Earth, get its height. Then you take your altimeter and go up there and look at the pressure and see if the pressure difference is different based upon your different measured elevations. Right? And then you create a calibration using that scale, right? Then you take a third mountain. And you don't even measure that. You go up with the altimeter, say, well, according to my calculations, it says this should be a 3,000-foot mountain. Then you go back down and you measure the height of that mountain, see if it matches. It's pretty simple. And obviously, it's time consuming. It's not simple in actually like doing it. Obviously, it's time consuming, takes effort. I'm not in work. I'm not going to just like dismiss that. It's like it's like brushing your teeth. It's not that simple. But I mean, this stuff can be done, and you're not assuming anything. And you know what you're going to get? You're going to get the Earth's flat because you had a starting assumption, and it's going to be verified with an altimeter.
But
do you understand what I'm saying?
Wouldn't the same results be had on a globe, though?
You could literally fucking choose any arbitrary surface. Pineapple, pretzel, pizza, frickin' you name it. You have a starting assumption. So when they have an altimeter, right? Okay. So you're at a mountain. So when they invented the altimeter, how did they calibrate that, you think? They probably took it to sea level, right?
Probably, yeah.
Got the pressure. Then they took it on top of something what they thought was a known elevation. And that elevation was measured using so-called geodesy. Right? So they have the globe height, and they said, oh, this mountain's 5,000 feet high. When it reads this pressure, I must be at 5,000 feet. Right? And they go all over the world doing the exact same thing. It's called affirming the consequent. It's just circular logic. But if they assumed a flat Earth, they could use the same procedure. Take the pressure at sea level. Say this is zero elevation, take it on top of a mountain, and say this mountain's 8,000 feet. But instead of saying it's 8,000 feet up 100 miles away from the ocean, that sea level, I'll say it's not curving in that it's flat from the ocean to here. And now instead of being 8,000 feet, it's 4,000 feet. Because typically, we don't have actual vertical measurements of mountains. There's no mountain that's like a sheer cliff that somebody took a tape measure and threw it off the edge of the cliff and measured the height of the mountain. And then no mountain goes right to the sea anyway, so it wouldn't even be at sea level. So you're going to have a rise in elevation regardless. The point is a lot of this is just, it's affirming the consequent. And what AI was saying is that all these things, these optical observations, and that's what they are, they're optical observations. All you're really measuring is an angle that the light is hitting the camera or the device. That's it. And it's only valid at that point. And there are tons of variables. Like I said, especially for the globe just adds more variables. It's like if you wanted to apply Occam's razor is it's not a globe because you have to make a very convoluted frickin' mental construct to even support that for 5 seconds.
Yeah, dude, you need a 2-volume set, 1,200 pages long.
Yeah, exactly. He's talking about Helmert's mathematical fucking and higher theories of geodesy is something like 1,200 pages, 2 volumes, and it's all freaking formulas. And it starts off with saying, "Oh well, we can't measure everywhere." so we assume a theory of formation and a rotation of the Earth. So we come up with this geode thing that we're going to just project our measurements onto. So I want to show you another thing, Jesse. I don't know if I brought this up to you before. Do you see this? Fuck, it's wicked small. Hold on a second.
Oh yeah.
You've seen that before, right? Do you think that this is an accurate representation of how it works? Refraction works? In reality? Have I shown you this before?
No, Drace did last night.
Okay. So you see how the light ray is coming down from the mountain to the person's eye?
Uh-huh.
So, but it's the actual, like, okay, so you have the real mountain and then the illusionary mountain that's above it. Right? So the ray that's hitting this person's eye seems to be coming out horizontal from the mountain. You realize that his viewpoint would, when he looks, even though the mountain appears elevated, the image of the mountain is going to be the light that came in the direction of where he was horizontal. It's not going to look like he's underneath the mountain.
I'm not sure I'm following. It looks like he's seeing the mountain higher than it is.
Listen, this graphic is backwards. It should not appear like the mountain is elevated because the light comes to you. It should appear as... The mountain should look as if you are looking at it from an elevated position.
Oh, the curve would be the other way?
No, I'm not talking about curve. I'm talking about this is refraction. This is not the curve's the other way. It would appear as if you're looking at it from an elevated position. Because the light that reaches your eye... I'm going to use a better graphic.
Thanks.
That just sucks. That thing is just... Nothing against Drace, it's just too small. Here, I'm going to show you. Fuck, it's even smaller. Just give me a second. I just have to fiddle with this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Here, can you see that?
Let me look. Yes.
So, you see how it shows a ray that's curving, right? It goes from the top of sail, top of the mast. It's curving down to this person in this little motorboat.
Uh-huh.
Well, that ray, the normal path of that ray, would be up here into the sky. You would have to be, it would look like you were elevated at that position.
You mean to an observer at the top of the mast?
The illusion would appear as if you are a higher position than where you are. Because the light ray that's hitting your eye is a ray that comes from an angle that's going towards a higher position. Now, say there was no refraction, right? So the red arrow, the red line and the red arrow, that would be the non-refracted path. So that's the ray that you would see if there was no refraction. And then this is the other one, the curved one that goes down to the guy in the motorboat. That's the refracted ray. But the optical illusion is as if you're looking at it from the higher viewpoint. Their graphic is just wrong. Because for it to be coming from this, to look like this, would have to be coming from the bottom. So that would be a concave ray that would make it look like that. You understand what I'm saying?
I think so.
See how it shows the elevator map? So it shows the dotted outline of the boat, right? But he's looking at it from underneath. The optical illusion is if the boat is picked up and he is underneath it, right?
And is that not what often happens at the shore?
That you're underneath it?
No, that it appears above you.
Its spatial position is irrelevant. Doesn't matter if it's up or down. That's not the point. The point is the rays of light that are reaching your eye. What angle did they leave the object from? Whatever angle they left the object from that's when it's going to appear your viewpoint is from. So say we had some crazy refraction where the rays of light bent to your eye came only from directly above the boat, and they did a U-turn and came back down, and you looked up in your sky and you saw the mirage of a boat. It would look like as if you're looking at it from the top.
But you'd be looking up at it from the top, right?
But you'd be looking straight up over your head, but you would see an image of the top you would see an image of looking at the boat from above it.
Right.
Okay. That's why this graphic is wrong. Because the ray, for it to take this path of light, the initial trajectory, the ray that follows this trajectory originally would have been, 30 feet above this boat. So if there was no refraction, and I was 30 feet above the boat, whatever image that is, that's the image I'm going to see with refraction at the boat.
So we're agreeing that the path of light is curved. We just don't agree on the direction that it curves.
No, what I'm saying is that nobody actually observes this. Nobody actually observes so-called refraction, where things are so-called being picked up, but it's as if you're looking down on the object. Right? When you did your observation, right, of your sign, right? And the sea appeared picked up. It did not appear like you got picked up, and now that you're looking at the sign to the waves lashing against the boat from a higher position, did it?
Well, there wasn't a lot of waves at all, really. But I mean,
what I'm saying is, it didn't seem. The image doesn't seem like you picked the camera up. Like if I took the refracted image and I waited for some crazy day without refraction, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a picture at the elevation that matches this. If I put the camera up 30 feet, it isn't going to be that. It isn't going to look like that.
I don't know. It might.
Listen, there is no I don't know. Because light, a source of light, reflected or a primary source, right? The source that generates the light itself. Light is sent off in all directions, right? Every direction, spherically in every direction.
Right.
So a particular ray, let's call it a ray for the purpose of this, even though they're not actually rays. Let's just call them rays. A particular ray will reach the eye. And that ray had an initial direction when it left the object.
Right.
And if it curves, right, curves down, right, so say it's ejected from the object at a 45-degree angle up, but it curves down into some dude sitting in a motorboat. Well, if it continued on that 45-degree path, it would reach some point that's looking down at the object at a 45-degree angle. That's the ray you're going to see. The ray that left the object at a 45-degree angle above it. That's what it's going to look like. These graphics are I wouldn't call them deceptive. Maybe they just don't know. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Because if you look at, have you ever seen? I'll find another one with a fish. They always show the fish one. Hold on a second. Fraction fish. Where the fish appears displaced in the water, right?
Right.
Here's one. That's actually not a good one. It sucks. So look at this. See how the light rays coming from the top of the fish? It's going up to the water. And it's bending.
Uh-huh.
And because of the way we see and the way our distance cues are, so we see the fish, the light is hitting our eye from a certain direction, but the light that's hitting us from a certain direction originated at the fish at the top, not from the front.
Right.
So if you actually ever seen this in real life, you don't see the fish's eyeballs. You still see this top of the fish, but he's moved over a foot.
Right, I've seen it.
Okay, yes, exactly. So you've seen it. You're not seeing the fish. You're not seeing the fish as if he's just like, just moved to the side. You still see the top of the fish, but the top of the fish is moved over. Right? As opposed to the fish, as opposed to if you were in the water, right, or there was no refraction, and you were just looking at a fish from an angle. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Okay. So these graphics that show something just picked up, as if you're looking from underneath it, no one's ever observed anything like this ever.
Well, naturally, the amount of bending that you get over water is not measured in so many degrees as a fish would be, but rather, say, arc minutes, a fraction of a degree, right?
Yeah. I understand all that. But the thing is, what is it going to look like? Like, I know it's a little bit subjective. Should it look like this? Should it look like that? But we know that if the light is doing this arc, that means the origination of that light, your viewpoint will appear as if you're looking at it from an elevated position. It isn't going to appear as if it is picked up. Right? I can see more of this boat than I should. Right? I should see, well, if it's a globe, then I should see, 10 feet of it, but instead I see 100 feet. It's because that boat is getting picked up over the horizon. That is not it. That is definitely not it. It should be, the light that was going to a point that would normally be 100 feet over my head, that's the light that's reaching my eye. So whatever view you do, if anything's being refracted up, it should actually look like as if you're looking at it from a higher vantage point.
But if the refraction only gives you a vantage point of, say, 100 feet at several miles, that's still an extremely shallow angle.
Well, let me ask you this. Can you tell the difference between, I've done this test myself, 15 feet above sea level versus 100 feet above sea level?
You mean how much of the top of a ship you can see?
Just looking at the ocean. Just looking at the ocean, shit's out in the sea. Can you tell the difference between looking at it from 15 feet above sea level, what everything looks like out in the ocean in front of you, versus 100 feet above sea level and looking at the ocean? It's very easy to see the difference in the angles of everything out there. It's easy to detect. It's easy to detect like a difference in elevation of like 20 feet. But there's so much refraction being claimed and things being lifted up, if you stick it in the calculator, you're hundreds of feet higher than what you're supposed to be. That's how it should look, as if you were elevated hundreds of feet and you're looking over the horizon even more. Not that the objects in the distance are picked up.
So if I were, let's say...
Yeah, you just posted this, right? You just posted this thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's 40 feet.
Why can't I see the top of the building? Why can't I see the top of the building surface? When you pick up an elevation, I should be able to see things that are like my eye line's parallel with the top of the building. If I look at it from a higher viewpoint, then it's not parallel. I should see some of the surface. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Things are not appearing in the bottom image. There's there's mad mirroring here. Why did you use this?
It's what I had. That's what was there. I took a picture of it.
Dude, there's mad mirroring. You see that?
Oh, absolutely. They both do, actually.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can see the other one. Anyway, the point of what I'm saying is the refraction claim, the refraction claim of, we see things picked up from or under the horizon. That's not even how it should look. It's not even an accurate description of what the physics should be.
Well,
so have you ever seen have you ever heard the term Flying Dutchman?
I have heard the term. I think it's about a mythical ship that sailors like to come back and tell about during their drunken parties.
Yeah. I mean, that's where it kind of evolved to. But there was the other one where, it's a common observation in the Arctic to see ships or icebergs floating above the water, just hovering. Right, hovering in the air. Have you heard it? This is what looming actually is. Ship floating above the water. Above the horizon. Not on the horizon, above the horizon. Ship floating up in the air. None of these observations are as if the person is looking down on the iceberg from this lifted up thing. But the only way for light to bend in the way you think, this curved down light bending, the only way this can happen is if the light ray starts at an angle from the source. And it isn't just me that says it. So Drace actually posted something a ways up. I don't know if he brought it up before. So this model, this model they made after the fact of what do you call it? A laser test they did. So in order he used standard refraction. He used David Bricker right here. So he used the standard, using the 1972 standard atmosphere. He'd model refraction across a 150 kilometer light path. Right? So cool thing, right?
What exactly did he do?
Well, they did a laser experiment, a 3-frequency laser experiment in Hawaii, and as part of his master's thesis, because he was part of the research team, right? This is after the experiment. He modeled how the light should behave using the 1972 standard atmosphere. So he modeled it with ray tracing, the so-called predicted curvature of the ray. And it turns out that it didn't match reality. But he didn't make the prediction first. So I this particular graphic I want to show you.
You know, I think you gave me something about that a while back, and I read it, and it didn't seem to me that he was saying what I thought you were saying he said, but now I've forgotten what the details were. Could I reread that, and then we could discuss it?
Well, no, I just want to show you this particular graphic. Okay. It's not even, or I can just read you the part. Hold on. In order for the ray to reach its predefined endpoint, the laser beam must be aimed slightly above the target to correct for atmospheric refraction. Right?
Do you believe that?
That's your model, dude.
Oh, I'm not championing a model. I'm trying to just understand
that's the refraction model where light you didn't observe curving down rays, dude. You inferred that from your observation. You didn't observe it.
Well, I measured the angle of incidence.
Okay.
And they were arriving.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's an inference. It's an inference. It's not an observation. You didn't measure a curved ray.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So you didn't measure a curved ray. You inferred that based upon what other globers have told you about what rays of light bending down towards gradients.
Well, I measured its angle of arrival, its angle of incidence, and it was coming from a direction where I know the target is not. So logically, it couldn't have followed a straight path and arrived from a direction where the target is not, right?
Yeah, but you have no idea where it deviated from the straight path.
Oh, okay.
And you have also no idea, like, what it could have, like I said, it could be concave ray.
What's that?
It could have been a concave ray. It could have been. We're getting up the point.
Wouldn't that have caused the ship?
So in the point, I just don't want to get away from what I was talking about before we go way down that rabbit hole. Okay, so I'm going to just take a screenshot of this. Hold on, I want to show you. This is not my this is the claim, dude. This is the claim of atmospheric refraction bending light rays down. This shit has to be true. It's not optional. What I'm saying about like what it should look like, it's not optional. It has to be true. So this is a graph of the ray of the path. It has to reach 60 meters above where the laser starts and above where the end point is. Because it has to arc. Because it's always bending down. So if it's always bending down, you have to aim up. Otherwise, it'll just bend right down into the ground, right?
Right.
It'll never reach the target, right? Think about it like this, right? I'm shooting a bullet. I can't aim right. If it's 1,000 meters, I can't aim right at the target. The bullet has drop, right? So I have to aim up a little bit so that the bullet takes a parabolic arc and drops into the target. Well, this light ray is doing the same thing. If it has this constant gradient drop, then you have to aim up for it to drop into the target. Right? So that means the only light rays that are ever going to hit a target, your theodolite, the camera, my eyes, are going to be the rays that are aimed up. And the rays that are aimed up is going to make the view look like as if I'm looking at it from an elevated position, as if I am above it. This is a necessity. It isn't like an optional thing. And this is an Achilles heel for all this lifted up over the horizon shit. Because nothing ever looks like you're looking at it from above it. Especially like the Black Swan. So take the Black Swan, for instance. Does it look like you're looking at those oil rigs from up above them? Or as if you're still below them? But they're supposed to all be being lifted up. Fucking, the ocean too. So the ocean, because we're talking about the horizon, so the ocean has to be lifted up as if you're looking from above it. Actually, it's not being lifted up, you're being lifted up. Your viewpoint. Because the rays that would reach that viewpoint are the ones that you're seeing. The rays that would reach the 100-meter viewpoint are being bent down to the 15-meter viewpoint, and that's what I see, as if I'm viewing from 100 meters high. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Then there is no argument. There's really nothing nobody can say about it. That's just the way it is. This is the model. You can't, it's just the way it is. And it's not me, being a dick. This is what the model says has to happen in order for this to be a legitimate hypothesis for why you can see things that are too far. It has to happen this way. It can't happen another way. I mean, it can, but then it isn't going to be like it bends down, curving all the time. It would have to be something else.
So let's put some numbers on this. The building I showed you in that picture that showed it from two different heights was 21.2 miles away. According to the standard refraction claim, the change in angle would be 0.023 degrees. So that would be the equivalent of being raised up enough to be looking at the building from less than 0.03 degrees. Do you really think a building 20 miles away would look any different from a 0.03 degree angle difference? Could you really see much of the top being only 0.023 degrees up?
Probably not, but that's a little deceptive.
How so?
Okay. So how much of the building is missing?
It depends on the observer height.
Oh, really?
Well, in my location, yeah, because it's kind of a cold area here, so we don't get as many hot days. So
this is taken 40 feet above sea level, and this is taken 100 feet above sea level.
Right, you can see more of the building is visible on out from the higher observer location.
Okay, and why do you think that is? Because you're seeing over the curve of the Earth.
Well, I mean, it sort of matches the globe prediction, but I'm not saying what causes it.
How does it match the globe prediction?
Well, if you go to the Earth curve calculator and put in those two heights and estimate how much of the building should be missing, it's 180 7-foot tall building standing on about a 50-ish foot high hill. So you can kind of figure out how much of the building should be obscured if the Earth was a globe, and it's reasonably close for whatever reason.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question. The bottom image, that mirage line. If that was gone, what do you think we'd see? Water?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you think it might look like the top image?
I don't think so, because the further down I go, the more gets obscured, and they all have that certain mirage line, but it's kind of similar in each case.
Okay, lower down you go, changes your angle to the building, right?
Right, and at 21 miles, that changes a very slight change.
So if there's a marine layer that's 2 meters, say, at however distance it arises, say there's a marine layer where this miraging is, this mirroring is happening. Marine layer of air, some turbulent air, whatever the hell, right? It's cutting it up, it's 2 meters. Isn't going down, now it's the same as like having a brick wall there. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's why
there's a brick wall there. If I'm at one elevation, I can see over the brick wall and I can see more of these buildings. But if I lower myself down lower than the top of the brick wall and then I keep lowering myself, I'm not going to see any of those buildings.
Right. No, I get that.
So this marine layer is just blocking everything.
Yeah, I'm not making any argument from the obscured bottom. You just asked what
I'm
that
saying,
building looked like from different heights.
You're comparing two things, right? You're comparing from one elevation, shit's all mirrored. Obviously, there's some condition of the air that's not letting the so-called true light get through, right? And what you're getting is light that is reflected or refracted or something. It's hard to know where it's being reflected. See, because this mirroring, it could be a reflection or it could be refraction. It's hard to say. I tend to think it's a reflection.
Yeah, my only point with that two pictures was it illustrates how the top of the building appears from two different elevations that are 0.03 degrees apart. Those two heights are roughly 0.03 degrees apart. So if you take a picture of the top of that building and then you go up a 0.03 degrees and you take another picture, that's what it looks like. And I don't think
the problem. Hold on. The problem with difference of comparison is because of the clarity of the images. Because I can see a difference. I can see the difference in elevation.
It's definitely more clear at the higher elevation.
Look, so you got the arrow at the bottom where it says View Towers, right? And it has the big, the white building. It's dead center of the image. Well, not almost dead center. Okay, look at that. Look at the line of the roof, right?
Uh-huh.
And then look at the other one, the line of the roof. Does it appear elevate? It appears to be an elevated position to me. It appears like you're higher relative to that building.
Oh, you mean because of how
it just does to me. It appears like This does not look like, and regardless of being cut off or not seeing the bottom, just the angle that you're looking at all these buildings appears to be from a more elevated position.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you could tell because I didn't particularly level the camera. I just pointed it and shot. So if I had pointed the camera down, the building would look higher, right?
No, what I'm saying is the angle that you're looking at the buildings, just the angle. One appears as if you're looking like straight across, and the other one appears as if you're looking at it from an elevated position.
Well,
To me, it does.
I still can't see the top surface on either one of them, but anyway.
Yeah, but the bottom one looks like you're looking at it from underneath.
Why? How do you figure? They were both below eye level.
How are these buildings below eye level? Let me see it.
I mean, if you like take a auto level or a water tube level or whatever and set it up, that building appears below eye level. If you're, I did it at 58 feet. I haven't done it actually at 48 or 40 feet, but it was enough below eye level at 58 feet eye level that it probably, the top would probably be right at eye level for the 40-foot observer.
Well, I'm just doing something. Why do weirdos always send me freaking friend requests?
Hey, I sent you one once. Of course, you accepted it.
No, like, yeah, I didn't. Just random people, dude, send me friend requests for no reason. I'm on the server for like 30 seconds and they're sending me a friend request. Hold on, I'm going to post both images. So hold on.
The lower image is definitely more blurry on the top of the building because the line of sight is cutting closer through that marine layer.
This to me seems like maybe it's probably from the shape of the little thing that's on top.
The air handler or the penthouse, I'm not sure what
Yeah,
it is.
whatever that is. It's probably the elevator and like the air conditioning and stuff. But it does seem like it's a slightly looking down on it. I mean, but the thing is, the way it, to me, you should calculate it is, okay, say you have an object and you could see 20 feet of it, but you're not supposed to see it, but you see 20 feet of it. They say, oh, it's being refracted up over the horizon. Then you punch in the curve calculator what elevation you have to see that. You understand what I'm saying? What elevation what should this be visible? Oh, I see this, this building, 20 miles away. Right? And I can see 50 feet of it, and 100 feet supposed to be hidden by the curve of the earth. But 50 feet of it's being lifted up or something. Punch in the curve calculator, the elevation you have to be to see that. You understand? It's not just the angle. And yeah, that might be a small deviation of angle. But just from doing my own observations, I know that there's a big difference between looking at stuff from 100 feet and 15 feet. 10 times higher. Nearly 10 times higher. I've done this observation, so I can go. So I live near Revere Beach. They have a parking garage that's 100 feet exactly above sea level, and then they have a what do they call it? Not a gazebo. I don't know what the name for it. It's a place. It's like a covered terrace. That's like 15 feet above sea level. So they have markers, tidal markers. So that's 15 feet. So I've done observations from that point in the top of the freaking parking garage. And believe me, they look way different. They don't look anything even remotely similar. And even though for something that's 30 miles away, say, the angle is significantly different, I've just never, it just doesn't look like that. And like, you can call that subjective or whatever. Especially for some of these long distance observations, like Peak Gaspard. That does not look like you're looking down at it from, some crazy higher elevation.
What equivalent of elevation would you be looking at it from?
I don't know. I haven't really gone back because I just thought about this a couple weeks ago. I've been busy. I haven't had time to go back and check numbers and shit, which I probably will at some point.
Okay, ping me up when you do, because I'm interested in what, the difference between what it should look like and what it does look like.
Yeah, well, I mean, what it should look like is as if it's not picked up, but as if you're picked up.
Right, but by how much?
Hold on a second.
Oh, it sounds delicious. Oh yeah, delicious.
I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back.
You grab that water. You get that water. Come back for the slaughter. Go get that water.
I'm back.
Bro, is there an infinite amount of propagation angles relative to the reception angles with the constraints of the angular resolution of an optic with an angular field of view? The answer is no. So that being said, why would one expect to be able to see with an optic that has limitations in 3 categories? The entirety of an object at all times, at all distances, at all angles. The answer is you wouldn't. So the globe Earth promotes the idea, or globe Earth proponents promote the idea that I can't see the bottom of something, therefore it must be obstructed by a physical hump of Earth curvature. And whenever you show me a counterexample that shows the object in question that should have been obstructed but is now not obstructed, well, then I'll just beg the question that I already know the Earth is a globe, and then I'll say that light's curving, and that's the answer. Why is it that the globe must always recede into a misplacement of physical locations by confusing them with optical locations. It seems the modus operandi for a matrix of excuses that make the globe unfalsifiable. For example, Indio said, take this data to a Earth curve calculator. Well, what's the Earth curve calculator do for you? It'll tell you the ideal based on ideal globe geometry of where you have to be to get a straight line shot to an object, and how much of it would be hidden based upon an obstruction as an off angle off an apex of an arc in between point A and point B, right? They'll tell you that, but then you have to apply, well, what about things that don't fit that, which is many. In fact, all observations. There's no observation that fits the globe Earth geometry perfectly. Zero. Not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. I'm going to repeat myself again, ad infinitum. Not one observation fits it perfectly. So for all of the ones that are dramatically different, you must go to your Earth curve calculator, put it in there. But what does the Earth curve calculator do with your observation? Because you'd say, I can see this much of the thing. Here's the supposed curve of the Earth. How do I solve this problem? Well, the globe Earth calculators apply terrestrial refraction to solve the problem. Now, of course, anybody worth their intelligence will understand that that's an ex post hoc argument or an ex post hoc rationale, because there isn't actually any measurement of the ambient refractive conditions in the atmosphere at the time of the observation that's being applied. No, it's a mathematical construct that's being applied. So it's just how much refraction would be needed in order to justify this observation, and this calculator will tell me so. Therefore, that must be based on the fact that I already know the Earth's a globe, which is presuppositional reasoning, to give me my conclusion. So you go, you put in the numbers, and what does the Earth curve calculator do? Does it input paths of light? No. This is what it does. This is what it literally says it does. Sometimes the Earth appears flatter than it is, almost as if the Earth is a bigger globe. What the fuck? So what do they mean by that? Well, I'll explain it mathematically, and you could see this practically. I've done it live here on the air many times. Anybody else can go do it themselves. Just go to the Walter Bislin's calculator right now. Go in there, put in an observation, and look at what the math does in the little blocks. So you'll change the observation, and then it won't fit, and then you'll change the refraction slider, and you'll notice what happens. What happens is that the radius changes. The radius of the Earth in the model that's in the calculator changes. And the reason why this is done, it's inflated. The first standard is 7/6, so it inflates the radius by 1/6, right?
Yes.
What this does, okay, according to the circle segment formula, it lowers the sagitta, which is the midline to the apex arc of a chord line between point A and point B. So what it does is it physically, quote unquote, or mathematically, more like it, lowers the hump in between point A and point B to give you a straight line shot to the observation target. That's what it does. And they call it refraction, and people assume this is about light, but it's about just changing the geometry to match the observation in an ex post hoc fashion. Now, this refraction slider goes up to not 6 million radius miles, not 60 million radius miles, but it slides all the way up to a globe of the size of 60 billion mile radius, just in case you have an extraordinary observation that doesn't fit your globe model. You can shove refraction so far up its ass that it comes out Uranus and then takes a swing by Neptune. Now, of course, I said that all with a lot of rhetorical flair, but it doesn't discount the validity of my point, which is that the globe just has a matrix of excuses for all of the optical phenomena that doesn't fit their claims, which are first orderly based on optical phenomena. By their own admission, which is an affirming the consequent fallacy, was if the Earth was a globe, I wouldn't see the bottom of things. I don't see the bottoms of things, therefore the Earth is a globe. Because they can't fathom an alternative explanation. So they think their explanation must be true. And therefore they assume it true, then presuppose it at the beginning of their line of reasoning when they make this Earth curve calculator. Yep. Well, that's that. So, where's any of the proof of any of this nonsense? What say you, Mr. Jesse?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Well, I wasn't expecting you to know, to be fair. You know, people can post affirming the consequent fallacies, the bottom of a boat missing. Why does this thing appear to be in a differential placement in my field of view from where I geometrically expect it, even though I have no way of knowing the path of the light in which it's informing the camera? They could do this ad infinitum. They can say, oh, all swans are white and any black swan is just painted with spray paint. It's highly irrelevant because the summary of their presentation of what they call evidence is all based on circular reasoning. It's only true if the proposition that it relies upon is true in the first instance. You can't prove the proposition true with circular reasoning and then borrow the conclusion from that circular reasoning to input into a different circular reasoning. But that's what a majority of the globe proofs are. They're just a long-form chain of circular reasoning that shifts the ball around under the cup so you don't notice that they're switching from argument to argument and just inputting a conclusion that hasn't been proven. So we all already know that optics do weird things. That we can't be certain about the physical locations of things based on optical phenomena alone.
And actually, I think if one were to measure the angle to the where the water line meets the platform in the oil platform pictures, it would actually be above eye level, which would mean that not only would the radius be very large, it would be concave.
Right, so you're a concave earther. Thanks for coming out. We knew you were a scumbag all along. I rest my case. You're hereby canceled. Your credit cards are revoked. Wait a minute. You're not a concave earther?
Nope. I'm just saying.
All right, cancel that order. Cancel that order.
Social credit reduced.
Yeah, exactly.
Just don't take my carbon footprint away. I like my bonfires.
Go to the gulag, sir.
No, I'm just saying if one takes the oil platform picture as an accurate representation of the shape of the Earth's surface, then it actually is evidence for concave, because where the water line meets the structure is actually above eye level.
Well,
that's
an assumption on your part to this point, correct?
Well, I've filmed and published on my YouTube my own Black Swan scenes from my area, and I've shown it. There wasn't oil platforms, but
so you're saying you have evidence that the horizon is above the midline of your viewpoint.
No, it's above eye level. Like if you extended a flat level plane out from your eyes straight out, it's above that under certain conditions. Which,
we already all conceded that what that just means is that the angles of the light entering the optic make the image appear that way. That's the problem. No matter what, that's the end result every time. Because that's how images are formed. They're not formed any other way. But the whole point of the Black Swan, right, is what? Is that the horizon is not a geometric location.
Ah.
Correct?
Well, I don't know. You guys argue with the Black Swan. It's your argument.
Yeah. It's essentially proof that images are created with optical effects, not necessarily geometric placements. Because that's the claim of the globe for the longest time, that the horizon is
Hey guys.
Hi everyone. Yeah, so I was just gonna say
Brain Shape Investigator and TEOS isn't up here. I can still hop up here soon.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I was in contact with a guy he's retired now, but back in the day he did photogrammetry, which was aerial mapping and surveying, and I'd just been like sort of pressing him on like, tell me how'd you do this, because it's like such an interesting topic, and I don't know anything about it, but I was eager to try and just like extract any information about it that I could, and he ended up making a little presentation with a few bits of information to try and explain it to me, and I'll just post it in the actually I need to go into the live stream one text. I'll post it and I'll read the first paragraph, and it's a great first paragraph. Okay, so it's the shape of the ground. Contour lines. Contour lines are best understood if the ground is first considered as a quantity of clay that has been placed on a flat board and then sliced parallel to the board into equal thicknesses. So there you have it, placed on a flat board. The upper face of each slice then becomes a contour plane that includes all points of equal elevation. The contour is the boundary of the outer edge of each plane or contour surface. The value of each contour is the height of each upper face of a slice above the board, and the board is the datum, the point from which the height of each contour is measured. The thickness of each slice is referred to as the vertical interval, VI, of the contours, or the vertical distance between each contour line. This is illustrated in Figure 4, where it can be seen that when the slope is steeper, the contours are closer together, and when it is more gentle, the contours are further apart. So I thought that was a great introduction to photogrammetry. And yeah, I did ask him about like when he flies the plane. I learned that like with taking the pictures, they tend to have at least 60% to 80% overlap, and that was like he explained and said, oh yeah, this is to like minimize curvature. Because like the center point of the camera is going to be the most representative to reality, whereas the further from that center point of the camera, it's going to get more distorted. And he just equated the camera distortion as well. He conflated that also with curvature distortion. But I don't even think it would be high enough to see curvature. But I don't know. I'd have to actually ask him the heights he's dealing with, I think. No, I can't name a specific height from where they're actually flying. But yeah, that was interesting just to hear his responses and stuff, because I asked mostly about just like how it's done rather than like a few curvature. How does curvature work when you're for taking these pictures. I tried to stay away from too much of that information. Otherwise, they might get a bit annoyed and think, oh, are you just like asking me about curvature? So yeah, I've been enjoying learning about it. It's cool.
Yeah. You just got to be careful when you're asking certain, like you can't ask flat earth questions or they might get suspicious and shut down.
Yeah, you have to read the situation and know how to approach it.
So it kind of would be funny but then you don't want them to spiral.
Yeah. It's best to try and maintain that conversation and discussion with him and get as much information I can before I even dodge into potentially saying something he might not want to hear.
Yeah. On that subject, I'm thinking about making a t-shirt. I have a heat press and I can make t-shirts, and there's like this fireworks show. My granddad we got invited to go to church at my granddad's church where they're going to fire off fireworks, and I'm trying to think of what I should put on my shirt.
Mm. Yeah, I recently was thinking, screen printing, that's a pretty cool thing. I'm gonna contact a random screen printing place.
Oh, that would be cool.
And then say, hey, can you just show me around your workshop and let me just see what it's like? Because I've always been interested, but I have not really much clue how it works.
Screen printing's a lot cooler than what I just use the heat press and vinyls. Screen printing makes higher quality shirts, in my opinion.
Yeah, isn't heat press, doesn't that sort of get a bit tacky with depending on the material and stuff?
Yeah, you have to set all the settings have to be without exactly right, and you have to do certain things a certain step for a certain amount of time, or it'll peel off, or it won't stick right, or get all melty and weird. But even then, after time, they'll fade and crack and peel.
Yeah.
That's why I like the screen printing stuff, because that's kind of permanently attached to it. But I was thinking about doing something that's related to the flat earth subject or some other controversial subjects, and just rock that shirt out there tonight.
Yeah, I can't think of a firework themed flat earth thing.
Not without delving into dark humor, I can't. I'm trying to be family friendly.
Actually, one idea is you have a firework and then it has the trajectory of a rocket where it curves back down to Earth. That's the best of my ideas.
Just copy the exact arch that the Disney logo does.
So I'll just read to anyone who's interested. I'll just read my quick exchange I had with the guy who did the photogrammy. Just seeing where do I start reading. Okay. You can explain how aerial mapping surveying works. I only have a basic understanding of it. From my understanding, of course, this is me writing to him. A plane takes pictures of the Earth. The image captured is the most correct in the center of the camera. So when stitching all the images together, the images are meant to have a 60% overlap so that the center of the image can be lined up with the next image. That way, error and distortion is minimized. The images can be interpreted to have the horizontal, latitude and longitude, and the vertical, altitude controls. The horizontal controls are interpreted with known ground references, and I would suppose the vertical controls are interpreted in the same way. I'm not quite sure about how the rods on the planes are positioned and how convergence helps determine horizontal-vertical controls. I'm also not entirely sure what the aerotriangulation process entails. Here are some other questions I have at the moment. How far away from the plane can topographic coordinate data get before becoming unreliable, inaccurate? So that's to do with how far you can see. Does the day's visibility have to be a certain amount before commencing aerial photography? And here's my favorite question. How is the altitude of the plane measured and maintained, as well as how does it account for curvature distortion when being flattened onto a piece of paper? Also, because cameras see in a circle, how is this circular distortion accounted for when being plotted onto a piece of paper? So that's what I wrote to him, and he responded with, when taking aerial photographs, the plane flies along predetermined paths at a set altitude. The plane tries to fly as steady and as straight as it can. Crosswinds will affect its flight path. The common size of photos we used were 9 by 9 inch. That was the film size. It was a large continuous roll film camera using precision ground lenses. The common focal length was 88 millimeters. From memory, the photos had to be taken between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. to reduce the sun hot spots, reflection from the ground. They also had to be taken when there was minimal ground cover, usually over the summer months. The average scale of the photo is determined by the formula S equals F over capital H take lowercase h, where S is the scale, F is the focal length, capital H is the flying height, and lowercase h is the height of the terrain. The idea of minimum 60% forward overlap and 25% side overlap is to minimize Earth curvature distortion. All the aircraft camera does is to take the photos. The aerotriangulation process takes the ground survey points identified on the photos to calculate the grid coordinates and sea level heights of the free center line points marked on each photo frame. Once that is done, the photogrammetry process takes over. To overlap, and then he goes on to more like how they actually produce it with the mechanical things. So yeah, interesting to learn about.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'll try and do is learn as much about it in like basic layman terms, and then just maybe make a video or something, just like photogrammetry 101. Like basics, just so random people can have a better idea of what it entails. Because I did do like a little bit of like looking around the internet to see much about it, but it doesn't seem to be super easy to find information on, and a lot of the information seems a bit advanced. And also, we're dealing with a lot of more modern information, and I'm talking to this guy who did it like 20 years ago or something, so his technique of taking these pictures was different to how it's currently done.
Yeah, it seems like this was more directly measured, and now it's more like digitally guessed and calculated.
Yeah, actually, when I was on the phone with him, what was I asking him about? Oh yeah, I was asking about, does he like use a GPS? And then his answer to that was, we didn't use GPS so much, we used a theodolite. And I thought, okay, of course you used a theodolite. That makes sense.
That's cool, though.
Yeah, and even just to get the distances from like one part of an image to another part, they would have known ground references, and from that they'd sort of like align those ground references up with the picture and work out, okay, we know it's this, so therefore we can work out the ratios and scales from from a picture. So always dealing with reference points, physical direct reference points onto the circumstantial photos.
Yeah, this whole map making thing is very interesting because essentially what any map making process is taking what's in the real world and representing it in a 2D or 3D format that is obviously not the real world. So that's why some people think, well, if I walk from A to B around the block and it shows accordingly on the map, that means I've done that. But it's not the same scale. You walking, there's no map as big as reality because that's not what a map does. So I think that's one big interesting thing. And thanks for sharing. And the other thing is, it always sounds like what they do is always assume a flat plane, do all their measurements, whether it's theodolite, aero mapping, balloons, photography, driving around on the street, and then after that, after the fact, then wrap it around the supposed ball. And may I suggest just like one more thing you can ask him is there's this weird thing called the datum that I think is still not very clear, whereby you see allegedly there's the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid and all that, but as some of the videos have posted or some people have posted, they don't actually use that in certain areas. So like in the link that you posted or image that you posted, the guy was talking about the Australian height datum or something. So apparently they have all these separate datums. That means the separate surveyings that's done. I don't know how big it is, 50 kilometers wide, 5,000 kilometers wide. And then all these separate datums suddenly are compiled into, I don't know, one big datum or somehow spread over a ball or something. I think there's something here for, that's really important to understand so that we can start understanding and mapping this place properly.
Wait, can you repeat that? I didn't quite catch the end.
I was just saying that, yeah, that I think there are a few elements here that I think as flat earthers or as true earthers, we should look at this to be able to start mapping the space properly. Because once we know it's flat, we've demonstrated it, we know that space is rubbish or whatever they're telling us space is rubbish. So I think the next real way forward is to start mapping what we're actually standing on, to at least know, what we're standing on, and then try to figure out, how they are, like where the continents are, where the extra seas or extra land may be.
Yeah, I think mapping on a local scale is just a lot more easier than like having to make like it super duper big and then you have to like measure ocean distances, and then in the ocean you don't really have those reference points. So I think like with mapping local stuff, we've already done like a really good job at that. But on like a worldwide scale, then it's how do you map the actual whole world? I don't know, like it's all projections.
Yeah. Did you see in the on the left hand side under not sure where it is, under the A to Z, not sure whether it was India or somebody else that posted a video by this guy that Taboo Conspiracy, I think, reposted the video or compiled the video where it's a Swiss guy that used to sail in various yacht races and stuff, and he says that potentially the magnetic declination map is kind of like obfuscation of the true Earth, which is very interesting because, like you say,
I think I watched that one. I didn't quite understand everything he was saying, but yeah, I got the gist of it.
Yeah, it's really fascinating because again, if we think about it, yes, the land is mapped pretty well, but again, a map is just a representation of reality. So if the map says you went from A to B, and then on the ground in reality we go from A to B, that means the map works in a certain way, but it's not a true representation of reality. And what he's saying is, yeah, so potentially the continents are very well mapped out. For example, Australia, you could say, is quite well mapped out on the coasts at least. But the real question is, how they're hiding all that sea land. sea space, and whatever land is in the sea. And he's suggesting the magnetic declination is a big key to that, because he's been on the oceans a lot. That by fiddling with the magnetic declination, that's how they kind of fudge, especially the outer oceans into the ball around Antarctica. And in any case, what's interesting is they don't use like Google Earth or Google Maps on the oceans. They use a lot of different types of mapping. Like I haven't sailed a boat, or I haven't captained a boat or anything. I've just been on certain boat charters. But when they're really out in the deep sea, I think they use a whole different set of navigation. So that's what he's also trying to say. He's trying to say that, look, on land, you have, everything mapped out. You've got the roads and all that. But then when you go to the sea, that's when everything gets thrown off a bit. And that's why they do have to use separate maps. And they may have GPS, but they have other data as well that's loaded onto it. Like if you look at websites where you can buy sort of mapping for boats and all that, they use a different set.
Yeah, it would definitely be interesting to have that sort of experience on the oceans and work out those sort of things, but that's completely outside of my experience. I'm not really a water person. Don't spend my days on boats.
Yeah. So, I'm just looking at some of the boating charts or shipping charts, and they've got all kinds of different mapping. They say they have vector charts. I don't know what they mean, but I can just see that, custom depth shading, raster charts, vector charts, bathymetry, tides and currents. So, because I don't know who it was that said, they don't actually just use standard GPS maps on the ocean. They use a totally different set of maps for people to be successfully, traversing the ocean. But yeah, if somebody knew more about sea travel, that would be good.
Yeah, my grandpa used to do some. He was like a cater on one of a boat when he was really young, but he didn't like it. But he had this old sea navigation dictionary, and I read through some of the things, and some of the definitions were quite interesting, just about phenomena you experience on the seas. And I tried to ask some people who were in the boat industry, have you noticed this phenomena before? I read it in a book, and no one knew what I was talking about. So it's interesting that there's. It makes me think there's probably the way the ships are designed now might take away from certain phenomena which you may have seen in the past on ships. But I guess I'm derailing the conversation a bit. That wasn't really what you were talking about.
No, that's a great point, because sometimes it sounds simplistic when we're arguing with globalists or whatever, and they say, "Oh, well, how do you fly here? How do you go there?" You're just going from point A to B, especially in today's day and age. It's we can verify that we leave point A and we end up at point B. We leave point B to go back to point A, so obviously point A and B exist, and you can go between point A and B, and vice versa. But it doesn't really tell you much more about the actual detail of what you're going through, where you're going, and all that. Because if the data is all loaded, and for the most part, whoever's operating the ship or plane is, following that data, following whatever standard protocols for it, then that doesn't prove anything, one way or another.
Yeah, I've read some really interesting things about how tribal people. I don't know if that's the best term to say, but less of the Western culture people used to navigate the seas, and like a lot of them like had next to nothing. Like some of them didn't even have compasses. They would rely on the stars, and obviously you can't rely on the stars during the day and when it's a cloudy night. So then they would have like they called it like song lines or something, where they'd have like a song in their head. The song was sort of like a story of information, and then at certain points, like it might say, okay, when you see the seals start making a noise, then turn left, something practical like that. But my example was just completely made up. And then from that sort of observation within their areas at the sea, and just like paying attention to the ecosystem and like the winds and the weather and all that stuff, they were able to navigate without having to rely on compasses and all the modern stuff we find ourselves using. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I just read it in a book, but if it is true, that's a lot of skill, and it's really interesting.
Yeah, and just looking at the airplane charts as well, like, whether it's shipping charts or even airline charts that the actual pilots will use and actual sea captains or navigators use, they're just guiding whatever vehicle they have by whatever charts they're given. I think very few actually do that navigation, like the older tribes, or even people used to do pre World War II, say, for example. So I think that's also a very good, well, not good, but it's a very opportune way that the controllers hide the information, because by just fudging that data or just omitting certain data, that's how they can easily hide whatever they want to. So yeah, that's really fascinating. And I think it goes the same for land surveyors and land charting. They just use whatever data set they have. Yes, of course it lines up, but it doesn't necessarily prove curvature or prove drop over distance or obstructions because of the drop over distance. But yeah, I'm hoping that just personally, that over the next this decade, the flat earth movement can sort of move forward a little bit by really understanding where in the air and on the sea things are really being fudged, just to really understand a bit more about where we are on this plane. Because if we're just sitting around,
overall view.
Yeah, exactly. If we're just sitting around and the land's flat, we know the ocean's flat. We roughly know on land, where you can go, what it is. But really that I think it's a very human thing to do. It's like, okay, now what's in the ocean? What's on the quote unquote edge? And I think that will bring things forward and And just as a speculation Sunday thing, I think this is where the controllers in a way sort of want this to happen, so they're sort of allowing this kind of limited disclosure, because eventually the more and more people catch on to this, the very natural thing to do, as we are doing, is to let's start exploring, because humans are explorers by heart. So everyone's going to say, okay, let's start exploring, and then what happens when 50,000 people really start putting effort into that? 100,000, 1,000,000. So I think they're also sitting back and seeing, okay, well, we've released this information, we've allowed it to sort of grow in a certain way, and then now they are sort of sitting back observing, okay, let's see how they're going to start mapping things out for themselves.
Yeah, it's funny, like even just I'm trying to think of the year. Like I was reading a book by this German explorer who went to Australia, Ludwig Leichhardt. I think he probably came in like the 1860s or 70s maybe to Australia, and he was like just exploring, learning about the land and stuff, and like that was in the 1800s. Not really that, I mean, obviously longer than my lifetime and like a few of my grandparents, but really not that long in overall. And here we are now we just sit on our hands and think everything's been explored. Let's just look into space and wait to explore that with some space probes on Mars. They'll do the work for us.
Yeah, and I think that feeds into the control paradigm as well, is that it's very convenient now because if everything digitized, everyone's dependent on the technology. All they have to do is then keep massaging the data to sort of, well, create whatever reality they want. Because part of what's interesting about the magnetic declination video is that there's also somewhat, I think, is it Noah, that they've modeled or predicted the movement of the entire magnetic declination across the whole world, the whole supposed globe, for the past few hundred years. So, that means that they can just keep changing the data as they see fit. And everyone, in the mainstream or even in the specific fields, in the aviation industry, in the shipping industry, in the research industry, that just going to go along with the data. So all they have to do is keep massaging the data. And like you say, no one's really, exploring old school style, or no one's exploring with the goal of challenging that accepted current data.
Yeah, well, we need to raise a breed of like air pilots and stuff who are happy to embark on doing that. I know an airstrip nearby. I can go out there and start pestering the pilots, saying, "Hey, fly over here, fly over there. I want to see what's there." But no, I must admit I don't have so much that explorer sort of urge within me. I'm sort of happy. Here I am on the land. The land's where I belong. I mean, there's things further out, but that's just not what intrigues me. But that's not to say other people can't be intrigued, By all means, be intrigued. It's just, I prefer the land. Which, of course, everyone would like the land, because that's what we sort of are made to stay on. But yeah, seas to find more land. Who knows? FE Batman is asking if there's any mods or gold available for check-in.
And in the YouTube chat, Baked Good said, "Oh gee, she doing work, bro." I assume he's saying on God. But yep, he did a lot of work with that stuff. I can't wait to see you format it into a video.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes things just work out nice. Like you just randomly meet someone, they randomly start talking about how they've spent years in like the mapping industry, and then you think, oh, this is some good information. I'll try and extract all of this information for the public. Not that it's like hidden information or anything. Just not super, I don't know, not many people like me who think, oh, this is interesting. Mind you, I would not have been interested in this stuff before like I started thinking about what the world really is. I was completely ignorant back then and couldn't even care. But these days it's like, oh, if it relates to the world or just like trying to map the world, I'm interested.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop up here and do a VC verification. I'm gonna need a gold to give them rolls though after that's over. But I'll be right back.
The most common Australian datum used is the Australian height datum, or AHD, that for general purposes may be considered as mean sea level. Okay, so that's the common datum used for Australia. So I'll just continue reading the photogrammy article for anyone who's interested in listening. Relief or hill shading. Relief or hill shading is represented on maps as an artist's impression of a vertical view of the terrain, with a 3D impression of the relief features being created by the light appearing to come from the northwest, so that the southwest side of a feature appears to be in shadow. For the terrain to appear correctly, the map must be viewed from the bottom as a reverse, pseudoscopic, effect can be created if the map is viewed upside down. Hill shading does not provide accurate information in respect to elevation, so that contours or spot heights that nominate the elevation of prominent points are sometimes included. Representation of heights. The height shown on a map all relate to a common datum that is quoted in the marginal information as part of the compilation note. The most common Australian datum used is the Australian height datum, or AHD, that for general purposes may be considered as mean sea level. The types of height shown on maps are as followed. Benchmarks. These are shown on the map as a dot followed by the letters BM, and then figures representing the height of the point to the nearest meter. Trigonometrical stations. These usually occur at the tops of hills and appear on the map as either a named or numbered triangle or a circle with a dot in the center, together with their height to the nearest meter. So it does get a bit technical into how they do it. When taking aerial photos, the plane flies along predetermined paths at a set altitude as per the example flight diagram. The plane tries to fly as steady and as straight as it can. Crosswinds will affect its flight path. The forward overlap is between 60% and 80%, and between 20% and 25% side. Overlap is to minimize Earth curvature and distortion. And I'll just add that slide to the chat for anyone interested. And I'll add the next slide as well. It's just 4 pages. Oh. Here is an example of an aerial photography camera and an aerial photograph. The common size of photos we used were 9 by 9 inch. That was the film size. It was a large continuous roll film camera using precision ground lenses. The common focal length was 88mm or 152mm. From memory, the photos had to be taken between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. to reduce the sun hotspots. They had to be taken when there was minimal ground cover. The average scale of a photo is determined by the formula S equals F over capital H take lowercase h. Think of this film as an oversized movie film. And then it has a diagram which shows some cool stuff about the equipment they used. And then the last slide is about plotting the stuff into digital computers and printing it out and all of that. And I won't read that last slide, but I'll post it in the live stream anyway. Welcome back, Radwin.
Hello. I had to go verify somebody.
Have they been verified?
Yeah, 2 people. 2 flat earthers, apparently. We'll see. Sound like it. You can tell when new flat earthers are around. They still sound like they're in shock.
Yeah, well, when I first joined the server, I would have had some. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to listen back to my first encounters in this server just for how rattled I was. Like, I didn't know what I was talking about, but I think it's flat.
It is flat. It's flat, and you can't do anything about it except accept reality as it is, not what other people try to tell you it is. It is exactly what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah. What's a fact? An actuality, a happening. So if it's flat, it means it's actually flat. Or what happens to happen is, I don't know.
So if it's flat, it's not curved. You can't have a kind of a flat curve. It's not curved. Therefore, every single thing else that revolves around globes is a lie.
Yeah, I feel like NASA and like other other like propagators of the globe Earth really did themselves a disservice by making the radius the size it is, because they should have made it way bigger so it would be harder for us to falsify it. But they didn't think that far ahead.
Couldn't have put Eratosthenes in school books in the 80s. They should have just left that out. Because using 2 sticks, even if you could do something, would only give you a tube. Because you need 3 sticks to get a radius of a ball. Actually, you need more. You need 4.
Yeah, they ought to be more thorough.
They never intended for people to figure that part out. Or they did, and that's just the way it is. No, they have to tell the truth, remember. So.
Oh, the truth prevails. So the people you verified, are they in the live stream right now?
Let me see. One is still in check-in talking, and the other, I think, is wandering around looking at everything.
Okay.
I think he wanted access to the biblical room. Not sure. I was going to go do a long-range photo today, and it's just raining since yesterday all day.
How long was the distance you were going to try and capture?
I'm not sure. I was just going to go. I know exactly where I'm going, and I live on Lake Erie, and I know where all the places are, all the islands, where they're located, where the cities are located. So I was just going to take the camera, start shooting, and then mark it on a map later, get the distances. Take a pen.
Have you seen much inferior mirages where like it appears to be inverted above the right way up thing?
I haven't. I mean, it has to be a hot day, and the lake has to be pretty warm and different effects. But I'm sure I could see it if I tried to.
Yeah,
I have one video of a boat way out there, and yeah, I guess you could say that it was happening on that boat. I took a couple years ago, but can't find those. I'm very disorganized when it comes to all my SD cards. And in an emergency, I just overwrite whatever's on them. I don't even check them. Like I do a lot of programming, so a lot of my operating systems are stored on SD cards, and photos are, and I don't mark my cards. So I try to separate them now since I have a whole bunch, but I still get them screwed up. So I still lost those photos. I'm just going to go reshoot it again.
Yeah, I have like a few random folders of just random seaside observations, completely terribly labeled, so it would take me ages to just like scavenge through the things to try and work out, okay, I'm here at this day looking at this and this and this. But yeah, I was just wondering about the inferior mirages, because I have a hunch that inferior mirages aren't actually inferior mirages in the sense that they're not actually projecting themselves above the object, which
the line that splits it so it looks like it's flipping, that line is actually the water line.
Or like if you have like an upside down image and that's the top image you see. My idea is that even if you see this upside down image which appears at the very top of everything you can see, I don't think that's actually physically, I don't think the image it's projecting is physically above, or apparently above the physical object. I think there must be a physical object above that one which your eyes just can't discern, which is just my hypothesis. Could be wrong, but that's so far what I'd have
to see one and record one myself so I could look at it. It's easier.
Yeah.
I'll get there. Our weather is really goofy. Thanks, Canada. They set themselves on fire, and all that smoke blew into the United States, and it's messing up me in Ohio. It's Canada's fault again, as usual.
My uncle's from Canada. That's about all I know about Canada.
Well, call him and give him a good talking to, about the fire that's going on. People in Ohio are not happy about it. We can't go swimming this week. It's too cold.
Oh, isn't it always too cold in Canada? Oh, wait, no, you're not in Canada. I'm just blaming Canada.
Canada is next to us. Lake Erie separates me from Canada. 65 miles.
Okay.
It's like a 2.5 hour ride to Canada from here. If I just go up into Detroit area and cross there. Otherwise, you can just cross by boat, which is easier. But the patrol will pull you over and ask you all kinds of questions if they catch you.
Yeah. Well, earlier I misspoke. I think when I said inferior, I think I meant superior. So a superior mirage. I'll just send a picture of someone else who took a picture on the internet.
Okay, so I can pretty much see what's going on there.
Yeah, so wait, no, this I'm thinking, is that the picture I want to send? Yeah, okay, so what my hypothesis
I was kind of high up in the air. That line that you see way up in the air is probably the water line. Depends the way this camera is pointed, kind of pointed down to those people.
Yeah, so the actual object is probably above this water line, which looks
it's
up there.
We're just not seeing it. That's what it looks like.
That's what I'm thinking. That's my train of thought.
Because I've seen where it looks like it's sky and it's actually water. It's just you're just at such an angle that it looks like a mirror. I've seen it already. You can see it on the road. It's the same exact effect.
Yeah, it is.
So you don't see the road anymore, but you see what looks like water or a mirror. That's the same effect.
Yeah, and I guess my thing is I don't think it could reflect above itself, because like unless you have so like to reflect, it would need some sort of surface to reflect onto. So in my understanding, I think whatever the physical object is, it's always going to be reflecting downwards relative to like the observer, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I want to get a good picture so I can try to draw on it exactly what was happening, because I'll use my P900 and I'll also use my iPhone to get it at the same time. So should be able to see with and without it. So that's kind of day I have to. It's got to be decent weather to get a shot like that where it's humid and stuff like that. You would think it's always humid over a lake, but it's not always that humid. Some days you can't even breathe, and some days it's like there's no humidity, even though you're standing right next to it. Just the temperatures.
Hello, Sasha.
Hello. Do you know what I see?
What do you see?
I see phenomena above the flat surface every time.
Yeah, I do too. That's
Yes.
what I've observed.
What Sasha posted is another example of driving down the road and seeing that shimmering at the surface. You don't know what you're seeing when you look in that surface. You're seeing other shit. It's just a phenomena.
Yeah, but every of that example, if you see the flat surface, man, and some kind of phenomena above the flat surface.
You're not going to get that on a ball, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the point, because they're speaking about look at the phenomena, look at the mirage, but everything is happening on the flat surface all the time. Refraction, yeah, and it's flat. Doesn't show any curve if it's refracted. It's still flat.
It's Speculation Sunday, so we can talk about this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Just giving a reminder out to people who were complaining before.
You mean it's real Sunday?
We're allowed to speculate on Sunday.
Yeah, because Global's speculating every day.
Yep. Today we're allowed to. We don't even really need to. It ends up being not speculations, but sometimes it does. It's hard to talk in speculation when you know facts.
Welcome to the live stream. I level up. And Kathos has joined. He was in the check-in, wasn't he? He got verified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what if you're happy to talk, Kathos? What sort of brings you to the server?
I mean, someone sent it to me as a meme because I often talk about these things.
And on what side of the fence are you?
Oh, I'm definitely on the side of everything. Well, I don't know what the exact shape is, but it's definitely not round. And it appears to be flat. And my senses all tell me there's a dome above.
I wouldn't say our senses tell you there's a dome above, but
yeah,
air pressure tells you that we're in a container.
Maybe I should say then that it doesn't appear to be little suns millions of miles away, and
that's true.
I just remember looking up one day and I'm like, that looks a lot closer than they say it is.
Isn't it funny how the moon and the sun are the exact same size, though? Or is that just coincidence?
The thing that really got me going was, what was it, the Selenhelion?
Selenhelion eclipse?
Yeah, that was the one that really got me going.
Sure, let's look at that real quick. Okay, so what he's talking about is this lunar eclipse right here, where you see that shadow. That's supposed to be Earth's shadow on the moon, and the sun is up at the same time. The shadow is actually upside down, even if it was true. Now that's a double banger on it. That destroys globes in space. That eclipses our globes in space. That right there, that destroys it all. The sun is up behind this photographer. You can see it's getting light out. You can tell.
I just posted a little graphic I made of it.
Yeah, they always tell me you made that.
Yeah.
Oh, good drawing. They always say that, yeah, we're not actually seeing the sun and moon. It's just refraction. So it's just an illusion. So fine, you want to say that, but that moon is moving. At what point does that moon that's been in the sky all night turn into an illusion?
Yeah, exactly. And then my thought is if like the moon's getting refracted when it finally before it refracts, when it starts to refract, then it's gonna like speed up a little bit. And so, how do you detect it speeding up? And then while that's speeding up, the sun will also be slowing down, so the sun stays in the sky while the moon.
So the moon would have to be moving. The moon would have to be moving in the sky, then slow down, way, 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 way down, while the sun comes. Not all the way up. Well, yeah, but not all the way up. You won't be able to see it because it's somewhere else. But then it appears to be in the sky, only to everybody looking at it. So that's just a bullshit everything. Look, shadow's upside down during that eclipse on Miguel's posting. So globes in space are debunked. This is the end of that chapter right here. This eclipse just did it in.
I'd also expect if it was some kind of lensing effect that there would be a gradual shift, not just a...
It would, if there was some kind of lensing effect, it wouldn't look like a perfect circle the whole time. It would be like wobbly and stuff.
Well, yeah, and then like a magnifying glass with the sun, if you change the angle ever so slightly, it drastically distorts the image.
But if you have the sun and the moon above the horizon at the same time, should you have the full moon all the time?
Yep.
I see the sun and the moon above the horizon all the time, and it's not a full moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 15 days a week or something, maybe. I don't know. I haven't counted it, but it's like a lot. I'm not 15 a month, I meant. But you know what I meant.
Or during the day, why you see the half moon? Why you don't see all moon?
I think that'll be what I'll use for the design. This eclipse. That actually. That reminds me of something.
I think earlier this year I tried to capture a Selenian eclipse, but then it was super cloudy, so I I didn't get it right when like they were on the horizons. I only got to see it like an hour or so later when the clouds had sort of surpassed. And I can't actually remember which way the shadow was, so I might just pull up the video and see if the shadow's actually above the moon rather than below it.
So apparently, lunar eclipses can go any direction, and nobody has ever paid attention to it. We're paying attention now, people, so anybody listening out there, we're on you. We got your number. And there's more and more new people every day. Let's see today so far. So far, approximately 20 people have been here, and 2 of them were verified. Actually, 4 of them were verified. So it's not people coming in, flipping out, and then going away. It's people coming in, getting voice verified, and now are members, which is up since last year. Staying at home for a long time makes people ask questions about what's going on outside, and then they find out that they can see too far.
And at sea level, it's really level.
Yeah, you know what? The sea level when you're at the seashore, like say you're on Florida coast, so that whole coast of Florida, let's say sea level is 0 at where the water meets the sand right there. It's 0 all the way up till the United States, all the way around. Anything that touches that ocean, that's the same level. Yeah. So it doesn't curve from the point you start. A sea level stays sea level.
From Seattle to Chile.
Yes, that side too.
Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry, this is off topic.
Yes.
So I'm trying to find the little front page, the restriction, what to not talk about or whatever. I can't find it. I don't know how to find it, bro. Is there anybody can help me real quick, please?
Speak about everything, not about that sea thing.
Welcome. He wants the welcome page. So just post that # welcome for him. I'm not at my keyboard.
Okay. Let me see.
I got you.
Oh, thank you. So just click on it.
Yes.
Just let me see. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm gonna read it real quick.
He's new to Discord, guys, so you gotta have to help him out. He doesn't even know what to click on or how to use it. So
yeah, I'm really new to this, but I'm sorry about that. I know it was off topic, but thank you.
No, you're allowed to ask questions like that.
Okay, thank you though.
You're live stream now, so you got thousands of people are gonna hear you within the next hour.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm just gonna read it real quick and okay.
So I just found this Selenian eclipse data I took. So I guess it was November of last year, and the shadows up above.
You took that picture?
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to No Globes in Space. Now what do you think?
That's awesome.
That looks like a similar picture I took of the same phenomenon.
Yeah, I just never thought too much on the orientation of the shadow. But yeah, it's a good point.
So I'm on the East Coast, and this happened around 4 a.m. And the sun was still down, and the moon was maybe at about 25 degrees elevation. So it was not too low, but not too high either, but still way up above the horizon. And the shadow came down from the top, just like you see there.
Yeah, that's not going to happen when the sun just goes down or is just coming up. And this one she took looks like the sun just went down about a half hour ago.
Yeah, the sun would definitely have been down by then.
And the fun part is it gets worse the longer it goes for the globe. Because the sun, in this case, on my end of the world, was coming up, and the moon was going down. So the sun is coming more in direct contact, facing the moon, with each passing minute. And the shadow keeps coming down, chasing the moon as it descends. When you think about it, that's all kinds of messed up.
Yeah, I struggle to even just comprehend it.
Well, we don't have to comprehend it anymore because just take it out of that context that this is what makes Globers absolutely melt down when we start bringing this up because they just want to yell refraction. Do you see refraction in that picture at all?
Only in my imagination.
That moon looks perfectly still.
And I think is 0.6 is their number they choose for the refraction.
They can choose whatever they want.
No, I think technically that's like the best scenario they have.
You can't make that happen in a simulator. Amish, what are you doing?
I'm outside trying to figure out if I need to mow the lawn right now. I know it's only 9:30, but it's going to rain later. I haven't mowed in like 3 weeks due to rain and Canadian wildfires.
If the weather's coming your way, you're getting rain today.
Yeah, that's what they say.
And it's a long rain, too. It's been raining since yesterday. So, like I said, I had to cancel Cedar Point.
Yeah. We tend to get weather right after you do.
Yeah, you usually get the same stuff that goes that direction.
You just have to use the scientific method. Measure a bunch of different grass blades, take an average, and then decide if you need to mow or not.
So the day before we got all that rain, I cut my back grass an inch even lower than I normally do because I had a feeling with all this smoke we're going to be getting some rain for like a week, and it's just going to grow like crazy. So I wanted to be on top of it.
That's a good call. I think I'm going to do it. It's a little wet, but I'm just going to suffer, get the nasty clumps, you know?
Yeah. Yep, I did the same thing. It was a little wet, and I cut it anyway because I knew it was going to rain. You can just tell when it's going to rain, living by Lake Erie all the time.
Yep.
When you're going to get
If you let it grow, it's just going to be worse and more clumpy.
Yeah, it's crazy bad after it rains when you let your grass go 2 or 3 weeks. It's may as well. I have to cut mine twice then.
All right.
More leaves, more growth.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I have a question. I'm a flat earther, and we know the Earth is flat. Okay, but my question is this: What are we gonna do? Are we gonna set up a date to march down south, like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, get all the flat earther? Let's all go out there, but we need to set up a date and plans, and I don't know.
I love new flat earthers. They're fun, aren't they?
Yeah, that's not how it's going to go down. We're just going to educate people.
It's we can't. If we were to go there, there's no feasible way of even surviving. Like diesel fuel can freeze down there, and like there's a whole bunch of other things that are just there's no reason.
Going where?
Antarctica.
And where is that?
That away.
On the bottom, the ball. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm asking you, where is that?
That's a good point, Sash.
Like, we just marched down south. I mean,
down south. Let's try with Russia. Go south.
Man,
Here's a better
if you
idea.
go, if you go, you know what I'm saying, if you go everywhere from the center, of course, it's south, you know. But we just want to see what's behind, like
Are you sure? Let's start
beyond the
from Russia
wall.
and let's go north. Are you saying that we will arrive to Antarctica?
I'm sorry. What's the question?
Let's go to Russia and then let's go north. Are you saying that we will arrive to Antarctica?
Well, if you're in Russia, right? If you're in Russia, that means you that means the north it's above Russia. So if you go, well, anywhere you go is south, pretty much. Anywhere you go is south. If you go past the center, right?
If you know the positions and how the Earth looks like, then yes.
Well, I guess that's that's the issue because we don't know. You know what I'm saying? But
But you have something when you're saying let's go to Antarctica. You have something in the mind what Antarctica could be in your mind only.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's like at this point, it's like it's all speculation.
Yeah,
And,
because of that, I'm asking where you will start to go to Antarctica.
Where we'll start. I would say, to be honest, I would say past Brazil. Like
yeah, but
if
why
I
not?
have the chance to?
Why
Chance to? Huh?
Why not South Africa? Why not Australia? Why not New Zealand?
Exactly. You don't want to go where all the traffic. You don't want to go where all the traffic is at.
Yeah.
You know why I'm asking this question? If you want to go now in Antarctica, where do you need to go?
Well, like
Chile,
personally, if I have my way
Chile and
to get
Argentina.
If I have my way, to get there, whatever, safely and all that stuff, I would go past the Brazil because, I watched
where everyone is going. You are saying where everyone is going now. If they want to go to Antarctica, they go to Chile or Argentina. I'm not sure now. There is a point, and from that point, they are going that point of Antarctica, what they are saying.
Mm-hmm.
Why I'm asking you this question? Okay, you will arrive there, and there they are saying that part, but now 360 degrees. If you imagine in your mind that it's Antarctica, you got to one point, let's say 1 degrees. Where is other 359 degrees?
You will get lost pretty much.
Because in your mind you have the map of the flat Earth, and it's
no. I never claim I have the map or anything. I'm just saying, like, my question is this: like, yo, let's all march down south. Like, let's set up a date. Like, could be 5 years, 10 years from now. Even 20 years from now, because we curious, we want to know, because if we all know the Earth is flat, right? You know what I'm saying? And no matter whatever we do, we can educate people, we can try to wake up, we can try to argue with or expose NASA and all these space agency or whatever. It seems like we can't win. No matter, we can't win because they're never gonna come out and admit it. Hey, you know what? We've been lying to. We've been taking all the taxes money. We've been.
You know why you want to go to the south so bad? Because they telling you can't go there. That's why you want to go to the south so bad.
I mean, yeah, of course, maybe that was the reason. Yes.
Well,
you could say that. Yeah.
When you should really be looking at the north if you want to take a trip somewhere.
Yeah,
I do want to check out the north too. Of course, I do want to check out the north too.
What you will check of the south when you go from Brazil? What you will check of the south?
What do you mean? What I would check from the south? I mean, like.
Man, do you understand when you go from Brazil down that you are on one point?
More land. Maybe there's more land. But I'm pretty sure there's more land. I don't know. That's the whole thing. It's all speculation.
There might be more than one Antarctica, right?
There were some investigators from Brazil, and they had access to the Brazilian Navy and the American Navy, and they released an high-altitude balloon, but they did found beyond the ice another land mass and water, but not south from Brazil. So they have this little model or concept. So you are in the opposite direction.
This is my perspective. Let's go from Brazil south. You reach the point, and now let's go 200 miles straight. Let's say, okay, there is a land, but okay, let's not go there. Let's go south that point, and now let's go left 1,000 miles, and then come back, and then go right 3,000 miles.
I'm listening.
That's all. Because you reach the point from Brazil, that means now you're going left. There is a point that you can go left now, whatever you want, and there is icefall all the time. Is it that true?
I don't know.
And there is this thing. You arrive the point of the shore of the Antarctica, and then what?
I don't know.
Yeah, what equipment you need to go further?
I mean, if we have enough resources, if we can survive out there,
Okay. What mean enough resources? You are going in a direction and you don't know what will happen.
Okay.
Now,
so my question is this. Now my question to you. So you telling me that we should not go there. So all we have to do is just trying to expose these people, whatever. We're not gonna set up a date 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now. So we all just gonna be here.
Yeah. We cannot with this system and with this regulation. Yeah, we cannot do anything. Yeah.
Okay. I mean.
Like,
that's your opinion. I'm cool, but I'm just saying, like,
Embo,
yes, sir.
Listen, all they'll do is make you stay home for 3 years.
Yeah. Do you understand?
Yeah. I got it.
That means
I'm just saying,
even if you want to be like to collect money to do everything. I don't know. You cannot do in a regular way because they will not allow to you. That means you want. Okay, let's do it in another way. I will do everything. I will have money. I will buy boats. I will take people. And if you go, I don't know. Let's start from UK. I don't know if you go more than La Manche. I don't know where you will go. They will stop you. How you will cross the Atlantic? I have a boat. I can travel wherever I want. It's not like that.
No, what I'm trying to say is this. Okay, we're not saying like, just a group of people. But if somehow, some way, if we can do it, you know what I'm saying? Like millions of people, millions of flat earthers, we all go together. We set up a date. I'm not saying like, it will happen. I'm not saying, it's going to be easy or whatever, But I'm just saying like, what if we could do it? We set up a date and all of us, it probably will be a bloodshed. You know what I mean? They will try to kill like a lot of us, but maybe not all of us, or maybe I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just saying. So
I'm hoping that what you are saying, if millions flat earthers, that mean that most people will understand that that Earth is not a globe. That means that most people will understand that space program. Yeah, the bullshit. That means that most money what was going for the and you will have a you will have a new world, man, because there is no globe anymore. But that world, I cannot imagine what will happen and how will happen. In that situation, you will not have any more if you have that situation anymore.
If
Antarctica treatment, and in that case, you will have money. In that moment, you will have people, if you want to say, who will say, okay, now we will go to explore.
If that's the case, if that's really going to happen, of course, I'm hoping it's going to happen maybe in my lifetime, in our lifetime, or maybe the next generation, whatever, our grandkids and all that. But if that happened by that time, all these people, like I'm hoping they're all going to be in jail, and they're going to have to rewrite every science book that they got it wrong about the Earth, about every little thing. You know, all these people are gonna be in jail, and all this old bullshit that they trick us and everything gonna burn down to the ground or whatever. And so the new generation can, I guess, live like happily, live, at least have the truth. You know what I'm saying? At least have the truth. And that's my hope. That's my hope, that's my wish. That's why I'm here. That's why I want to talk. Like I want to kind of share my ideas. I'm not saying like my idea, oh, it's so good or whatever. I think that maybe other people can jump in and start throwing this and that or whatever. Maybe we can help find solution. Maybe not now, maybe not 5 years, maybe not 10, maybe it could be 50 years, maybe after we die, who knows.
Yeah, I'm only saying in these conditions we cannot do that, and it's impossible. Even with conditions that we all agree. Let's say, okay, we are unite all world, blah blah blah. Let's do this exploration for the goodness of the like that moon landing.
Moon landing.
But you will find here only if they know how that looks like. But if they don't know, that means, okay, let's explore Antarctica now, and you go to that point. But what if now you have the 20,000 or 100,000 miles of ice and more cold and more and more and more cold wherever you go? What then?
Yeah.
Because you don't know where are you going.
No, you're right. You're right. We don't know where we're going, but if we have, if we plan it out, that might work. Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
That might work.
How
But
can
the
you
chance
plan
is very small.
How can you make plans for some place that you've never been to?
But in our history, you know how we explored. Many people died, and then
of course
we explored. Yeah,
of course.
But for sure, there is something there, because we will not have this treaty agreement and
Yeah, the treaty.
some
yeah.
big question. It is there also, because that Antarctica thing, it is big question. What the fuck is there? Or if you want to take, I'm thinking, where is that? Maybe starting that container somewhere, or whatever you want. Yeah, something like that.
I mean, it's like, of course, we don't have a plan right now. Of course, if you're just gonna go, we probably gonna get lost, or a lot of people would die, or whatever. But that's why I'm saying, maybe all of us can somehow, some way, could be 10 years, 20 years from now, or even our kids, they can go later on, after we die or something. I mean, at least plant the seed, just like we planted the seed into the globe heads. I was the globe head too before. I thought flat Earth was stupid.
Or to put you like, do you know that agreement is 60 degrees parallel? You cannot go.
Yes, I heard about
Yeah.
that.
Do you know that there is missing 30 degrees now? It's missing.
It's missing?
In a sense of degrees, They're saying 60 degrees. That means it should to be 90 degrees,
Okay.
And if you put that in a map of the circle, that's 30 degrees. It's bigger than 60 degrees inside.
Yes, and it
That means
stretch out miles.
That means
10,000 miles.
That means that it's mostly also sea or ocean, if you want to take. That means that you don't know the 30% of the ocean, for example. You don't know what is there inside of this realm, before Antarctica. You don't know what is that.
No, we don't.
That means it could be one or two continents inside also, but you don't know.
No, we don't know. Yeah. No, I totally agree on that part. We don't know. We don't know. That's why.
You could have two Australia inside of realm, and you cannot go there. You understand me?
No. I got you.
Something
That's
about
why they have the
Russia.
treaty. I get it on that part. I know they have the treaty.
Something like what I said. Let's go to North Russia. Maybe North Russia, it's another land there, and it's not the North Pole. It's going to the south. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
they are.
anyhow.
Maybe
Well,
this.
anyhow. Yeah, go ahead.
All
I'm
this.
sorry.
All this circle, what you see, you know, on the imaginary maps of flat Earth maps of blah blah blah. What if you have in that circle, I don't know how many openings or rivers or whatever you want to call it, or more oceans it's going inside of this ocean.
So can I ask you something, right? You know, beside us knowing that, you know, we do not live on a spinning ball, flying through space and all that stuff. Bullshit. Anyhow. So what do you think we living on? Like, do you think? Oh, okay, this is all speculation, right? I just want to hear your opinion. You know, from you had learned about flat Earth stuff and all that stuff. Whatever. I don't know how many years, but I'm pretty sure you the OG. Do you think the land could go infinite, or do you think it's gonna be like a dome, a barrier, or could be the edge? What do you think?
First of all, that thing infinite doesn't exist.
The infinite doesn't exist? Okay.
Yeah, that exists only in math. If you have something infinite, you cannot define that, because if something is infinite, it's infinite. That means it has no end. That means you cannot perceive something what has no end. That means you cannot say that something has no end because you don't know it has no end. You cannot know something if it has no end.
No, we don't know. That's why I said it's all speculation. I just want to hear your opinion.
Then for that, if you don't know if it has no end, you cannot make the final and say that it's infinite, because you don't know if it has no end.
Okay. So what about other people in here, other gentlemen in here? What do you guys think? Like, do you think it's an infinite? Do you think there's a dome? Do you think it's a barrier? Do you think there's an edge? Like, what do you guys think?
What does unreality look like?
It's our reality. I mean, I don't know.
Unreality. Anything you can think of within reality, that's not it. So what does unreality look like? I don't believe that anything's infinite, so to try and imagine what's off on the other side of the edge of our world, it kind of gets into a really weird thought, because you can't even fathom what could be beyond it anyway.
Yeah. No, I get it. That's why, I said it's all speculation. I don't know. I just want to hear other people's opinion.
I get that too. I understand. You're just kind of like, you're basically investigating the realms of possibility. But I'm like, from my perspective, I like speculating on, okay, we've got this tangible thing right here. I can grab that and dig into this rabbit hole and see where that leads me. But when we go off to the edges of the earth, it's kind of like, there's actually a verse that talks about, like, a wise person basically supposed to keep wisdom in view, because fools set their sights off onto the ends of the earth. And so, like, I'm thinking, wow, that makes sense. The diesel fuel freeze, so you would just kind of turn into an ice statue like 5 minutes in if you actually got in there. Like, it's just weird.
You can put it everywhere where you want, but that's your mind,
Yeah, but there are a lot of maps, and there are a lot of things, because I definitely believe that there's more land that they're not telling us about. Like, why wouldn't they store away certain resources? And they're clearly lying about the form of this place. So,
yeah,
if you miss it by an inch, you miss it by a mile. So, how many miles have we missed?
And there's going to be a container.
A lot of miles.
Some religions saying that we are in water.
Like Big Root just said, there's got to be a container. Entropy.
Okay, well, thank you for your...
Maybe we are submarine.
Well, I like the idea somebody mentioned earlier about, like, talking about Antarctica in terms of it being multiple locations. But if you think about these spaces, these gaps, there's like kind of these Antarctic passages that are down there. Like, there could be something more to it that's just hasn't been mapped out. But we don't know how far the edge goes or how deep the ice is.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of variables there too.
Yeah.
And when I say edge, I use that colloquially. There's no edge. Like, that's like, what's the edge of the universe? Let's go to the edge of the universe and jump off of that.
But to be honest, I'm thinking like, for me, you know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm right, but I would say, oh man, it could be infinite. Like I lean more to it could be infinite. And
I think that if we were to try and start walking to the edge of whatever this is, the children of your children's children, if we were all spent our entire lives walking, would never reach it.
I know, right? Like I'm thinking the same way. I'm thinking like, I was watching a flat Earth video or whatever, and then I'm thinking like, oh, if we live on a ball, so that means everywhere we go is a circle. So everywhere is a circle. So that means no matter how big a circle is, right? I can always come back to the same spot if I have infinite life. But if you go on a straight line, no matter how far, like how long you go, you're never gonna come back to the same spot because you go in a straight line. But if you go in a circle, you can come back to the same spot no matter how big the circle is. So I'm like, oh, but I mean that's my that's my thought on that part.
Identifying what a straight line is hard too, even with the compass. Like it's pointing to magnetic north, but magnetic north is not true north.
And you cannot go straight in reality.
Well, that's true.
You can go. Maybe it depends if you choose the road and you see that it's straight, but that's all. Or if you.
But you don't have to follow the straight road. It's just like we just imagining like a straight line. If you go on a straight line, just without missing an inch, just go to straight line.
But this is the problem. You know when Glober said if you take one direction and go a straight line, you will come back
to the same spot.
Yeah. You can do that on the sphere with your finger, but not on the air with your.
I get that on that part. That's why my whole thing was like, when I was watching the flat Earth video, that's why I thought about it. I'm like, oh my god, you can go in a circle if you actually go in a circle, and no matter how big a circle is, you can always come back to the same spot. But if we go in a straight line, right, just straight, I don't think we're ever gonna come back to the same spot. If like just straight, you know what I mean? And I get it, the road obviously is not straight. There's a little curve, this little turn here and there, whatever. I'm just saying, like, just speculation of just imagining of going straight line, like that straight.
Not on road, man. The mountain, building, river, a desert, and all other stuff.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's not really straight if you count all those obstacles in front of you. But I'm just saying, like, just imagining it. Let's say if you on a plane just flying straight, just keep going. I don't think you can come back to the same spot unless the plane is actually going in a circle, and no matter how big the circle is, you will come back to the same spot because it's a circle. But if it's a straight line, but I don't think it's important. But I'm just saying this is what I was thinking. When I was watching the flat Earth video a couple years ago. And that's just my thought on that. Oh, another thing, right? I do want to talk to you guys about. See, I watch a lot of well, not a lot. I watch enough. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think that a lot of time that I seen, the true earther, the flat earther, true earther, talk about, in like maybe in the little clips or maybe in interview or whatever, or debate or anything. Like a lot of those people that debate with the globes, right? They don't mention the flat Earth society. They don't like put a stamp on like flat Earth society is control opposition. And I think so. Basically, well, I fell into that before too because I didn't know about the flat Earth society. So when I start searching for the flat Earth and the flat Earth society came up, so I'm looking through whatever their page and trying to find how does gravity work on a flat Earth, and it just it's uh up acceleration upward or whatever. And I was like, oh my god, this is kind of stupid, but then I stopped. And then maybe a few months later I come back and trying to find, but then I found somebody actually was talking about the flat Earth society is to control opposition. And then I was like, oh my god, that does make sense, because these people are they faking it, they on the globe side, they just came out here and try to play everybody, and I'm thinking that like I think like a lot of the true earther need to come out and start saying that more often, so when people are genuinely trying to look into flat earth stuff, they don't go into the flat earth society because they happened to me before, so that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, that's the flat earth society is kind of a trap for the noobs too. It's like a filter that stops them from digging any further.
Yeah, they got me. They got me.
They're like, hey, look at this pizza planet. Imagine this floating around the sun. Or some other weirdness.
I think I heard about you guys talking about the solar eclipse, right? See, well, I don't know if it's true or not. Okay, well, I'm Cambodian. I grew up in, I was born and raised in Cambodia, and we have songs and poems that talk about the entity, the Rahu, the Black Sun, right? Talking about when the solar eclipse, that Black Sun come out of nowhere and swallow the real sun, the actual sun. And then it spit it back out, and it has in my culture, it has in a lot of Hindu culture, even Thai talk about it, the Indians talk about it, my culture talked about it, but in a song, in a poem or whatever. But I was young, I was young, so I didn't know what it was, when I first started learning about the planet and all that stuff or whatever. So when I came to America, I was full like. Basically, I'm into space. Anything about space, I was all into it because I was just surprised. I was like, wow, I never learned about this. Well, I learned a little bit, but I never learned about this. And then when I came across the flat Earth, and I think I saw Eric Dubay. He talked about the third terrestrial body, Rahu, the Black Sun. I was like, oh, matter of fact, we do have that in songs. We do have that in poems. And then then I was like, oh my god. So well, I'm just saying it makes sense, but I'm not saying it's 100% real. You know what I mean? I'm just saying it makes sense. Hello?
We can hear you, man. I was doing something for a second, and my hand was.
I mean, you guys got quiet, so I thought I got disconnected.
No, you're. My hand wasn't free. I was trying to do some stuff. I had push to talk on, so.
We're still listening, dude.
Yeah, I mean that's all I gotta say. I mean, maybe I'm talking a little bit too much. Nobody wants to talk now, so I'm gonna sit back.
Don't worry too much unless somebody does this to you.
No, because I got so passionate about this every time I talk about flat Earth, and I don't know. It just comes out. It's
Especially when there's nobody else to talk to about it, or there's very few that you can, and you've already talked about everything with them. So
I know, and I mean, matter of fact, my friend, I told him about flat Earth, and he thought I was stupid. He's like, Kembo, man, I know I know you ain't that dumb. I know you're smart. You can do this, you can do that. But damn, you are a flat earther, bro. Man, But now when I show him, documentary from Sean Hippler, and show him the document, and then Eric Dubay and stuff, and then I said, there's more land or whatever, and then he was like, oh, okay, well, if there's more land, then I'm gonna look into it. But before, when I told him NASA fake this, fake that, and show him the footage or whatever, he always turned to me, was like, man, I don't want to hear that bullshit all the time. So, but now lately, when I show it to him, and he was like, okay, let me listen to it, and that's like the closest person that I got, trying to look into flat Earth, so.
hey, that's good though.
Yeah. And
there's few that are going to want to listen. Most people, they're too busy staring at the little prosthetic brain scrying mirrors in their hands, and they don't want to look up to look at the real world around them, let alone actually listen to somebody to hear. Just respond and then go back to their little digital world.
I know. I mean, I have a couple of co-workers like that too. I try to tell them. Maybe I suck at telling people. Maybe I gotta admit that. Maybe I gotta find a different way. Or I don't know. Or maybe they just don't want to listen about flat Earth because they know. Well, they think they know about NASA and all space, all that bullshit, their whole life, and maybe they don't want to throw it away. Or maybe I just suck at telling people. I don't know.
Well, one thing that you should take into consideration is some people just aren't going to listen to you because you're you. And because you're you, they're not going to listen to anything that you have to say about anything. And then there's other people that, because you're you, they want to hear what you have to say for quite the opposite reason. But then there's a spectrum in between of that, and you just kind of got to figure out how to talk to certain people. Like, your tone of voice might turn them off and they just put the walls up and don't want to hear, or if you use certain words that are offensive too much, they might just shut off and walk away. So it depends on the individual. But again, like, if they don't want to hear you, they're not going to, and a lot of them are really distracted, so it's hard to actually get time to get that. Plus the 8-second attention span, so if you can't say something that draws them in within 8 seconds, they're gone.
Also, if they think they're the smartest one in the room, you're going to have a problem with them.
Oh, yeah. If they won't admit that they don't know what they don't know, then...
Yeah. You guys right about that, some people just, I know all this stuff, I learned this, I seen documentary and all that stuff. Any new ideas to challenge what they think they know, they turn away. Because I turn away. I think it took me maybe about 3 years, around that time. I don't know. I don't remember exactly. But when I first saw, I think it was, I forgot his name. That guy was also in Sean Hippler documentary. I saw him. I heard him talk about a little bit of whatever. And first, when I just watch it, I'm like, oh my God, it actually makes sense, right? And then after that, I also watch Eric Dubay. I'm like, oh my God, it makes sense. But maybe after a couple weeks, I stop. I'm like, there's no way it's flat. I mean, all this stuff, that was going on, like what I had learned, they had documentary, they had footage, they had picture of the Earth. How could they lie? How could they get away? I was on that. I was one of those, and I would, I'm not gonna lie. I was making fun of flat earther too. I'm like, damn, these fucking people gotta be stupid as shit, man. How stupid they could be, But then maybe months after that, right? After I stopped watching, months after that, I'm like, there's something not right about this. So I go back. So I fought with myself back and forth, maybe 2 years, 3 years, maybe. Yep. And then I finally like drop my ego, drop it. I'm like, there's no way that water can curve and bend on the surface. And what I did, I was like this. I'm just imagining in my head. I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna grab a water bottle, right? I'm gonna tilt it sideways. So no matter what shape the bottle is, right, the water always gonna be, horizontal. It's gonna be flat like this, without, when it's at rest, without any disturbance. So if I put 10 bottles, it's gonna stay the same. 10 bottles next to each other, just like that. Align it. 10 bottle, it's still gonna be flat. What if I put 100? It's still gonna be flat. What if I put 1,000? It's gonna be flat. What if I put a million? I'm like, okay, now I know it cannot curve into a ball. It just can't. So after that, I'm like, I start looking to more about flat Earth. So next thing you know, I turned to a flat earther. But I was scared to talk to people for a very long time because, I had seen people online, they get into argument and all that stuff all the time. People get weird, disrespectful, and me know myself, if people get very disrespectful of me sometime, I don't know, I get high temper too. So I always try to avoid talking about it, till a few years ago, and then I try to tell families. My dad actually listened to me, but he's not interested, but he do agree with me on certain things. So, but yeah, that's my story of, being a flat earther.
Hey, Kembo, it's great to hear that story, man, because I think a lot of us went through that early days as well. And we talk about it all the time. I think the social pressure has made people who know the Earth is flat go back to the globe just because of the social pressures. So it's good to hear you came out the other side like we did.
Yeah. Well, for me, man, I could never go back. I just can't go back. No matter what happened, I cannot go back. It's just that, I would try to avoid like talking about this, out in the open, or trying to argue with somebody, like if you in face to face or whatever, and then could be name calling, or could turn to something else. But as far anything else, I can never go back. But I'm glad you brought that point up. It's because what's this guy's name? Like the troll. I call him the troll. Dan Size Man on YouTube, right?
Simon Dan.
Yeah, Sizeman Dan, whatever his name is. So on one episode, right, I seen him talk about, oh, look at this guy. He used to be a flat earther. He's lost his friend. And nobody wants to talk to him. Nobody wants to invite, him to the barbecue. Blah blah. A lot of stuff, right? And now guess what? He's back to the globe earther. Because when you a flat earther, nobody wants to talk. So I'm like, so you would betray everything that is real, everything is authentic for just to have a bunch of, like basically I would say fake people around you, just to be accepted by them, So you're not man enough to stand up for yourself. You're not man enough to stand up from what you think you know. So that's a good point, because I think a lot of people maybe, don't want to come out and say, hey, I'm a flat earther, because if you, whether it's at work or families or whatever, I think it would cause a lot of, problem and issue or whatever. But now I'm, at this time in my life, I'm like, you know what? I'm a flat earther. My wife know it. And matter of fact, she told her family that, maybe one of family member that I'm a flat earther, and I felt like since then he doesn't want to talk to me. But I'm like, it's okay, it's all right. I'm just gonna be who I'm gonna be, you know, trying to just push the truth out there and not worry about anything else.
Mate, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. My story's fairly similar, and I've got a brother who I went 6 months debate with to the point where we don't really speak anymore. And the final thing he said to me was basically that, you know, I know you're right with your evidence, but long story short, I choose to be a glober because of social reasons, and it was so disappointing to me. And then I realised, oh my God, that's what the anti-flat earthers are.
Wow, that's wow.
So I think my brother has the potential of being an anti-flat earther because he knows the truth, but he doesn't want to play game. You know, such a shame.
I know, man. I know. It's, you know, it's the crazy world that we live in, man. They brainwash us, and we were young, you know, and I mean, all of us, all the flat earthers now, we used to be a globe, you know, we used to be a globe earther, you know, but I think a lot of them, you know, I think sometime, maybe not all, sometime I think they understood that they think like, oh my God, I woke up one day, I just want to be a flat earther, you know. I think that's what maybe some of them do think like that, you know, like, but and see, the thing is, right, when they heard the flat earther, I think they think that, oh, it's the flat disc flying, wobbling, tilting in space, you know, and just keep going. But I don't think they understand 100% that, you know, when we say flat earth, it means that we're not living on a spinning ball. We didn't come from Big Bang. You know, we pretty much, we didn't come from monkeys, you know, the whole evolution theory will fall apart, you know, all that bullshit. So I think that's the reason why a lot of them even refuse to look into it, because when they first heard, oh, flat earth, right, oh, it's, you know what I mean, it just, oh, what about the, you know, other planets and all that stuff in our solar system, oh, these people are stupid, you know. And I think that, I hope one day, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, there's people out there that I don't know about, that they put, you know, all the information together and just trying to, you know, make other people understand what is flat earth when we say flat earth. But the title itself, some, you know, it doesn't sound too good, the flat earth, you know what I mean? But I hope somebody out there, you know, will put out more information. You know, matter of fact, I'm gonna start putting some information that I think that it could help other people. You know, maybe I write it down. Maybe I make into, you know, a little page or whatever. You know, and just trying to show people what flat Earth is, and hopefully at least get some people to actually look into it. You know, instead of like, oh, I don't want to hear that shit because you guys anti-science, you know, because a lot of these people, you know, on the YouTube comment section, from like Eric DeBay or Sean Hitler or Austin or whatever, they always trying to say, oh, you guys anti-science, you guys don't believe in science, you know, but they don't understand that, you know, we love science, you know, and a lot of things that we talk about, it's science, you know.
Yeah, when you start talking about the scientific method and you hold them to task to actually show provable, testable things, they flip out, because it's they expect you to be, oh, you're just a dumb flat earther, and then you're like, okay, let's utilize the scientific method to measure and prove things that we can test here in reality. And like, wait, what?
And you know what? One thing they always say, oh, you don't understand physics. Just because they use the word freaking physics, they think like we some dumbass people, you know? You guys don't know physics.
Oh, it's refraction and gravity.
It's refraction. You know, refraction, like what? 1/12. That's it. Like, you know, and man, I don't know, but sometime, you know, I try not to get into it, but like, you know, sometime, or, you know, I do, like in the comment section, I'd be like, hey man, if you can please take some time and look into this with this channel or that channel or whatever, like, oh, I don't have time, oh, I don't want to, why would I want to do that? And then, sometimes I got upset. I'd be like, if you don't want to do that, why are you here, bro? If you think we all stupid flat earther, right? Why don't you leave us alone? Why you come to our channel? Why you come out to a group place and first of all call us all kinds of name and then demanding answer? But when we just asking you to look into information, okay, please look into information at least, and if you don't believe it, whatever, for whatever reason, but at least take some time, look into it. You have a lot of these trolls, they have not looked into this. I think what they seen a lot of time are debunk pictures, just like Professor Dave, whatever, the debunk picture, debunk videos or whatever. So, they get these ideas, from these debunkers, and then when they trying to argue with us, it's like a lot of time it's the same point as the debunkers. All those people that make, debunk videos about flat Earth.
Yeah, but I think sorry,
Go ahead. You're good.
Yeah, I think like yourself, you said you went through a phase where you went back, you backslid a little bit, and you thought, how can the Earth be flat? Sounds like you were hanging around with globers for a bit, but what I think the point I'm trying to say is that they are before that stage. They're at the stage where they just think, it's ridiculous. And I'm only going to say this because it's Sunday. But if you've done, and I'm not trying to start a conversation on viruses here, but if you've done any research into the medical industry, you could go through a whole red pill moment with the medical industry like you have with Flat Earth, if you haven't already. But that would be very hard to get to that point, where I am, where I know that contagion doesn't exist. But for me to tell somebody else that is like you telling someone the Earth's flat who's a glober.
You don't even have to go that far. You could go to the fringes just next to that and look at the food industry, which it's like, obviously our health is tied very close with the medical industry, and you'll get a heap of rabbit holes too. Don't dig too deep though.
I mean, I got you. I got the point. Yeah. I got the point. No, but if you guys think like, oh, I took the jab. No, I didn't take the jab.
We don't talk about...
Oh, we don't talk about that? Okay, my bad.
We don't talk about Fight Club.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, now going back to what you said, that, the food industry and all that stuff. So, my wife showed me this, I think it was a clip, a video or whatever, these couple made about the food. They went somewhere, I think they went somewhere in South America, go over there for like a month or whatever, or maybe a week, I'm not sure how long. They ate the food over there, and they ate like 2-3 meals a day, and then a bunch of snack, and they feel fine, and they were losing weight, they didn't even gain any crazy weight. They came back to the state, which is America. They came back to the state, and they had their first meal, gave them stomach ache, and like, I don't know what meal it was, but they ate it, and then they realized, oh my god. Well, first they didn't realize. That's why they made video clips and talked about it, like, oh my god. So the food in other countries are less toxic than the food over here in America for whatever reason, and they talked about it, and that make me wonder, like, oh my god, I need to get some land, grow my own food, so at least I know what the hell, where my food comes from, it doesn't have all these crazy chemicals in it, and
I wonder how many people went overseas and they came back and the doctors just assumed, or somebody, or maybe they didn't even go, and they just made the assumption, me feel sick because probably ate something bad over there. Can't be something I eat here. Must be something I ate over there. And then now it's just food poisoning from travels. So.
Oh, I mean, that could be too.
Yes,
that could
mate.
be too. I don't know.
But in reality, it's like they're eating all the junk food and processed crap, and they went back to their old ways instead of eating the fresh stuff that they were eating, like you were saying.
Yeah.
No, mate, you're onto something there, because you know how like you can get desensitized with movies and information and stuff like that. It's the same with your body. I don't know if you've noticed, but homeless guys, like, their immune systems are tough. You know, they can be exposed to so much bacteria and so much crap and drugs and alcohol and whatever, and they keep going. And I truly believe that it's similar with the body as well, where you become desensitized to this stuff and you live with these problems and ailments and you know, niggles, and it's not until you get out of that situation that it starts becoming a problem for you, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that because you know, when I was growing up in Cambodia, well, I came here when I was 15 years old, and I've been here like 20 years already. But anyhow, when I was growing up over there, I remember I barely get sick, you know, because you know, I know, of course, you know, over here it's maybe it's like, you know, you got access to I don't know, better waters or whatever, you know, spring water and stuff. But when I was living in Cambodia, it was hard, you know, to get clean water. And, you know, we had the purified water with this, I don't know what's it called, but in English, but we had to purify the water so we be able to drink it, or we have to boil the water most of the time to drink it. But I used to swim with the cow, swim with the buffalo, and what you call, like, if you thirsty, we just drink right there in the little puddle. You know, I'm pretty sure it was cow shit next to it too, but we never really got sick. You know, so I would say, I guess, you know, my body get used to the, you know, those type of environments, so I don't get really sick. You know, like that. So thank God on that part.
Yeah, not just that. If you know much about earthing as well, just by being in the sea, like you said, you were swimming, and you know, just by having your bare skin touching the ground, you're discharging a lot of your positive charge. A lot of people, because they're wearing rubber shoes, they're not going outside, they're not earthing, they are building up a charge that's actually contributing to the acidosis. You know, they're genuinely becoming more acidic because they're not discharging in nature. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know much about earthing, but that's such a huge part of it being well.
I don't know too much, but thanks for telling. I mean, maybe I gotta learn more about these type of things. You know, I don't know too much. You know, but I'm glad I know about flat Earth. That's one thing.
Yeah. Definitely look into earthing. I mean, it's not even earthing. Yeah, it's not even really hidden. But there's even, you know, even on TikTok nowadays, if you type that in, you'll see people doing tests with voltmeters. You know, generally just normal voltmeters. And if you've got one, try this yourself. So if you put a voltmeter in the ground, and then you hold the other end, you'll see like a really high charge. But then if you, with your shoes on, but then if you take your shoes off and step on the grass, you'll see that drop right down. And it's basically, you can see the physical earthing effect by using a voltmeter. When your feet are on the ground, it's like a discharge. Your body goes from a high voltage to a lower one. And you can just use a voltmeter to see that. Do you know what I mean? Because everything's electrostatic. We're electric.
Yep. Okay.
But yeah, I wouldn't have been interested in this stuff if it wasn't for flat Earth. And I know that sounds weird, but it's like a little gateway, isn't it? Flat Earth to truth.
I mean, if you actually think about it, like, flat Earth open to a lot of things, like almost everything, like, you know, even from politics. You know, I used to believe. See, you know, I was so dumb, but I used to believe in you know, politician, like, you know, but I used to believe, like, oh my God, this guy got one of the best speech ever, you know, or when he got elected or whatever, you know, he's gonna help the people, you know, everything is gonna be better, you know, and you know, after the person got elected, nothing happened, you know, things all the same or even worse, you know. So in a way, flat Earth had opened.
Are you talking about Obama or Trump?
It's more like a Cambodian thing when I was in Cambodia. Of course, yeah, we also talk about what is it? Barack Obama. I'm talking also about Barack Obama, and not just that. Like it. Okay, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I'm hope I'm right on this part. Like I always think, oh, these politicians, what I'm saying, they going at it, this is the good guy or this is the bad guy or whatever. But after I had learned through Cambodian politics, Thai, or America, and maybe other politics, whatever, I came to conclusion. Oh my God, these assholes actually on the same side. They just this like a play for them. Like they playing in front of us and give us all this hope, this wishes, like, oh, things gonna be better and this is a better guy. And then what happened to like KFJ or any other revolutionary in the past, even Cambodian, they got killed too. The revolutionary, all of them, like not just one, all of them had died. It's because if they stand up for the people and if they come out, they would, the revolutionary would take over, so then the politician, they won't be able to control the people anymore. So what they do, they kill them. So now I realize, I came to a conclusion. I said, you know what, these assholes are in the same club, whether they like each other or not. They are in the same club, period. Like, but I'm not saying I'm right 100%, but I think I'm right on this part.
I would say they worship the same God. Like, say you have two people who go to the same church, right? And they read the same book, and they just don't like each other. They might get along, but they just make stank faces towards each other when, like, across the pew. So you have the same thing going on here with the cult of money. They worship the same God, so they run in the same circles. They may not be together, like, the same factions, but they still worship the same God.
Well said.
Okay.
Yes, it's classic. Yeah. It's to me. Aether's bang on, and I think it's classic divide and conquer. And I think because we had an old world. I don't know how aware you are of history. We had an old world who basically everything was already. There's nothing new under the sun. Have you heard that saying? There's nothing new under the sun. So when they rebuilt this world, they sort of knew how things would play out, how things pan out, how long term you divide and conquer places and people. And I think what we've got now is, we've got organizations like the UN, the Trilateral Commissions, these global organizations that were created after world wars, that basically they keep everybody in check. So if Russia has a problem with another country or you have another problem, it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. You have the UN who has the final say. And I think that's how it's run. Divide and conquer.
And another thing is that I always wonder what happened to my country, right? When I came to America, I never knew what happened to my country. Like, there's war. I don't know all the details or whatever, but I came to conclusion. Oh my God. So, back then my country, 1965, 1970, the early 70, before the war, before the Cambodian genocide. And I always wondered, like, what really happened to my country? So I start looking into it and stuff. I'm like, oh my, I start looking into it. And then also I see other country that go into war and the country got demolished, destroyed, or whatever. Now it's to rebuild. So when I look into it and I start to understand, oh my God, so when these countries that go into war with each other, or let's say just in one country and two party going to war with each other, if they don't have money, where do they go to? They go to the bank to borrow the money, right? And after everybody killed each other and destroy all the city and all that stuff, now the country need to rebuild. Where do they go to if they don't have no money? To the bank again. And then I came to the conclusion, oh my God, so this is all about just like put country in debts and rebuild and writing laws writing new laws, because when the country being rebuilt and new laws being written, there's not going to be too many objection, because whoever they got left, they left to be in charge, or they let all the whatever the little guy kill each other, and then a few big guys just stay there, but like, you know what, we are in charge now. My family's gonna be good. Your family's gonna be good. Let's just make it seem that we still arguing whatever, but I will sign this bill. We'll write all this law that nobody can say anything because we in charge. So I came to realization, at least two conclusion, that oh my god, they put country in debt. That's what they do. And then after that, they own the country by, hey, you got to pay me back this much in every year. Whatever your economy doing, you got to pay me back. You got to pay me back. So it, of course, is about money and also the control. That why these country in general. I'm not saying every country that happen like that, but I'm saying in general that I guess that's what they do. They create problems and offer us the solution and make sure they put country in debt. And
and it results in modern slavery, right? That's pretty much where we're at now.
Yep.
Where everybody thinks they're free, but their choices are so limited that you can call it slavery.
Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. Like everybody think, oh yeah, I'm free,
That's the thing. It really is. A lot of it is about consent, and they're enslaved within their own minds. They just think they can't do things. Yeah. And they just throw up their hands out, I don't know, and then they trust the next guy because maybe they know, but they don't know either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's people are like, oh, it's so elaborate. Why would they do it? But I think you just nailed it, Ether. It's to get our consent. It's the same reason why the globe is so elaborate, and they go into such, let's say, artistic detail, because it's that really. It's to try and convince us. That's more important. Convince us to consent.
Something that I realized, I don't even know how long ago it was, man. I just remember that I was told I was given some kind of shit talking from people, like I was back talking. But basically, I'd come to the realization that nobody actually knows what they're doing. Everybody just gets really good at faking it till you make it, and they still don't really know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yep. And they've built that mentality into us, right? I mean, if you look back in the history books, all the adventurers are dead. Adventuring is dead. Exploring is dead. Heroes no longer exist. Men are literally just average compared to what they used to be like. And I think that's what they've done. They've conditioned us.
I think it's worse than that. They've glorified being average. They've glorified normalcy as though anything beyond that, oh, you're just being extra. That's saying you should just, relax a little bit.
Yeah.
Stop being a Truman.
They want everybody to just hide under the almighty umbrella of the bell curve.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, I got a question to ask you guys. I just want to see what you guys think. So, after this life, do you think it's going to be the next one? Do you think there's a heaven? Do you think there's a hell? What do you guys think?
Define hell.
You think this is it after this life?
Define heaven and hell.
I don't know. I don't know. This could be heaven.
Good answer.
Hell. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I just want to see what you guys think. You know what I mean? Because I don't know either. But of course we go by faith, and we just. I don't know, man. I'm just hoping for the best, and I think I'm not a good person. I'm not a bad person either, and I think I'm a decent human being, and if I'm not gonna say if I know God is real, okay? I don't know what's God's name. I don't know what his name is, but I just know God is God. But I'm just saying that if there's heaven exists, I'm pretty sure I go to heaven. But if there is a next life, I'm sorry.
You know my theory is on the name of God?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
I don't think that our human vocal cords could even pronounce the true form of the actual name of the self-existent creator of all things.
It's higher dimensional.
Yeah, we couldn't even speak it.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Chem, before you move on?
Yeah.
I just want to go through this quickly with you. So you're asking about, do we believe there is a creator? Yeah?
Yes.
Well, have you not sort of come to that conclusion when you realized that the earth was flat?
No, I knew that. I knew this creator. Like, there's no question there. But I just want to see what you guys think.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to double check and see what your stance was, because, there must be a creator. And obviously this is speculation, but all logic leads to a created perfect realm. And for that, that has to be something of a higher life, being, i.e. a higher dimension than us. So in that respect, there has to be a God, whether he is the God that is described by Christians or Muslims, that is a completely different subject to me.
Yeah.
I'd say, you know what? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go. I can.
No. You go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say that if it wasn't a happy accident, then that means that there must be a creator.
They can't be an accident.
Exactly.
They can't. Listen.
There's no way it was an accident.
I mean, if an accident came from Big Bang, all that bullshit, then there's no God, right? But if there is, okay, my bad. If there's no God, according to the mainstream scientists or whatever you want to call them,
the mainstream monkey ballers.
Yeah, monkey balls. Yeah. But I do agree with you. If he came from an accident, well, there must be a God behind it there that created the accident. I guess but
that's not an accident.
But came to conclusion like there is a creator no matter what. And I used to when I was praying before, like I used to pray to a specific God, right? To Jesus Christ, and then I learned a little bit about the Muslim, of course, I'm originated from Cambodia, so we automatically also Buddhism, but our people back in the day also part of Buddhism and what you call, I forgot,
Hinduism.
Hinduism, there you go. But that was way before. I don't know what years, man, but it was way before. But then, but I converted into Christian when I was in Cambodia. I was kind of grew up in church, whatever. We had church over there too. But then when I came to America, I started learning stuff, whatever, and I'm like, oh my God. So there's so many. I mean, of course, this Christian Buddha, Hindu God, and the Muslim God, Allah, whatever. And then there's other God, the South American God. Then there's a bunch of Chinese God. And then there's just a lot of gods. So I'm like, but a lot of them claim to be the right God. But what if, I'm just thinking to myself, like, what if I've been praying to the wrong God? What if from now, when I pray, what if I don't have to pray to any gods with the name? I'm just praying to the God that created everything. He doesn't need to have a name. He doesn't have to be Allah, Buddha, Jesus Christ, the Chinese God, the South American God,
Buddha never
the Indian
claimed
God.
to be God.
Yeah, he was the teacher, master teacher. I get it, but I'm just saying, what I mean? That was happening in my head. I'm like, what if I prayed to just God that created everything? Would I be?
You see all these gods from all these doctrines, you're like, but what if I ask to speak to their manager?
But I'm just saying, like, so I came to the conclusion. I'm like, what if I just pray to God that created everything? Would I be saved? Because there's a lot of gods out there, but I don't know, man. That's another topic. But I'm just saying, like, that's what I pray to now. Like, when I need to pray, I'm like, God, please help me, give me the strength so I can go to work, so I can get this done, do that done, and and
to get through the day. Yeah.
Yep,
No.
pretty much, Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I think it's important to have a personal connection to be able to even do that. But from all the scriptures I've read, it feels to me that what's more important is that you are in a condition, a mental and physical condition, to be able to hear the call when it comes. Because I don't think any of the any of the religious groups out here have the true message. I think the true message is going to come to you organically and naturally. So I think it's not as important to me. And I think the other thing I want to say is I really think if you care about this subject enough, which it sounds like you do, dude, you need to study the history of each religion. Study, try and find primary sources of letters and information that backs up, the modern, what your beliefs, because most of the modern religions have been synchronized from previous religions with new ideas. So when you go back and you start seeing what happened in history, you can start understanding why there's so many different versions of Christianity, for example, versions of Islam. And then you can start seeing, well, these original, so-called original messages have their sources and their, where they went to, where they got the inspiration from. So this goes back way further than the modern religions.
Okay.
And then
This is my opinion.
Here's how I process this. I'm inside a container. Who made the container? What made the container? Is the container God, or is God not the container and God created the container? If I look at the pantheistic religions where there's multiple gods, these multiple gods usually came from the container in some way, shape, or form. Like it came from the sky or it came from the earth. And then you have each of these pantheistic religions, they all have family trees, and the god of war usually tends to have the same parent god as the other family trees and all the other pantheistic gods. So then it's God, in my definition, doesn't come from the creation. It is the creator of the creation. And these ideas of these pantheistic gods came from the creation. And all of the religions are, self-proclaiming to be true, but they have a lot of points that contradict each other. So then you have to find which one is being correct in exclusivity, because you can't say all the religions are right and then try to make your own religion out of all of the religions because they all say something similar, but then we're going to ignore the points where they're being contradictory to each other. And then I settled on which one. Okay. I have all these contradicting claims. One of them has to be true because they can't all be right at the same time because they contradict each other. But then I have the possibility of them all being wrong. But then I'm left at the same point that I was trying to reach, which was which God is real. Because then I'm either concluding that there is no God again because all the religions are wrong, or one of these is right because, they can't all be right at the same time. So then you got to take your historic lens and research through all of the information that's gone through history. And in my mind, it has the most likely case that at some point in the past, the entire earth was of a similar nation, and there was a majority claim to religion. Like Christianity seems to be the one that's, pressed itself upon everything. And if I take the claims from the Bible, and it says that there's supposed to be a nation that takes over the world, and then through the description of that, Daniel's prophecy specifically, you had your head of gold, silver, bronze waist, and your legs of steel and feet of iron and clay, or the legs of iron and the feet of iron and clay. So if I'm going to take that as my, how does history look? I have 2 iron legs and I have 2 iron and clay feet. How is it the iron became mixed with clay? Then if I look at history, I see all of the similar buildings being built all over the place, and this tells me that there's at least one similar nature to history in the past, and then somehow it divided itself and mixed with its clay, right? So I would say Rome wasn't just covering the Mediterranean. I would say Rome covered everything. And then Rome decided to divide itself and split itself up, mixing with clay. And, if this is God communicating with people, it is logical for me to claim that God has the ability to communicate with people and give them pictures of the future in order for us of the future to see what it is that we're in. And so I conclude that the Bible has the truth. He made us, we divided from him, we chose to do our own thing, and then he had to make a way to justify the end result, which was a multitude of people being with him that no man could number. Had Adam and Eve not separated from him, that result would have happened anyway. God likes babies. People like making babies. We would have just been listening to him instead of doing it our own way. So now we have to go through the process of, finding out who actually wants to be with him, which is the end result from the beginning.
Okay.
And right now we're living in the time where information is so distorted that you have to actually seek it and search for it with intensity. So I think Christianity has been taken and misrepresented. I don't think it's a matter of we're trying to follow a religion. It's we're trying to have a relationship with God that is different from the rest of the ways. And if we take the claim, I'm going to just create my own God, then I've went away from the objectivity and made God a subjective claim. And I'm forcing a picture upon God that's not actually God. I've just returned myself back to the subjective matter of who is God, which was my point in the beginning of my search. You know what I mean? And so I think it's objective that God exists, and it's objective of who God is. And it's a matter of the individual on his own level to actually try and seek who is God. And that's part of the process of showing that we want to be with God. And then my conclusion is that it is the Bible, So everything that happens between you and God would then fall into everything that happens between me and God falls under this umbrella. But they've made it seem like Rome created Christianity and Jesus wasn't actually a real person and all this other blah, blah, because, Rome owned everything. So Rome created this idea When in the reality is Rome couldn't get rid of the idea, so they had to bring the reality under their umbrella so they can control the information of the umbrella.
I agree on that part. I do agree. It's deep. I mean, whatever you said, I was trying to catch at least the a lot of it, but I caught some of it. You know.
That's my
But
mind.
I get it. I get it though. I get it. I get the concept. Anyhow, now I guess we going back to the flat Earth. Okay. I have a question for all you guys. I mean, whoever wants to talk. If you trying to, but let's say you trying to convince a friend, a family member, right, that the Earth is flat. What would be the best way that you guys would do it? Like what? Just give me like a little example. Like what do you think is the best way to convince them, or at least like ask them to look into it?
Dude, start slow with them. If you want to really have a conversation about flat Earth with someone who has never come across anything like that before, you need to start with the moon landings, and you need to start with trust in authority, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't start with flat Earth arguments.
Okay.
I mean, that's just my opinion.
No, it's true though, because let's say everybody these people that they believe in the moon landing, so of course they're gonna believe in space, so but if you trying to show them that the moon landing is fake, so then it would lean them towards a little bit away from the authority. And when we trying to present the evidence that NASA been lying, they've been using CGI, they've been making all these images in the computer, Photoshop and all that stuff or whatever, then yes, maybe it could help us in our favor to show to the friend or the family that maybe later on. So basically we planting the seed, like, hey, the government been lying, look at this, look at this, look at this. And then later on, they'll be like, hey, look at the flat Earth, and this is why we saying this. It's because all the information that I've been, showing to you, that, they've been lying, they've been taking money, they've been stealing money from the taxpayer and all that stuff. And now look at the flat Earth, and you're right. It start off slow first, especially with the moon landing. But yeah, I think
that's it. Yeah, that's it. I mean, have you had much success convincing people yourself in general?
To be honest, like I said earlier, I only one my friend now. He's willing to look into it. He willing to look into it. I show him whatever. Documentary from Eric Dubay, documentary from ODD, and stuff like that. But my dad, I talked to him. I talked to him and trying to tell him the whole like Big Bang theories and all this stuff, the evolution, how this thing connected, and then I try to talk to him that we cannot live on a spinning ball, flying through space and all that stuff. He did agree with me on that part, and that was my dad. But other than that,
nice.
Yeah, but other than that, I have a couple. You know what? I'm surprised because when I was in Florida last year, I was in Florida. Now I moved to Texas, but when I was in Florida, I was working with a few of my co-workers, and some of them actually look into it. After we had a little debate, at work, and they actually look into it, and then the person, the girl, whatever, she's like, you know what? I understand where you're coming from, but because she was looking to it, and she understand both sides. So now at least she in the middle. Before she was on the globe side, But other than that, my other coworker right now, I trying to show him like just slowly with like NASA doing CGI or fake space, or they fail whatever through the live stream and all that stuff with those videos. And but the crazy thing is this: I feel like some of these people, they don't care. I asked the dude, I'm saying, hey man, so what do you do on your free time? He's like, oh man, I just play games. So when I gave the guy the information or whatever, he's like, nah, I don't go. He's like, oh, I don't got no time to watch it, but when I get to watch it, I watch it. He's like, my cousin send me like 5-6 video every other day or whatever. I don't even watch it. So he basically tell me, I don't want to hear that. I don't care. I just want to play my game, smoke my weed, drink my beer, and go to work and come back and play more games. So I get it. Some people they don't care about the truth. They don't even deserve the truth. So that's what I think on that part.
Exactly, and you just nailed it. Because in these scriptures, I'm sure it says, "Do not cast your pearls amongst swine." And very harsh words, but I think what it's trying to say is don't waste your time and use your energy, which is your currency, your energy, and plunge it into something that isn't going to be appreciated, because this isn't for everybody. It really isn't. Most people are just trying to be popular, or trying to just make some money.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a privilege, I think, to actually fucking come to these conclusions and realize, certain things, because it triggers for me. I was one of those guys, not interested in science at all, not interested in anything really apart from girls and games and entertainment. And it triggered my I love education now. I love science and I love history, and it's all because of flat Earth. So, I'm a privilege to get there.
Yeah, that's why you remember I mentioned earlier that flat Earth had opened my eyes to a lot of things, from politics, from what's going on in the world, also history and stuff, and it just opened to a lot of things, and it makes you want to know more. Like it makes you want to learn, because at least I know a little something now, but before I didn't know nothing, and I want to know more. I want to learn more, it helped motivate you that, oh my God, I got to learn more, because I'm kind of dumb, I want to learn more, but yeah, flat Earth had opened my eyes to a lot of things, and I thank God that flat Earth came to my life. Oh, matter of fact, I forgot to tell you the story, how I came across the flat Earth. So my friend was helping me at the time. I think it was 2014, 15, maybe around that time. He was helping me build the website or whatever, and he was the guy that helped me build my website, and the website finished or whatever. But and I was asking him. I say, "Hey man, so what you been doing? What you been doing? All this stuff?" He said, "Man, I've been looking to flat Earth, And he threw a little couple points in there, here and there, but he didn't even try and convince me, right? He didn't even try to convince me that the Earth was flat or anything. He was just like, I was looking to flat Earth, trying to see what's going on or whatever. And at the time, I was so into space, so into anything that has to do with space. I'm all for it. Like, the Cosmos show, anything that has to do with space, NASA and all that stuff. And I thought to myself, I was like, man, this guy is smart, but what is he doing looking to flat Earth? Like, is this guy, like, I said to myself, there's no way the Earth is flat, And I stopped talking to him. that was the reason why I stopped talking to him. Like, I'm like, I can't do this, like I don't know, like, but that was stupid for me. That was, that was my fault to even do that to a friend, but no, we cool now, we cool now. But the crazy thing, he's not a flat earther. He's not a full flat earther. I'm a full flat earther. He's kind of in the middle now. But
how
yeah,
ironic.
but yeah, ironic. But yeah, so after that, that's when they start. It makes me want to look into flat earth. Even I look into flat earth, like I told you, for like a couple of weeks, and I'm like, oh my god, it's flat. And then after that, I stopped watching it because like it bothers me inside. Like, how could this be flat? So you telling me all this stuff that I had learned from school, from high school, through documentary, and all these freaking people are lying to me? You freaking, like, I was mad. But yeah, so after that, I became a flat earther, because of him, because of my friend. But now he's not a full flat earther. I'm a full flat earther.
So what do you mean he's not a full flat earther?
Okay, so we still do talk about flat earth, whatever. But he said, I don't know. He's like, oh, I'm kind of in the middle. You know what I mean? I mean, it could be flat or it could be, whatever. But he's not a full flat earther. Like, he agreed with the flat earther, but he don't think it's flat. That's what
he's
he said.
Scared.
So, yeah,
he's scared.
I think. No, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe he's scared, But he been looking for years too, Like, he understand the point. Like, we agree on a lot of things, we agree on a lot of things, but like he doesn't come out and say like, "Damn, I'm a flat earther." But I told him I'm a full flat earther, brother. But yeah,
bro.
How ironic.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty cool. That is, man. Like the student becomes the teacher, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but yeah, I get it. But yeah. But I'm sorry. Maybe I've been talking too much, so I'm gonna sit down a little bit. I'll let you guys talk. I get excited, man. Every time I talk about flat Earth, man, I can talk for hours. I can talk for days. So, but I'm sorry. I'm gonna sit back.
Nah, man. Nah. Listen, you're good. You're good. I usually sit here and listen along, but it seems pretty quiet this morning. So, I mean, I don't know who we got in the house.
No, I don't know, but because I came in and I started talking, and now I scare everybody away.
Now, like Heath is saying, a lot of the people here.
We're just letting you get it all out.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I get really excited. It's because like this is my first time on Discord on this server. I was trying to like come in and talk. Or whatever, but somehow, some way, it wouldn't let me, and I guess I have to verify it first by somebody. And I finally got in here, and then I got excited, so I start talking.
Right, so dude, this is your first visit, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, mate, welcome. I didn't realize.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is my first time here, so my first time ever.
Right.
Oh, matter of fact, I heard from because I was watching Austin Wits It Gets It. I was watching his channel, and then in the end, he said something about, we have Discord 24/7, Flat Earth 24/7. I think it was last week, but I finally looked in today because I was trying to do works on my computer. I'm like, let me look into it real quick. Let's see what it is. I found the server, but I don't know. That gentleman helped me earlier. Matter of fact, I forgot his name.
Aethergrass. Yeah.
Yep.
Aethergrass.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So listen, let me give you the lowdown. So Aether's one of the mods here. I think there might be. Yeah, he's one of the mods here. There's quite a few, to be honest. I'm not sure if there is a couple more in here. There always is, but yeah, just in general, Witsit's an absolute legend. He does come in here himself sometimes, and it's great, man. He'll share all his new work, and there's quite a few predominant flat earthers who will pop in from time to time. So yeah, but like down at the bottom, when you go to the list of channels, they've got a lot of resources and a lot of links to different videos, new releases, all that good stuff. It's all here basically. So in here, normally you will have some of the heavyweights speaking to Globers who come in here on a regular. This is more of like an open forum for debate rather than just an exclusive flat Earth channel. So it's the reason why you'll find a lot of people are just here to listen as well, just to hear the interactions and the debates. But you've come on a great day. We call this Speculation Sunday. So all these conversations that we've been having today, a lot of the moderators will not accept, and rightly so, unless it's Sunday, because we are debating and because we are live on YouTube. We're holding the, this is live streamed 24/7 on YouTube. So there are certain subjects that we don't talk about, as you can imagine, and we keep it strictly flat Earth as usually, except for on a Sunday where you're allowed a little bit of wiggle room. Obviously, keeping us okay on YouTube, but you're allowed a little bit of wiggle room to kind of go off topic and talk more about what you believe and what some of your theories might be. But in general, in the week, it is very strict. I suppose is the word, that we only speak about things that we can verify. We only speak about things that we know, because we're gonna be debating Globers.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for letting me know. I heard something about YouTube earlier, but I didn't think it was live on YouTube. But but thank you so much.
It's in the welcome room, man.
Thank
we
you
had told you earlier to read that, bro. But yeah,
no, I did read it, but I didn't think it was live. But it's okay.
It's all good.
Fine.
Hey, yo, we're live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Well, see, like, I just want to say something to this. Since I'm live now, I hope the globe earther out there that heard my story, at least please look into it. Don't just like, oh no, I don't want to look into it. And, I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. No, please, if you think we're stupid, at least look into it. Because I was one like that. So
yeah, you might not want to beg people to listen to you, because that'll turn people away. So you just drop little seeds here and there.
Okay.
Hints.
All right.
Oh.
Fair enough.
But yeah, as you can imagine, like you get to hear so many interesting conversations between newcomers, Globers, people who are anti-flat earthers in here. So there's a lot of experience in here, dude. We've heard it all.
Okay. Well, I'm a newbie, so I just want to talk about flat Earth. That's all.
So here's what's going to happen. So when we get a real Glober in here and there's debate and golds are going and mods are going, and then if you jump in and say something weird or maybe not quite right, they might mute you. Don't get offended, because you might be railing the conversation of where they're trying to go with something.
Okay.
So it happens. So don't be surprised. It happens to everyone almost.
No, it's fine. At least, but like I said, thank you so much. For letting me know. At least now I fully understand. Here, thank you.
Sure dude, you can hang around, and you'll learn a lot. I went from the same position as you. I wanted to tell everyone about flat Earth, talk about flat Earth, and now I'm more interested in making sure that I'm not making statements that fall into logical fallacies in general. And I think that transition is such a healthy, transition. It's good to sort of tighten up, keep everything sharp and make sure that you can debate a Glober or somebody with a little bit of globe knowledge,
Yeah. No, you're right.
Like when somebody says to you, gravity, what do you say to that?
No, but if somebody asks me is gravity, I'm like, oh, gravity just a theory. I just tell them it's just a theory.
Why do things go up and down?
I mean it's well. What was the
let's go.
math behind it? What was the math behind it?
No, I just asked you, why do things go up and down?
Why it goes up and down?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
he's the anti.
I know things go down
you.
because of density, and things go up because of buoyancy.
No, things go up and down because of density, relative to the medium they're in.
Okay.
A helium balloon is less dense than air, so it goes up.
It goes up. Yep. But
a beach ball is less dense than water, so it goes up.
Yep. I guess, I don't know enough to debate people. I just, I mean, I don't know enough to debate people, but it's just basic stuff. I guess I, can talk to people.
That's why you're having a hard time getting people to listen to you. So
you know what? That might be true. That might be true.
It is true.
And the thing is this too. English is my second language, so I'm like, certain things sometimes like I stumble.
Yeah.
You
speak.
So hang around in here and listen. You hear me? Hang around in here.
Definite.
Do a lot of listening.
Definite.
I mean, during dead air time like this, and then Speculation Sunday, you can basically talk about whatever you want except the bad things.
Well,
yeah, bro.
You say the bad things? What's the bad things?
Bad things, like the past 3 years.
Oh, okay. All right. See, I didn't understand that term. Yep. Okay. I got it.
Yeah, I'm in the listening phase too, bro. I like to speak up in the dead air times like today. Sundays is my time to shine, brother. I could get in here, but most of the time I'm listening because they've got it covered to a level that I couldn't manage.
So any other days, right?
So like it's Sunday, so that's why I let you just keep going on and on and on and say whatever you want and however you want to say it. Normally during the week, because it'll be strictly flat earth and facts coming from flat earthers. If a flat earther says something weird, you're going to get called out on it.
Yeah, so but I got a question. So any other days it's going to be like debate or whatever. Like what time do you guys coming in here? Like
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
So everybody just come in here, even a flat earther, globe earther will come in here. Besides Sunday, because Sunday it's like an open mic.
Sunday Globers come in here and we allow them to speculate, and we speculate back with them.
Okay.
Sunday's like the day off, bro. See it as like a little day off where everybody can let their hair down.
Yeah, there's no wars going on a Sunday in here. It's not.
Oh, so there's war going on.
And we can debate. We will debate.
Yeah.
We'll debate. Yeah. We will say, okay, speculation time is over, and people will start if we want to go live with somebody and they don't want to.
Yeah.
So that happens all the time. I break in all the time, bring somebody in and say, hey, I'm bringing somebody in, they want to talk about this, and then the whole room will change and they take over. Because I usually am in the lobby.
Okay.
I'm usually weeding the people out and sending them up here. Sometimes I bring them in myself because it's going to be so spectacular that I have to bring in the breaking news of the day.
Okay. Well, you know what? I never experienced before, so.
Yes, I bring in the people who have proof of gravity and who have proof of curve right now, and they can disprove everything we say. They come in immediately if they want to go on the air.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? Like, I want to see it, so I'm gonna come in here when I have free time besides Sunday, just to see what's going on.
Well, what you need to do is sit in the lobby and watch people that come in and watch how flat earthers deal with globers. You're not going to get that in this room. This room, you're going to get people that have already been verified and been through the ringer for the most part, except for new guys.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the heads up,
Like right now, there's Right now, there's stuff going on in the lobby, which I'll be in there in a second.
Oh, there's stuff going on in the lobby. So
Yeah.
this is just one of the chat room, and then there's a bunch of other chat room.
Yeah, there's a lot. The live stream's like the core here. It's the center. This is where everything really goes down. But the lobby's the front door. And we got to maintain that.
Oh, okay.
And there's a lot of info though, dude. Feel free to use the search in the top right corner if you're on desktop. Or
yeah,
you can figure
Hi,
it out.
Astern.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for letting me know. Give me the heads up. At least, like, I have just know little something, because, like, today I just came in. I got excited. I'm like, oh, there's flat earther out there, 24/7. Let me go check it out real quick. And that's
dude.
You just discovered this. Well,
yeah,
let me tell you what you just found. You just found
I know.
the number one top spot for flat Earth information. There is nothing like it anywhere.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you. That's crazy. But yeah, like I said, man, I got excited. That's why I came in here. Like, oh, let me talk about flat Earth. Because these type of subject, you can't go out there and just talk to anybody you want. It's very, very touchy subject. You know what I mean? And yeah, and in real life, if somebody called your name and stuff, like, yeah, it could turn ugly and stuff. So, but yeah, well, I'm glad I found you guys. So
when your friends want to talk to you about rocket launches, ask them why NASA has recovery ships to pick up the rockets from the ocean.
But you know what though? A lot of time, when I talk to my friend, like I'm in a way like I'm trying to like not to like piss them off too. You know what I mean? In a way, I mean I should start
asking. That's asking them why they have recovery ships, so they can go research. Why does NASA have recovery ships? Why do rockets float?
You tell me.
Oh, well, they're designed to float in water because they go up, they turn sideways, and they land in the water.
They land in the water, but we knew about that.
It.
Yep.
There's no people in them. They don't go anywhere magical. It's a light show.
Yep. And you know what though? When I was living in Florida, the Bermuda Triangle, and I think it was back maybe 2017, 18. I always thought like, maybe there's something going on there, And I also saw the flat Earth community also talk about it too. Like, oh yeah, when the rocket goes up and goes sideways or whatever, they go out of sight. That's where the rocket drop. That's right
their
there
landing,
in the ocean.
that's their landing area.
Yep.
That's why you don't want to be there during a rocket launch. You might disappear.
Hey, exactly that. I thought about it too. I'm like, oh, the ship, the plane, been disappearing around that area, whatever. What if they shoot them down? What if they destroy the ship? What if they destroy, whatever, the helicopter or the planes that could possibly have recording device and record all these BS that they've been lying to us about. I mean, it's speculation. But at the same time, we are like close to 100% sure that's what they've been doing. But yeah.
Yeah, man, that's exactly what they've been doing. And they have to keep it going. They have to breathe life. NASA, the root word for NASA, nasal. They have to breathe life. I believe the rocket ships look like noses, If you look at a rocket ship and you look at a nose and you put the picture together on the launch pad, the NASA rocket.
But all this money, bro, all this money that they've been taking from the taxpayers, it's crazy. And sometimes I do think about this too. I'm like, if they get 55 to $57 million a day from taxpayer. You know what they can do with these type. Not just that. America been giving money to like a lot of country. Like I think America been giving money to Israeli too. Like every year, like billions of dollars. You know?
Yeah, we don't really talk about that stuff.
Okay, all right.
But we know it's true.
Yeah. I was just trying to say like, but then, in America, a lot of us over here is like just struggling and stuff too. You know what I mean? Like they could have used that money for like hard working, U.S. citizen that work so hard to bust their ass for free healthcare. But I'm just saying,
Yep, it's a goddamn shame.
Yeah.
And that's why
But anyhow,
we are here.
man, thank you, bro. Thank you for everything. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, bro. I was just saying that's why we're here. We've got some warriors in here, man, and people. This group is growing massively.
Yeah. Definite. I talk. Matter of fact, yeah, I did talk to other people. I think I have a friend that I met online or whatever, all the way from India. I talk about flat Earth, and she actually believe it and actually look into it. Because I think over there they don't believe. I don't know. Maybe their part of the world, whatever, they don't believe that we live on a spinning ball Earth and come from the Big Bang, all that stuff or whatever. And she actually look into it. So, but yeah. But
they didn't look into it. They didn't look
yeah,
into
they did
it
look
properly.
Yep.
Not properly,
yeah,
no. Because if you go to YouTube and you type flat Earth in, you get anti-flat Earth videos. So when you say they looked into it, you've got to question whether they really are looking into it properly. Because what they're probably doing is they're typing flat Earth into YouTube and they're just getting anti-flat Earth messaging, and that's not looking into it.
Yeah. But when I say they look into it, like I send them like all the stuff that I already have. Because I told them the same thing too. I think after 2018 it was censorship. When you're trying to search for flat Earth, all these
that's right.
Videos, whatever came up or whatever, and but yeah, like I send them the stuff that like from Eric Dubay, Sean Hibler, ODD, and all that stuff.
Yeah, bro. I bet you that. Yeah. I bet you they're watching 10 minutes or 5 minutes and saying, "Yeah, fuck this shit," and then they're telling you they watched it.
Yeah, you know what? You could be right too. Who knows, man?
I promise, bro. Okay, so I had a friend, right? I had a friend who I was doing that to, yeah? And I was sending him videos and he was swearing that he watched them. So I started testing him and quizzing him. And he just didn't know any of the arguments, right? So I purposely went round his house and I showed him an Eric Dubay video. Have you seen what's it called? The History of the Flat Earth or the History of the Heliocentric Lie or something. Anyway, I think that's his best video and it's quite hard to find, to be honest. Anyway, I sat down and I made him watch that video, learn about how the heliocentric model came to be, the connections between, who was involved. And then halfway through that, he went, "Oh shit, so the Earth is flat then."
So he never did finish the whole video. I mean, the stuff that you sent him before.
Bruh, I'm telling you, this guy never watched anything. And because as soon as I forced him to watch it, that was flat. It. He figured it out. Simple.
Yeah.
So don't trust these lying globers.
Yeah. But then at the same time, it's hard to kind of put everything on them because, damn, because we've been indoctrinated so good, and
yeah, that's it.
It took me 2 years, about 2 years back and forth trying to fight me with myself, oh, it's flat, no, it's not, no, it's flat, no, it's not, until the point oh my god, I came to the conclusion no, it's not a globe. It's not a spinning ball Earth.
Yeah. Somebody just shared that video, The History of Flat Earth. I think it was Salesman. That video is a very good one to show newbies. It's basically the creation of the globe explained basically very well. But
well, where do you see it? Like somebody share. Where do you see it?
it's one of Eric DeBay's videos.
Oh, okay. No, I thought somebody shared in the chat or something.
Yeah, in the live stream voice text. So above this channel that you're in, if you go back one step, you'll see above this channel the live stream voice text.
Wow,
Yeah.
I got a lot to learn about this app because I don't know. I just grab my headset, through my well earlier I look in the computer. Now I'm like, okay, let me get on my phone instead, so it's easy to talk. Just grab a headset and just come in the room and talk, and then the rest. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I gotta learn. Like I'm kind of dumb when it comes to like this new app, whatever. I don't know. It's like I'm really new to this, so.
And so listen, you don't need to worry about the other channels, but this one, the live stream voice text, is important because whatever we're talking about, people are sharing links in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't want to miss this channel. You'll just be clueless of what we're talking about.
I will be here more often, on my free time,
Like you're going to have to learn the Black Swan that I just posted. You'll learn all about that.
Okay.
Let's talk about the Black Swan.
Well, you talking about the Black? What's the Black Swan? Is that the?
So go ahead, take it away. Take it away, you guys, so I can listen in. I know it already by 1,000 times. Let's hear you guys.
No, I'd prefer you to. I mean, I'd prefer someone who can. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So let me see if I can pull up the links. So the Black Swan is a picture taken in California. Do you see that
I know
graph?
exactly. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
You know what it is now?
Yeah, I'm just not familiar with names, but yeah, it's the oil rig in California. They take, it was like what 2 or 3 of them. Somebody took the picture or whatever, and they, and people say there's a curvature, and then we trying to tell them no, there's no curvature. But go ahead. I'm
right,
sorry.
bro. Redwen's gonna explain, but let me just highlight why this is important and why I want us to talk about it. Because, bro, this is a globe killer. Okay, this is like this. Once you get your head around this, it will blow your socks off, and you will be able to sort of start understanding a little bit more. But go ahead, Redwin. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking for my.
Sorry.
All right, so you see that picture I posted with the 2 oil rigs?
I'm trying to navigate the damn app. Hold on.
So you want to be on the live stream voice text right above this room that you're with the red dot. You click on the room above it, and the text room will pop open.
Okay. Yeah, but go ahead. I don't think I can find it at the moment.
Well, it's not going to help you then.
No. We'll get you there. So you're looking at the tiles with everybody's names right now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Drag that down, and then at the top left corner, you should see the 3 lines at the top left, yeah? If you drag the tiles down, it should reveal. Well, you either have a list of channels. No, can you see a list of channels now when you drag the tiles down?
No, if I swipe to the left, let me see. Hold on. Yeah, I see a list of channel like live stream, and then I see a bunch of people names. Okay.
So above the live stream one, you'll see live stream voice text. Yep. In the live stream drop down menu.
All right. No, I got it now. Okay.
Sweet.
Okay.
Let's go.
Now you see the oil rigs?
Got it.
So click on that picture, the one I just sent, so you can see it clear.
Okay.
So if you look at the picture itself, can you see where the horizon is in there?
Yeah, it's behind the oil rig. Yep.
Okay, so those oil rigs are mile markers from where that picture was taken. The guy had the camera 1 foot off the ground, okay? So the first one is 6.2 miles away. The second one is 9.41 miles away. And we're just going to call the horizon 10 miles, right?
Okay.
Just to be easy on it. But if you look at it, so in order to calculate the Earth curve the way Glober's saying the Earth curve calculator, it's 1.22, no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. So the observer's height in here was 1 foot. So 1 times 1.225 is how many miles that should be till you see the horizon at 1 foot. And this one is at 10 miles. Right here just shows you that there is no curve.
Yep.
So the Earth is curving, right? 8 inches per mile
8 inches
squared.
per mile square. Yep.
Okay, so that means we should be seeing curvature. Within 3 miles, you should start to see things physically drop. Correct?
That's if you're standing up.
If you are about 6 foot high, standing on the shore, looking out to sea, you should expect to see curvature just under 3 miles. Okay, if the Earth is a globe that has a drop of 8 inches per square mile per mile squared. Okay, so what we're seeing in this image is 2 oil rigs that are, and you can look on Google Images, Google Maps or whatever, and you can actually calculate that the first rig is 6.21 miles away from the coast, and the second rig is 9.41 miles. So that's why Redwen said that the horizon behind probably looks about 10 miles.
10 miles. Yep.
Because that oil rig is 9.41 miles, and I think he's being nice. I think you could
go
argue
further.
that's further.
Yeah. I got it.
So even at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop, which is a 6.5-story building.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't see the bottom of these oil rigs at all.
No, you shouldn't. You
shouldn't. Going into the water are both the same. Those are just the pilings they're standing on.
Yep. No, I got it. I see the issue sometimes. I understand these stuff, common sense. But for me, sometimes when I have to put into words, because English is my second language, so I stumble. You know what I mean? But I I understood the knowledge behind it. I understand.
And you need to know what. You might need to know what a black swan is then, so you can explain it in your first language. You know what a black swan is?
Mm-mm.
So I don't know how the story goes, but just say this. So if every swan that anybody's ever seen is white, right? Then everybody assumes there's only white swans until you see one black swan. Then you know that that all white swans is not true. There are black swans. So the white swan here is curve of the Earth until you see too far, which is the black swan. So now you know that there is no curve of the Earth.
Yep. No,
and that really happened in history.
Yep.
That happened in history. The English thought that all swans were white. And when they went to Australia, they found a black swan, and it changed what was an established fact in the English's world. The English had never seen a black swan, so for them, swans were only black. But this event changed what was established fact for them. So now, when you hear the term a black swan event, what they're saying is an event that has changed we thought we knew to be fact.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
I get it. No, that makes sense. That make perfect sense.
That's why we call it the black swan. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is no curve. The only thing that curves, like, the CGI that we've seen, the fake images, that we've seen, and wide angle lens, fish islands, yeah, the fish islands, the GoPro camera, whatever. But yeah, I had seen, like, I think it was a few picture before. Somebody took over 200 miles, and also, like, the infrared. Like, I seen that. I understood that. But yeah, there's no curve. There's no curve. Like, there's just no curve. And but I can't believe, like, when you trying to, you know when we trying to, like, explain to the globe Earth people, and they just like, oh, but there is curve, man. The Earth is too big. I'm
No,
like,
but
well,
listen. What the reason why we've talked about the Black Swan is because you asked them to prove it. They have nothing. What do we
exactly.
have? Well, we have the Black Swan. So it's, and there are other observations that are just as relevant, and you could call it, no different or not even special. But because of the way this was done and the way this was observed, it was done in a way that you can go and look up this up. These are on Google Maps, and these tests was repeated on 3 different days with different atmosphere conditions. So the horizon was moving. So it's a very complete observation where you can just throw it out there. Well, what about the Black Swan? What have you got to counteract that? And I'm telling you, they have observations, photographs that are a bag of bullshit. They don't have anything you can go verify or test. Do you understand? So this is why it's so powerful, because when they say, oh yeah, they have, well then what? Because if you can't articulate what, or point me in a direction where I can go and look this up, and I can show you the Black Swan, my friend, it's over. You've just lost.
Yeah.
They've just lost the argument, and you've just won. And when they don't speak to you now, it's because they're pissed off.
Exactly. And that's another thing too, man. When it comes to friends and stuff, I always try to avoid that, because it's, but if it's just like a crazy globe earther, I do, of course we do want to just show them, like, yo, you wrong. Not just you wrong, bro. Look into it. Stop living in your imagination. There's no curve, okay? There's no freaking curve. The only curve exists is in your imagination, and then Hollywood and NASA, CGI, and all that stuff. You know what I mean? But in reality, bro, like, water, it's flat. When there's no.
So the thing you're going to have difficulty with is you only want to be nice to your friends, and you don't want to hurt their feelings, so you can't tell them the truth. So not going to be able to tell them shit. So just accept it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That you're asking a question, and he's just answered your question. Like, there's no way to convince them without hitting them with the truth. You got to flat smack them, bro.
You got to flat smack them.
Serious, man.
No, it's true. No, I like
that. Otherwise, bro, you will learn that these people are vampiring your energy, and you will become sucked of energy, and you will be catering to them. And I'm telling you, bro, it's not good for long-term relationships, man. You got to be real.
No, it's true, because, like, one of these days you're like, you know what, you might just snap. Like, you know what? Well, look, just put it this way. You know what I mean? If like, I had learned, because, I talked to some people before, whatever, some people don't talk to me anymore because of this reason too, and then, me and my god brother, we also kind of, got into this, but now it's like, we don't talk about it anymore. But every now and then I still do bring it up to him, and then, but when I bring up to him, like, when we, just talk normal, whatever, or we talk about certain thing about the government, then I slip the flat earth in there, and sometimes he does say, you know what, I see what you're saying, but then sometime, he'll reject it, like some, because we kind of close. Sometimes we call each other names, because we boys, we guys, and So we call each other's name, and sometimes I got upset because, like, bro, you have not even looked into this. You refuse to look into this, but you want to call me stupid. You know what I'm saying? You want to call me, flathead, whatever, But yeah,
you can't convert them all. You can't convert. When I say convert, that's a terrible word, but you can't help wake up all of your friends and family. Like I told you earlier, my brother, he's on the verge of anti-flat Earth, but my dad, my stepmom, my missus, my another a bunch of friends that I've got, they did listen to me, and they have become pretty much flat earthers, standing on their own too. So yeah, I mean, you can't convince everybody, but the one thing I will say is all of the friends that I've kept who are not flat earthers understand and recognize that they could never debate me on the subject. Like we just don't go there. They would never dream of calling me stupid because they know that's not to be true. Because they know if we go back and forth on it, I'll win the argument. So what I'm saying is there's got to be a respect that you're not a joke. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You're not a joke, and you know what you're talking about, to the point where they have conceded, you know more than me about this. I'm just going to sit on the fence. Yeah? Mm-hmm. I'm not going to take the stance and argue with you, and because I haven't done the research, because then you've got to burn them, for your own sanity, bro, a little bit, because they're being disrespectful in that respect. So, yeah, I just want to add that in from personal experience.
Yeah. But nowadays, bro, like I seen, there's a lot of flat earthers too. Now there's a lot of flat earthers, and I also seen that there's a lot of globe earth and come out of nowhere and just trolling because I guess they don't want to accept the idea of the earth being flat or infinite or whatever. There's more land and stuff, because that would have taken away their space, but at the same time, because the flat earth is growing big and big and bigger now, so you see all these troll people will make just fake account of YouTube and just to troll in the comment section, just to try to argue like through the damn text, you know what I'm saying? And they refuse to look into anything, you know what I mean? And whatever you say, but it's a good thing. It's because now that means we are growing, like bigger and bigger, and that's why I brought up this point earlier. I said, man, like we need to set up a date or something, you know what I mean? Like at least make an announcement, like all the flat earthers come together, be like, hey, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, we're gonna make this happen. We will ask, and through that process, we can ask the government, hey, we will go to Antarctica, or whatever, with who knows how many millions of flat earthers. We want to go see what's over there. I'm pretty sure they not.
What are you gonna do when you get there? Besides, where do you live? Where do you live right now? I know you lived in Florida. That's great. Where do you live now?
No, Texas.
Texas. So you guys get tons of snow there in Texas, right?
Yeah, sometime. Yeah, sometime. The year before the
so you don't get snow. Basically, you get flu.
Yeah,
you get it just rarely. So
I used to live up north, so I know.
Ohio. I live in Ohio, and it's 6 months of the year. So if you want to be cold 12 months of the year at like minus 30 degrees, that's where you want to live. If you know how to live in that temperature, go ahead and go there. But I'm going to guarantee that you don't know how to live in that temperature.
No, I listen. I live in I'm not gonna say I like living there, but I used to live in Maine, so for 8 years, so I know it was cold. I mean, I liked it, my first couple of years, but after that, I'm like, oh my god, this, and then we moved out of there. We went to Florida. And but it was not pleasant. It's very cold on that part. I do agree with you, but I'm just saying, like, if all of us get together, and even some of us that don't want to go, that's fine, but maybe there's a lot of us or some of us that want to go.
Oh man, it's like me personally, why would I want to go south when the big light in the sky is at the north? It's called the Aurora Borealis. There's a big light saying, come this way, and a compass points north.
You know what?
You all want to go south where it's dark.
You know what? Oh, okay. You know what? Maybe we should check out the north first, and then we go south. But I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, if all the flat earthers agree to do something, you know, what I'm saying we should set up a date, you know, or
Oh
something.
yeah,
I don't know.
you're not going to get that from flat earthers. We don't care about the South. I don't really care what's there.
So what you're saying is that you want to go to the north first, or at least check out the
No,
north.
I'm glad sitting in my yard. I'm glad sitting right where I'm at. I already know that the Earth is flat. I'm not proving anything to myself, and I don't need to go explore. I know this place is created. It's a fact. So, not going to learn anything new. I might learn that it's cold, both directions to a certain point.
Okay.
But you need dogs with you. You need animals. You need people. You need all kinds of stuff to go with you to make that trip. You need fuel. You need everything. You can't just take a backpack and say, I'm going. See ya. Here's my luggage.
You know another thing why I say that too. Like I mean, this is all speculation, right? But I'm like this. You know, it just now I'm all like speculate. It's all speculation that I'm thinking like after I don't know, maybe after the south or whatever, after the ice or whatever, it could be another sun. It could be like I'm just saying though. It could be another sun. It could be another what you call a bunch of other continents. You know what I'm saying? And then it could be another sun, another moon. After that, like I don't know how long the distance or whatever. And even after that one, it could be another sun, and then another sun. Like and I'm thinking. So if alien do exist, right? Let's say alien. I don't know. Some people call fallen angel, all that, whatever, the entity, whatever. I'm saying if alien do exist, they do not come from the sky. They come from the further distant. So it's like I don't know. I'm thinking maybe every other continent past, you know, our 7 continent, whatever. It has its own North Pole. It has its own Polaris, and another sun, another star, and then you keep going. There's another one. There's another. I don't know. You know, I'm just. It's all speculation. You know, on this part. That's what I'm thinking. But you know, I don't think it's 100% true. But you know, it's all speculation. I know it sounds a little crazy, but I'm sorry.
Knock yourself out. Go on. Go there. Take pictures for us, too. Broadcast live when you get there. They just don't want you to see you're in a container. That's it. That's all you're going to go see. Is a wall at 13,000 feet at 87 degrees or 83 degrees, whatever it's at. That was listed in the encyclopedia in 1958.
Yeah. I think I came across that before too, but it was like a little blurry. I didn't really read the whole thing. So somebody put out the information out there, but I don't know, the wall, the dome, whatever you want to call.
Well, up until 1959, everybody thought the Earth was flat. They keep lying to you and tell you that it was earlier, but that's not true. They just made space movies to try to make people think that. Keep making space movies. I think the very first movie was a movie about going to the moon. Very first one, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Let me see. I gotta add you guys as a friend because I'm about to go probably like maybe 10, 20 minutes. So at least.
No, I don't think you do that. You just come back to this server because I don't do friend requests I do that rarely.
Okay.
I'm blocked. Like shouldn't even be able to send me anything. I have stalkers from the lobby, so I don't need any more nonsense going on in my Discord. Not from you. Not saying nonsense. I'm just saying in general, I don't leave it open because I get nonsense from the lobby.
Yeah.
But you don't need to friend anybody. We're always here. You come to the live stream, you're going to see the same people. Doesn't change. We just get more. We just get more. Right now, there's only 19 people. Yesterday, I think there was like 54. So it just depends what time it is, where you're at.
I think everybody partied too hard last night, so they sleeping in.
Not too many people on here go crazy like that.
Yeah.
Depends on when the next TikTok video goes out or something like that, some weird Facebook ad, and it draws people here. Then we get a whole bunch of people in waves.
Okay. So, have you ever seen Eric Dubay in here? Has he ever come in here?
I don't know. I imagine so.
Nah, man. Eric Dubay doesn't come in here. He doesn't go anywhere. He's the most elusive flat earther in the whole scene, but for some reason he's the biggest. He's like the original viral flat earther.
Yeah, see, like I have never been able to watch any of his stuff, so I couldn't answer any of the questions about him.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a video flat earther. I didn't like become a flat earther because I watch videos. Nothing like that.
So how did you become a flat earther then?
So I live by Lake Erie, and after I heard the rumor Earth is flat, look at flat water, and I went and looked at Lake Erie, and I said, sure enough, it's flat. And that's all it took for me. I just went from there. I already knew the moon landing was fake, so it wasn't a hard leap for me. I already accepted that we're lied to on TV, especially from 9/11.
Yeah, but did you already have a powerful camera? Were you already into photography?
Nope, I didn't have a camera.
So how did you determine how far you could see?
Yeah, I know how to tell if I can see left or right a curve. Everybody thinks you see the curve only in front of you. You should be able to also see it pitched down left and right, just like anything that's pitched.
And so how did you hear the rumor that it was flat?
Oh, it was probably way back when. It's probably on Facebook or something.
Okay, yeah. You saw a post.
Yeah, I'm not on any social media at all anymore. This I don't consider social media. This people come and search for us.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I found you guys. I'm just glad, but you're gonna see me here more often, you know. But next time I come in here, I make sure I sit and listen. Especially when everybody debating. When everybody debating, I'm gonna sit and listen. But if on a Sunday like this, I'll come talk, you know.
You're good to talk any day of the week, brother. Listen, I don't want you to take the wrong end of the stick of the idea of, you know, that you should listen to a lot of the convos, and that if you say something dumb, you might get muted. Look, listen, it doesn't, like, we want to encourage people to talk more and be more comfortable and confident in speaking more. So it's nothing to do with that. It's just in those moments when you're debating a glober, honestly, you want the most capable people who with the most experience to handle those situations, because if they're trolling or if they are, whether they're genuine or trolling, it's really important that with these recordings are online. You know, there's all sorts of people listening who are on the fence, who don't know all the arguments. So, you know, in those moments, let the teachers teach, I suppose, is the best thing. You know, but obviously don't make statements that you don't know to be true. But with that respect, ask questions, conversate, let's talk. You know what I mean? It's really important that everybody is speaking up asking their questions and, genuinely learning through conversation is what I mean. That's important.
Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, bro. Next time you're in and you're here, man, we'll have a chat.
Yes, sir. Hey, if you don't mind, where you from, bro?
I'm from the UK. From
Oh,
Birmingham.
you're from the UK. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And what's your name, bro?
Big Root.
Big Root. Okay.
Big Root. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to remember your name. I'm very bad with names, so it's just only name, street name, everything. I'm just really bad with it. So, but yeah, I'm gonna try to remember your name, Big Roots. And
yeah, nice
and my friend over there too. Would shoot. See, I'm not looking at the screen, so I can't tell. Well, let me see. That gentleman earlier was talking to us. What was his name?
Has he left? He might have left.
Oh yeah, he probably did, bro. He probably did. So, but anyhow, I mean, I got maybe another 10 minutes. So, so how did you find out about flat Earth? I want to hear your story.
Oh, mine was I must have been. I think 9/11 triggered me into sort of questioning things and the truth. So I was following certain channels, and one of them mentioned flat Earth. Didn't really buy into it, but then I was with some of my conscious cousins who are, they're more conscious and spiritual, and they brought it up. One of them brought it up to me in a party, and was very serious because I was trying to joke around a bit. But he got very serious with me and kind of said, "Look, I ain't fucking about here. Like, the Earth's flat, bro. Like, you need to listen to what I'm saying." So I was like, "Okay." He's never done that before. He's being a bit serious. So, I thought to myself, right, well, I at least owe him the respect to actually try and prove my arguments rather than just arguing with him. So then, I tried to prove the globe and just started to realize that there was no pictures from space. Because I already didn't believe the moon landing. I'd already seen enough evidence that Stanley Kubrick had filmed the moon landings, in my opinion. And that's my speculation. But yeah, in my opinion, I was already there. So it was easy for me to understand why would they lie. But yeah, from there, really, I just started to do some proper research. And YouTube at that point, this was early. This is probably 7, 8 years ago, maybe. So YouTube was just feeding me video after video.
Videos after videos,
content.
yeah, same thing.
You know what I mean? And I was just bummed. I got probably what would take now probably several years. I probably did that within like 6 months, just because YouTube was serving me.
Yep.
So, and then
well, I think that was around the same time. When I was looking to flat Earth too, and then the YouTube algorithm just keep feeding you, and then I became a full flat earther. Yep. But yeah, man. And also 9/11.
Well, I don't think I became a full flat earther until I come across a guy called Nathan Oakley. Have you heard of him?
I heard of him. Nathan, I heard of him, but I listened to him before, but it just I think he leaned more to a religion point of view, but I respect that, you know what I mean?
No.
Nate. Oh wait. That's Nathan Thompson. Nathan Oakley. Is it?
Yeah, Nathan Thompson. You're talking about. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the other guy,
Nathan Oakley, has a channel called Flat Earth Debate on YouTube. I don't know if you've come across that channel.
Is that the guy? I'm not sure. Is that the guy from California?
No, he's from the UK.
He's from UK. Okay, so maybe I got the name mixed up.
I'm sure he was on Vice magazine. I'm sure Vice magazine did a bit about him, like many years ago. Yeah, I'm sure they were like, this guy thinks the Earth is flat, or Something like that. Yeah, if you go into the live stream voice text, this is it.
Here,
That's really funny.
Let me
that
look at
meme.
him real quick. Okay, give me
Because
a
that's
sec.
not him. That's not him. That's like someone's made him look like an old man.
Let me see.
Well, they've put his face on an old man's head, I think. But like, yeah, this guy's old school, bro. This guy is
I
old
seen him
school.
before. I seen him before. I seen him talk.
Yeah.
I seen him. But I think I seen him with what's that guy's name? Dave.
Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah, Dave's something.
Dave
Man.
Weiss.
I'm really bad with names, man. I just know people by faces.
Yeah.
You say the old guy.
That's so funny, that picture. You know what? That's funny because this guy has been going for so long, and he does what I respect about him. A lot of people, he's like Marmite for, a lot of people don't like him. But he has a format, he has his platform, and he has his questions. He's refined his arguments down to 3 major questions. Have we got any evidence of curvature? Have we got any evidence of motion? And have we got evidence of the existence of space? Space being a vacuum. And he's really got his arguments. And I saw this guy over years and years go from, winning his arguments and doing very well to slaughtering people, bro. Like I felt bad for the Globers. I didn't like him at first. That was the snowflake in me. It was like, I don't want to hurt their feelings and this, that, the other. But when I started experiencing abuse from Globers online and even like so-called ex-friends and stuff, like I started to realize why he did that, and why he was sort of destroying people. And then I understood, like, wow, you can't destroy someone to such levels unless you've been through the fire. Do you know what I mean? So I realized very quickly that this guy, he refined all the arguments to the point where I could learn from him. So I suppose that was me. I respected him enough and saw enough of me in him to say, right, I can listen to this guy and really figure it out. So after listening to this guy for a few years, I actually, became more educated, became interested in science. So that was when I become a full flat earther, because before that point, he was the first person I saw from an alpha perspective say, yeah, I'm a fucking flat earther and I'm proud. None of this shit like, I think the Earth's flat and this, that, the other, and it might be, and yeah, you're right, let's be diplomatic. No, fuck off, you haven't got the evidence, so stop filling me with bullshit. And it just resonated with me. It was just something that I thought, you don't have to bow to everybody else just because you're talking about something that challenges their worldview. You don't have to do that because it affects you, I think. So I don't know. He taught me to be proud, as a flat earther, and to be ruthless, when it comes to proof and truth with myself as well.
I don't think, but I mean, it's a good approach if you actually think about it, because a lot of flat earthers also get basically like what you call disrespect, because people just being disrespectful to a flat earther. I seen the debate. I don't know what channel was it. It was on some YouTube or whatever. I think it was journalism with a bunch of those asshole. I would call them asshole because and they were just gelling at him, and they gang up on him. You know what I'm saying? So if you just one person sitting in the room, and then with like 4 or 5 people, like they're all against you. You know what I mean? Whatever your proof of your idea, your argument you thrown out there, they laughing and shut them down. And not just only that, but in a very disrespectful way. So I get it now. A lot of flat earther. Well, I'm not gonna say a lot. I see a few that came out, like, really strong with their point, and they don't mess around. What is his name? John Zogger? That guy, yeah, he's funny, okay, but
Zerka, he's a new breed. I don't know where he's come from. He's exploding on the scene right now.
But it's funny the way he, like, the way he joke around with those what you call globe earthers. But I didn't understand the point that the certain thing that he say, and then he said, he said something about, oh yeah, the Earth is flat, but then there's a dome or whatever around. I'm like, I don't know, man. You like, if you say that, people would like kind of turn away, right? I don't know, because I'm a flat earther, right? But when I hear just like he's being like, I don't know if he's joking or being for real, but I'm thinking he being for real. He trolling or whatever. He playing character, but at the same time, like,
he's giving his belief, bro. He believes it, because he is religious. He was a Muslim, and then he converted to Christianity.
Christian.
So,
yeah,
he has his beliefs.
Yeah, but then at the same time, like when he start talking about what you call, he start talking about, oh yeah, there's a dome on the top or whatever, of us, and then on like past and if I'm not wrong, past Antarctica or whatever, there's a dome and all that stuff. Well, only globe earther, when you hear that, you kind of like, what, but I guess but if you
like, listen, dude, it all depends on how much research you've done, because if you really dug into, is there a dome, you got to break it down. What does history say, what does mythology say, but also what does observation from private rockets show, what does anecdotal statements from letters written and things like that, and you can come to a sound opinion that there's always been evidence of sort of dome or containment, even in private rocket footage. I mean, not at the ends of the Earth, I would say, but I'd say there's I would definitely say there's containment. Yeah, there's definitely containment, because how can you have gas pressure sitting next to a vacuum without some sort of containment? And gravity is not a force. Gravity is an effect. Gravity is not something tangible that you can show to be able to do anything. Gravity doesn't cut it. There has to be a physical containment somewhere, and not to mention the scripture that talks about it, not to mention some of the private rocket footage that we have that seem to show some sort of stoppage. But this is Sunday. This is speculation. This is all my the conclusions I've come to by looking into it from several angles. I think there is containment, and it could be considered the dome. It could be called what we call the firmament. Yep. And this is nothing new in history. In fact, it was common understanding throughout antiquity and the pre-Diluvian, especially like, not pre-Diluvian, sorry, but in history before the last reset, before the Dark Ages, everybody knew that we were on a flat earth contained within a firmament created by a creator. That's some called Yahweh, some called this, that, So that's more normal.
I heard of that before. Yeah.
In the history of mankind, it is more normal to believe that you are contained, because science shows that we must be contained. History shows that they believed always that we were contained, and nobody has shown anything other than that.
No, I do agree, and I understand the point. Like, I heard it before too, but yeah. Okay. So, what about space? Like, let me ask you something. What do you think? Like, all those stars up in the sky. Like, have you ever seen the P90? I'm pretty sure you've seen it. Okay, because you sound more knowledgeable than me on this part. You know what I mean? Sometimes, like I said, I can't put into words, but I do understand. For the concept of the flat Earth in general, but I'm pretty sure you've seen the Nikon P900 and P1000 when they zoom in, the star really close right there to focus, and you see it's like it's moving. Of course, it is moving. Like it looked like it's moving. It looked like lights. It looked like, I don't know. Some people would say it's some type of alive organism. Some people would say it just lights, so what do you think about that on that part? Like, what do you think all those star is, you know. And I heard Santos Banaji, he said something, it's holes in the sky. So but I don't know about that, but I want to hear what do you think. I know this is all speculation on this part. Hello.
Yeah, bro. Are you reading the chat by any chance?
Oh, hey bro, how you doing? I got cut off or something.
Are you reading the chat? Do you pay attention to the text chat?
No.
Yeah, it correlates with the discussion. Maybe check out the text chat. They told you earlier.
Okay. Okay.
But I included Nathan Oakley's actual channel instead of just that funny picture of him like as an 80-year-old. That was just displaying how many thousands of shows he's done already. And exaggerating, but he's awesome. I put his actual YouTube on there if you want to check it out.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it, man. Oh, so if I say something out of line or whatever, I got cut off? Is that what it is?
No, I just think whoever you were talking to might have had to dip. That's all. You didn't get cut off.
Oh, okay.
The discussion kind of stopped me, but somebody probably just had to walk out, you know?
Yeah.
Plus, we're also paying attention to the lobby. There's always newcomers and trolls coming in there, so we kind of pay attention to both rooms at once.
Okay.
But usually, there's pictures, text, links, and stuff that are going along with whatever the discussion is in real time, so it helps to pay attention to both.
Oh, okay. See, this is my first day, like my first day in like in here, so on here, and yeah.
Yeah, you said you're just learning Discord too, so.
Yeah, pretty much, bro. All I did was just grab my headset, you know, grab my phone. Earlier I was on desktop, but then I grabbed my phone, like, okay, let's put on the headset. It's easy to talk, because, you know, I just want to come in here and talk about flat earth stuff. And at least...
Yeah, I'm usually I use the laptop for, like, dropping files and stuff like that, or pictures. I mean, I do it both with phone and laptop, but I keep my mic on my laptop turned off, so I don't really chat on there. Mostly phone. Cool that we can use both.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah.
And I guess some people even they don't even have the app on their desktop. They just use it through their browser, which is cool. But I mean, the app is not very intrusive or it's not a RAM hog, so.
Yeah. I found you, matter of fact, I found the Discord through the browser earlier. And then I also got the app, so I went to the app, and then after the app, I just grabbed the phone and download the app on the phone. So yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So this is my first day, and I don't really know how to use this that much, but you know, I appreciate all the info.
You're doing better than a lot of the boomers.
I don't know about that, but thank you. Yeah, man.
It's hard to get them to not just use the phone like a walkie-talkie, talking into it like they're on a long-distance phone call, and they don't really check the chat. So we have to remind people. But you're new, and it sounds like you've actually been looking into flat Earth before even coming here, so that's cool.
Oh yeah, I've been a flat earther for a while already, since 2017. Yeah, I would say I think around 2017. But yeah, I've been a flat earther for a while now. Yeah, so.
I can go up to my laptop if you need, but they should already be on here. It can get a little overwhelming with the amount of information we have on here, but I've got a bunch of PDF files that are books, a lot of flat Earth information, flat Earth books from the 1800s, 1900s.
Oh, see, okay. Oh yeah, I would love like any info.
Just as a
Yeah.
testimony that this isn't some new thing from 2015. You know what I mean? This has been going on for a while. It's not a new phenomenon.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Eric Dubay mentioned about that too when I was like watching his documentary or whatever, his videos. But he mentioned about that. Yeah. I might not know all the stuff like you guys do, but I understand like just the concept of it,
But you read English well, right?
Yeah, I would say yes, but it's still my second language, but it's okay, I can still read.
What's your first?
It's Cambodian Khmer.
Oh, nice. I used to live in Washington State. We had a high Cambodian population up there and Vietnamese.
Oh yeah, that's Washington State. That's like the third largest Cambodian population. Yeah,
I know. All my friends were Cambodian.
Oh, for real?
When I was up there, yeah.
That's what's up, man. That's crazy. Yeah.
It's weird that they picked Washington.
Yeah, it's crazy. And Cali's actually a lot more. California, and then I think Massachusetts is the second one, and Washington is the third one.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But yeah, man, nice to meet you, bro.
You too.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kimbo Beats, are you a beat maker?
Yeah, I make beats, bro.
You guys should collaborate because Big Root is a rapper, so you guys should make something.
Yeah, man, I've been producing since the year 2000. I did a Flat Earth album in 2018. We got a lot of
wow,
artists.
that's crazy. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Matter of fact, I was on What's It Gets It chat or whatever, and I was trying to send him like a couple beats, and I trying to send him a couple beats. I finally did, but I don't know if he got it through Telegram or not. I just like I love Flat Earth, so all my brother and sister are Flat Earther. I don't care. Like I just wanna just use my beat. I don't care. You know what I mean? But I don't want any profit, none of that stuff. Like any Flat Earther is like. That's my brother and sister, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, yeah. But oh yeah, man, I would love to do some project with you. Matter of fact, I'm about to launch my website like next month for the beat selling, but only for only Flat Earther, man. Like I don't need no money, no nothing, you know what I mean? But I just want to do music,
just trying to collaborate, right?
Yeah, just trying to collaborate with all my Flat Earthers, man. Matter of fact, I tried to get Eric Dubay too. I was trying to. So Eric Dubay, he does I guess he raps and stuff too. I heard his couple song, and I've been trying to get a hold of him. Like, hey man, like why don't you grab some of my beats? Is to see if you can rap on it. You can you can sing auto-tune, whatever you want to do. Just trying to do trying to do music, with Flat Earth, period, so. But yeah, man, I would love to link up. Yeah. Matter of fact, let me see. Oh, I gotta add you, right? Like I'm new to this, man, so I'm a little retarded. So please forgive me.
I'm one of the moderators. It looks like a weird name, but it's nameless backwards.
Okay, all right. Let me see. Also, what is your album? What's your album?
That's the album I did in 2018 with that's the album I did with this guy Frank America. I produced it. He's the rapper, kind of a spoken word guy, but we did a hip hop album, all Flat Earth.
Okay. Oh wow.
And I've done some other singles with some other people. I guess I can post those links too.
So, what type of beats do you produce?
I make hip hop. I've been doing this since 2000. I've produced 16 albums so far.
Oh wow, that's crazy, man.
But when I DJ, I like electronic dance music. It's just because it was made to DJ. It's fun.
Are you also a mixing engineer?
Yep. For the last 20 years, 23 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm learning. I'm still a student. I'm a student and a teacher, I guess.
Yeah. So what do you use? What type of software do you use?
I've been using FL Studio since they started. I also have Ableton, but I stick with FL Studio. I've got MIDI keyboard, MPC.
You sound like me. Yo, we are FL Studio lover right here, man. Like I had a Pro 2.
It's a powerful program.
Before. Yeah, but now like I bought like the full version, so like
Me too, yeah. It felt good to have it. It felt good to have a real one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because
Purchasing,
you've been using crack programs for years.
Yeah.
But
You know what's up. You know what's up.
yeah, yeah, I
But it
know,
feels
bro.
good to own
So
it, right?
yeah,
Feels good to
yes,
know that
yes,
you can
sir,
update it. As soon
yes,
as they
sir.
update it, you get that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I pretty much use like third-party plugins, for the most part, you know what I mean? Because FL Studio plugin is not really, yeah, it's not really good for like crazy mixing. So, but
It
I
does have what
do
you
want
need. Any DAW you use has what you need. But I'm with you. I use a lot of third
it
party.
does.
I'm also connected. I'm connected to a lot of groups where I get a lot of free plugins. I'm pretty blessed. But I mean, I've
Oh
spent
man.
thousands of dollars too on plugins.
Oh, bro, I used to spend money, but I stopped on plugins. I got every plugin for free, bro. Every plugins you want, just let me know.
Yeah, man.
What do you want? You want waves?
Yep.
Yeah, but anyhow, though, like I do want to say this real quick. Oh yeah, so I started doing music in like
Say, I got
2009.
dog. I got come fresh in here a little bit.
Say, I gotta get off here. All right. I'll see you. I'll come back in a few.
Okay, all right, bro.
You talk to you, man.
Yeah, you too, brother.
Okay. I'll pop in.
Wow.
When Globers link McToon, but have not read or know the information they have provided, shock.
Now's the time to take all that paperwork, go out into the field, and look upon the earth, how beautiful it looks, and then say, okay, this paperwork I have now matches the earth that I'm standing on. Voila, it's measured. Have you done that yet?
Me personally, no, but lots of people
Has anybody done that yet?
Yes, lots of people.
AKA me.
That's what I'm saying. Who?
I can literally get up a fucking page of people.
Just
for you.
freaking name one. God, you're such a little weasel,
Yeah,
bro.
I will get it up.
Great. Do it. Find us that person. Or people.
Why do these guys have to be such weasels? Like, ask the question and saying they know something, then I got to go run and look for it now. Like, what a little parrot.
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
Drop it into live stream voice text, will you? Finbob? Live stream voice text.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like you guys have never played poker before. You just sit around claiming you have the winning hand. Bluff, bluff, bluff. Why don't you just put the card down and the cards will do all the talking? Light your cigar, lean back, and put your boots on the table. But no, you don't do that because you have to bluff and tell us about your cards and how amazing they are. It's called bluffing.
CB, he just dropped his card. It's a McToon rank for Horizon Dip. So I guess he thinks the Horizon's geometric.
Uh-oh.
Well, let's look at the citation. Hang on, Finbob. We're going to look at what you dropped, okay? If you don't mind.
Okay.
And let me just read a little bit of it here, because we have to. All right. So it says Horizon Dip measured from New Zealand. Robin Bodley conducted an investigation into the relationship between observer elevation and zenith angle to the sea horizon. 90 degrees was subtracted from each angle to get the dip angle. Data is plotted on the graph to visualize it. The red curve represents the expected dip angle on a spherical Earth with no atmosphere, while the green curve has a correction of 0.13 for an atmospheric refraction. And then it says there on the line above it, each angle is the average of 4 sets of observations in both face left and face right. The theodolite used in, Wild Herberg, Switzerland, and it gives you some numbers there, made in 1956. The details of the survey marks can be found here. Let me show you. He's got some images of some theodolite deal, but it's on a graph that shows you the difference. And of course, the difference was one with atmosphere, one with no, and he plotted on a graph there. And these are like the images of the observation are pretty much what you'd expect from somebody doing this with a theodolite. Let's see if I can go back. Okay, so
it's time.
Okay, so how did he measure the curvature of the Earth, Finbob, in basic understanding here with what he's done? I want you to tell us this is your evidence that you cited.
Well, no, to get someone who's done it, never do you know the procedure.
What?
I got you someone that did it. Well, no, I don't study this. I study aerospace engineering. This got nothing to do with what I gotta do.
Aerospace engineering, Finbob, that's fine. But now I'm asking you on this specific citation, because you cited McToon. So what did they do specifically to find this drop over distance?
I'm assuming they had to use an equation.
To okay. So I'm hearing things that are assuming, and you're assuming things that he's done. You're not really sure. So why would you cite something that you're not really sure? I'm getting into your kind of line of logic here, and I don't follow how you're connecting the dots, because what it sounds like is you're just pulling something up that's confirmation bias for your point, but you don't know what it says. You're just jumping into something that you have no research, no idea. You have nothing to bring fruit as to what this is talking about. So you don't even know if this is correct or not. So why would we pour our efforts into debunking this specific claim if you don't even know what the claim is here? Yeah. You're just showing us something. Why do you do that?
Wake up.
Because I'm asked of it, and because I don't study how to prove of the Earth curvature.
That's fine. I'm not holding that.
Just read the words.
Bob, I'm not holding that against you.
You never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
I'm not holding that against you, but what I am saying is that you don't know anything about what's being said here to then verify the or back up the assertion that you made that the Earth is curving with a drop rate over distance. So because of that, I could hand wave dismiss this because you have no idea of what this thing is saying here. You don't. So I mean, you admittedly said so. So why would you even bring it in as a point for a discussion if you have no idea? Why am I going to pour energy and time to debunking what it says here if you have no idea of what it says in the first place? Because you don't even know what the citation means.
Regardless of exactly how I know they've calculated, doesn't change what they've done.
What did they do? What did they do? What did they do? I'm asking you. I'm asking you. What did they do? And you don't even. You can't even tell me what they've done. Can you?
Not
what's the problem?
Be honest, Bob.
Sorry. If you don't know what he did, then how do you know what he proved?
Yeah, exactly. Be honest with me. Do you know what he did? Yes or no?
He measured drop rate over.
Do you know what he did? Yes or no? Because then I'm going to ask you for specifics if you do know, and it's going to get ugly for you. So be honest with me right now, so we don't have to do that. And I'm going to start exposing you little by little.
No, I don't know the exact procedure.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty, Finn Bob.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over. Hold on, not yet. Clear?
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you two questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're
nothing
sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so yeah, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me if you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
Well, yeah, we're not saying about any. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I'd hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. But I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
to tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you! I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right,
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you
Just
know.
that in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so. Yeah.
From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Hello, we have a new member here. Freitas is from Portugal. I'm at work, but if some people can talk to you, or you have any questions, they will answer.
Not really. Maybe I'll remember something to ask, or I don't know.
Okay. Freitas is a flat earth guy. Okay, so are you around, or people here can ask something to you? I'm going to work, so
I can
see you
see,
guys. Okay, thanks. See you guys. I'm gonna just leave this. Will be away from the keyboard, so see you guys.
Sorry, if you asked a question, bro, I never heard what you said.
No, I didn't. Maybe if I go through the library or something.
Okay, that's cool.
What?
No, I just said okay, and I understand. Yeah, cool. I
Okay,
thought he was asking a specific question or something, and he was struggling.
No,
but
no.
Yeah. No, all good.
So, what does like make wind like flat Earth?
Weather. The weather, right?
Well, it's that simple. The weather exists. There's no like explanation to it or whatever.
Well, it's the same explanation as a globe, right? We have wind currents. Yeah. There is also, as it's Sunday, I'll mention it. There's also potentially something called etheric winds. So there is a system. Yeah, sorry, bro. I'm being a bit tongue in cheek. If that's a genuine question, I'm hoping there's someone in here who might give you a proper answer. Is anybody about who wants to have a go at what's your name? Sorry, who asked the question?
Kratos.
Kathos.
What was the question?
How do winds work? Like,
I have no idea. Beats me. I don't think even the weather guys know. I mean, they always get that wrong, right? So
So how do the winds work on a globe then? Let's start there.
I also don't know, honestly.
Because I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with motion of the Earth, right?
Yeah, because then an helicopter could not land where it started, right?
Yeah. So we have the water cycle, which works perfectly fine in a terrarium, if you know what a terrarium is.
No, I don't.
So if you Google a terrarium, you can create a whole ecosystem in a big glass bottle, and if you can seal that bottle, you can actually and put plants in there. You can actually create a whole ecosystem, and people have even had terrariums so big that they've got clouds in their terrarium.
Oh.
Which lends evidence to you need an enclosed system to create a weather system, if you know what I mean. So are you a flat earther, glober, on the fence?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. I'm recently though, so I'm new to all this.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's an interesting question. I think if it was something I wanted to know, I would definitely go find out exactly how it's supposed to work on a globe. And I think from there, you might be able to speak to some of the predominant flat earthers who might have their own theories, but yeah, I think it's the same pretty much on a flat earth or on a globe. It's to do with like the way that the wind channels run. It's just to do with the different heat. Where entropy, I don't know, heat's always going to cold, so it's creating like violent channels of wind and things like that. I believe. Somebody please stop me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's how, in my mind, how the wind
I
works.
think you're doing great. Keep going. I'm learning tons. It's a dynamic system, right? There's so many factors and variables: high pressure systems and low pressure systems, and whatever, above the water and different temperatures between the water and whatever the surface air. So, yeah. But to say that I know or have a clue, no, not a chance.
Yeah, same. But in my mind, it doesn't matter whether it's a globe or a flat Earth. This is going to happen anyway, isn't it? Because of the pressure system.
Yeah, I'd almost argue, at least in my mind, and this could be simplistic, but on the flat Earth, it makes more sense because I would imagine that a spinning globe might have a bias, right, or effect on wind direction, whereas in my everyday experience, I experience the wind traveling in all different directions, just depending on the day or the environmental factors.
Yep, exactly. And I think, all this movement of hot to cold and entropy and all that shit going on, like it just lends argument to the containment, doesn't it? Really. Otherwise, all the wind would be going off Earth. It would be blowing all the molecules into the vacuum.
Yeah, you cannot have a pressurized system in a vacuum.
You did mention something about ethereal winds, and since it's Speculation Sunday, I do have a question about the ether. Would you be willing to entertain it?
I can entertain
What is the ether?
I might not be able to answer any of your questions.
That's a great question, first of all. But my question is, and I asked this the other day, but they thought it best I bring it up on Sunday. So, and again, this is just my very, and like this other gentleman, I don't remember your name, but I'm pretty new. So, but my understanding is that the proponents of the ether would posit that there's a background medium that all light and electrostatics propagates through, that's invisible, unquantifiable, whatever, right? So this background medium, and light isn't a photon and doesn't per se travel from point A to point B. Light is just there, okay? And so I was thinking about this the other night because I think it was Jim who was talking about doing some long exposure photography, right? So in long exposure photography, you force the aperture, right, of the lens to stay open, right, to receive more light. And so I was curious what a proponent of the ether has to say about that concept, in that I'm waiting for more light to come in, quote unquote. And maybe I'm phrasing that wrong, but I'm just curious, because the reason I'm leaving the aperture open or exposing the receptor, right, is for longer exposure to that light. And maybe that's simply the answer, is that, sure, if I'm in an ether model, the light is already instantly there. But the reason for long exposure, quote unquote, is literally just to let the light, whatever, soak onto the receptor even more deeply or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if anyone here has an idea about that. It was just a curiosity I had the other day.
Yeah, that's not something I can even touch on. I've listened to a little bit of Walter Lewin, and I understand a bit about light, but that's about it.
Yeah. I probably need to ask Witsit directly.
I was gonna say, bro, this is pretty this is pretty intense question you've got there, mate. A pretty specialized one. I need to know about photography too.
No, it's fair. We can move on. I'm not desperate for an answer either. It's more of just a curiosity, since it's Speculation Sunday.
I'm not sure I even actually fully understand your question, because you're saying the effect you're getting from opening the aperture and allowing more exposure is what? Sorry, it's doing what effect?
Well, think about it like this, right? You would use that kind of photography, or like I have a Nikon D3200 camera, and I can set it to dark mode, essentially, where I'm in the dark. In other words, there's very limited light, right, in my current setup, right? Like last night, for example, I'm trying to take some pictures of things here on my back porch when it's pretty dark out. And so even when you put the camera in auto, it automatically will keep the aperture open longer to receive more light to get an image, right? And so, but you can also force this in non-dark circumstances. You can just do long exposure photography where you keep the aperture open. And the whole point is for you to allow more light in to hit the photoreceptor. And so juxtapositioning that concept, right, with the idea that light is instantly there in the ether paradigm, I'm just curious what the answer to that would be, or how they see that. Obviously, they wouldn't. Those who posit the ether wouldn't say that they're receiving light, because they don't believe that light is a photon or travels from point A to point B. It's instantly there, and so I'm just curious what they think about long exposure photography and how that operates. Does that make sense? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's a brilliant question, because from what I've learned and what I can understand, light is, a bit like a wave. It's something that's happening, and it's something that, you can't isolate a wave. It's it's like the manipulation of the background medium, and that's how I understand light from my own opinion. And it's really interesting, actually, that I've never ever thought, well, how does this affect camera or even light in our eyes, and I think I'm just kind of going through it for the first time, to be honest. Really interesting question.
Yeah, again, I'm super new to flat Earth in general, like the other gentleman that was speaking there a minute ago. So I'm just trying to, you hear some of the different theories, right, that people speculate about, or concepts that they put forth. So just trying to, get the information, analyze it.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, from my understanding, that light is everything is already contained within the medium, and light is being excited. In like the let's call it the molecules or whatever are being propagated or whatever. So when that interacts with a camera, I mean, that we only see a limited amount of the visible light spectrum. So you're just sort of, I suppose, enhancing the abilities, right, of the camera. I mean, this is a layman who doesn't know anything about cameras asking you here.
No, me too. No, my understanding is that if you were to take the atomistic paradigm worldview, where light is comprised of photon particles or whatever, right, and does travel from point A to point B at incredible speeds, obviously, right, that when I hold the button down and take a picture, if it's light out, like right now it's sunny out, and I hit my button to take a picture, it's, not instantaneous, but it's a millisecond kind of click. You hear the right, and the picture's taken. Why? Because it that quickly received enough light to process the image. Whereas with long exposure dark photography, you can actually hear it go click, wait, and then click again, right? Because it's waiting for more light to come in to hit that photoreceptor. And so in the atomistic, right, kind of paradigm, you would see, okay, well, we're waiting, quote unquote, for more light to come here, right, to come to journey, right, from point A to point B, versus the background medium idea, at least as I very basically understand it, is that light is already there instantaneously. But if that were the case, then do I even need to have long exposure, right? Shouldn't the light just instantly be there, right?
Of course, because I understand now. It's my lack of understanding of cameras that I didn't understand your question. But from my understanding of the way light works, imagine it like a Mexican wave in a crowd around a stadium. Although all the people are there to do the wave, it's I know that's all voluntary, but like a wave in the ocean, the wave doesn't reach you until it reaches you. So whatever's propagating the wave is, there is something traveling in, whether it's the signal, whether it's, the vibration, which I'm, going to rather stick with vibration than signal, but that's still propagating through. So you are waiting for something, right?
Mm-hmm. I didn't know the wave was Mexican. Just going to put that out there. I just thought it was the wave. I didn't realize it had a nationality behind that.
See, yeah. I wish someone here who knew a bit more.
Well, no, I'm back to. I didn't catch your name. The other gentleman who said he was pretty new. Cathos?
Freitas.
Freitas?
Yeah.
But you had asked, what is the ether? Do you want to take a stab at that one?
What?
I'm asking the other guy if he wants to take a stab at that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, me. Beans, is it Speculation Sunday?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really want to. I don't want to go out there and say I know, anything more than anybody else here. Than a background medium that seems to could explain a lot of different phenomenon we have with all sorts of connectivity. So I can't really explain it, no, but in my own words, a background medium that we're all in that propagates all these waves, which sort of gives a connectedness to everything, but it also is connected to the grid lines, in my opinion, the grid lines that we have, the energy nodes that we see. I've forgotten what they're called now, but
like the ley lines. You're talking about the ley lines?
Yeah, I think that they're all connected to the same etheric winds. I think energy spikes in certain areas because of this ether. So I haven't answered your question. I'm very aware.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, I think ultimately, at least, again, I'm not speaking for anyone in the proponents of ether community, because I just don't know very well myself. But I would say that, from my understanding, it's put forth as a philosophical framework, i.e. it's not scientific by definition. So it's more of a way to think about the world and how the world operates, more than it is a thing to ascertain. And I know that doesn't help from a clarification standpoint, right? Because it isn't material, right? It isn't manifest, I guess, from what I've heard. But it is a background medium that is invisible, maybe immeasurable, unquantifiable. That it's theorized, I suppose, that certain aspects of our world propagate through, whether that be explaining some electrostatics, electromagnetism, light, and things of that nature. And maybe it's just light. I don't know. Again, I'm clueless as to how this operates myself. So
no, you explained it better than me, and I think I buy into the idea a lot more than you already. But I think it explains a lot of other phenomenon. Like psychic abilities. I think it also explains, sheds light into why we can't understand light. We can't understand the particle. Why do we get the collapsing of a wave in the quantum experiments? And I think if you just take in, all of these anomalous situations, and you take into account that there is a background electrostatic medium that we're all connected by, then I think it becomes a lot easier to sort of imagine, maybe even scratch the surface on how it's working. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's an alluring concept for sure.
Yeah. And obviously, if it wasn't Sunday, I wouldn't even bother saying this to you guys.
No, that's the only reason I brought it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. But I do think there's. Have you heard of Eric Dollard?
I have not. No, just I know Witsit is. That's the only person I don't know anyone. What the hell do I know? No, I don't know Eric Dollard. So
there's a guy called Eric Dollard who recreated Tesla's experiments, and he said he basically calls it counter space.
I have heard that phrase. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, he didn't use the word ether, but he uses the word counter space. And when I tried to look into counter space and sort of figure out what that was, it was very connected to the idea of the ether, that the magnetism and electricity in two different states are in, like, it's within the ether, i.e. within counter space, and you can kind of tap into these energies by using electricity differently the way that we do now. Does that make, if you understand what I mean? So that might shed some light. Eric Dollard's counter space. When I was listening and reading about counter space, it kind of equated to something similar to the ether in my mind.
Yeah, I might take a look at that, see what he's got to say.
Yeah, because this is what Tesla was, doing using free. This is where free energy's arguments lie, within the counter space argument, that you can tap into the electricity within the ether, but they don't call it the ether. They just say within the air or the atmosphere or whatever. But it's not air, and it's the atmos, sphere or whatever is just a concept. So what actually is it? And I think ether is the only word that I think we have for it.
Yeah, I think in history it was posited, even in the scientific community, as explanation for certain effects, as a possible potential explanation. But then it got essentially thrown out by Einstein and friends.
Yeah, and everything was everything was a particle that's measurable.
Right. Yeah.
And I think just the fact that we don't understand electricity, we don't understand light, is because we don't understand, like a wave in the ocean, it can't exist without its background medium. And I just think that's the key to understanding how light is traveling. It's not traveling, it's exciting the medium to react in a wave fashion, and that's, to me, that's only possible in a medium. That couldn't exist. That idea of the propagation of the medium, it's self-explanatory, and I don't think that's a better explanation for light. But then again, I like Ken Wheeler, so what do I know?
Well, he's a name I've heard thrown around when it comes to the conversation of the ether. Is that right? Him and Bob Nodell, I believe.
Bob Nodell is from Globebusters. Yeah. So Bob talked about the ether a lot. Yeah, and Witsit. Yeah,
but not Ken Wheeler. Is that what you're saying?
No, Ken Wheeler's not a flat earther. He's everything. He's a philosopher. He's a linguist. He's all sorts. But he's written some books and made some claims that he understands magnetism and a couple of other subjects more than anybody else in the field. And he claims to be the leading expert in magnetism.
Interesting.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, wow, like, you listen to his videos, and like, sometimes, when I started into him, I had to skip back just to Google some words that he was using. But yeah, he seems to really know his shit, man, and he seems to make a video every day. He's very busy.
Wow.
But yeah, he explains it like, come on, guys, this isn't even fucking in question. We know now that that light is not a particle. We know that it's propagating, and the ancients called it the ether, and more modern people are calling it other stuff.
But you're saying he would not himself call it whatever, counter space, or would he?
I think he calls it the ether. Yeah, he calls it the ether. He'll say that, he'll say there's many words for the ether nowadays.
Gotcha.
And what it is?
I'm tapping out.
It's a good question.
I'm tapping out now.
Back to the beginning. No idea.
It's electric water, yeah?
Electric water, it's electric water.
Yeah. I'm going with electric water.
Do not put a toaster in your bathtub, please. This is not a safe experiment.
Electric evaporated water.
Mix it with other gases.
Electrovaporo. The question is it the same stuff the Chinese call qi?
I saw a guy use his hand and set some newspaper on fire once on YouTube.
I'm afraid only if it's the same stuff like a global gravity.
Come on, it is Sunday. You can let it go.
No, I'm only saying, it's a good word. We know what is good word. Gravity is the best word. In our days, we call many things gravity.
So if it's speculation Sunday, what do you guys think stars are?
Solar luminescence. Have you ever heard of a star in a jar?
Nope.
Yep. If you Google star in a jar, YouTube, sorry, star in a jar, you will come across the most amazing experiment. And basically, if you have a vacuum chamber and you create a bubble in a flask of water, and you run a frequency through that flask, a certain frequency, the bubble, due to cavitation, will implode on itself, collapse, and create exactly what you see when you look up in the sky, a star in the heavens, in a jar, and it burns at tens of thousands of degrees within the vacuum chamber, within the liquid.
And I'm watching the video right now. It looks, well.
I'm telling you now, if you just look at this heavens, look at the picture of a star, then look at that. It's uncanny.
Yeah, it's exactly like a star that was up yesterday.
That's the one of speculation. It's a frequency in the water, yeah.
The effect's called cavitation, and even in nature you see it in the pistol shrimp. The pistol shrimp can create that exact phenomena with its claw at the bottom of the ocean.
Pistol shrimp?
Yep, the pistol shrimp has got like a cannon. They call it like a underwater cannon, but it creates. Yep, and it creates a spark because it collapses a bubble within its claws so violently it has the same effect as the solar luminescence, and the bubble implodes and creates a heat. So Google the pistol shrimp.
Yeah, and they argue that it's as hot as the sun. Well, not the globe sun.
Yeah, that's right. The effect is called cavitation, and it's quite like when you have like big industrial vibrating machines, they can create these bubbles and especially when you have water involved in the machine, and then these bubbles, if the machine is vibrating and creating all sorts of weird frequencies, eventually it will hit a frequency that will implode the bubbles, and they explode within the machine. So you get specialist teams of engineers who deal with cavitation, who have to replace what look like little bombs that have gone off inside their machine because of cavitation bubbles.
What is the purpose of the star?
I'm tapping out.
Well, I saw a guy. I don't know if we can say this at here. I saw a guy speculating, saying that stars and like astral objects were like things made by the devil to make you like distracted or something, like because they're so beautiful, right? They're so beautiful that like
what is the purpose of the star? Is it purpose to shine the earth? Is it purpose to heat the earth, or is it another purpose?
I think it's multi-purposed.
Yeah, it's multi-purpose. But what is one of that purpose?
it might even not have a purpose, you know.
Yeah, you have the purpose. You can use them for something.
For tracking the seasons and for navigation.
Yeah, that means that has a purpose. That means that somebody put them there to have a purpose.
Yeah, I agree.
And that means that somehow doesn't matter if they are made from natrium or water, because they have a purpose. Even if have a light, that light, it's only showing you that you can navigate, and yes, and then know which time of the year it is, and blah blah blah. But if you know what what is made of, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It does not matter, but they do look like solar luminescence, don't you think, Sasha?
Yeah, they are, but during the night, because during the day you cannot see them.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. You can see them even during the day. I'm lying, because when it's sunset, they start to appear, and even you can see one or 10 of them appearing, and that's it. And then you have in one moment getting all others. But still, it's there, you know, and still it's, you know, all that positions, and they have names even, you know, and it's only that its purpose, you know, for navigating and to have and to know the position. So yeah, on the earth and blah blah blah. But
it could have more impact on us as beings that we don't pay attention to, because look at and I'm not saying astrology is the truth or anything. Astrology, but there is a lot of we have a big history with the stars, bro, and personality traits and things like that.
Like you have with the moon and the sun, man. You have all. It's based on the gods practically. The sun is a god.
Yeah.
Ra, you know, all that things. It's made, like all religions are made practically because of the sun. Look at the moon. What the fuck is that?
Hey, I was reading an article about how a lot of pre-Diluvian cultures claimed that the moon wasn't here, and then all of a sudden one day it was. And a lot of cultures who claimed that there wasn't a moon, like pre-Diluvian cultures. Like as if the moon was brought here, and that before there was a difference in the sky tone and colours as well.
It could be, you know, that past it's history. It's bigger mystery than flat Earth.
Yeah, definitely. And I there's not even a conversation here. I just like to throw it out there because it's good to know that the ancients used to say that there wasn't a moon. That's just crazy. But they did. A lot of the ancients said that there was no moon, and that they talk about when the moon arrived and shit. It's weird.
Yeah, you have also them who was worshipping Saturn. They're like Saturn was the real sun.
Yeah, and part of this article was saying that other stars in the night sky took the place of the moon and was like how we focus on the moon as our light. They were just getting it from the stars, and that they had another moon, basically. Yeah.
So, are you speculating that our current moon is a newer moon? Like, what age are you talking?
Like a Death Star.
70s.
No, I'm joking.
That could be possible. It's Speculation Sunday. There might be Ewoks on Tycho Crater. Who knows? Right?
But yeah, I mean, I can't name any of the cultures right now because I was reading too much at once. But there was apparently multiple cultures, and I think there's a guy. What's his name? He does all of the AIX stuff and the simulacrum stuff and the Tartarian stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? He's blown up lately. He's a secret flat earther. Archaics.
What does that mean?
Have you heard of Archaics?
No, I'm curious. What is secret flat earther? Is that someone who won't come out of the flat earth closet? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Ken Wheeler's a secret flat earther as well. I think Andrew Tate's one as well.
No, I think I actually don't know about Andrew Tate because he defends Elon Musk, so it's kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah, okay, maybe not him. Okay, yeah.
Archaics? That's what you were talking about?
Yeah. He's a researcher. He got big very recently because he's just like he's this guy man just read so many ancient books and old books that he tried to chronologically like place history in his mind, and then just like created all these images and pictures where he's chronologically putting history in order. And basically he came from, as a Christian, he came out of Christianity, figured out the earth was flat, basically figured out that most of history was a lie, so he started trying to like put it together by using primary source texts and cross-referencing and stuff like that. But he has a specific video on this subject of ancient civilizations who claim that the moon was brought here or created later in the story of creation or whatever.
You know what I find funny? It's a bit off topic, and I apologize for switching on you here a little bit, but it's kind of related. Is that because you mentioned he's blown up, right? And look, Speculation Sunday, right, or whatever you want to call this topic matter that we get to discuss on this channel on Sundays. But these are topics I love to indulge in sometimes, right? But when it comes to flat Earth, and I think most everyone here would back me up on this, when it comes to flat Earth, I just want to know the facts. I just want to know the science. I want to know what we can observe, prove, what's experiential, etc., right? But what's ironic, I find, having just come across this topic, really in earnest, not that I hadn't heard about flat Earth, but really in earnest, openly looking at it over the last few months now, is the irony that I can create a channel about lizard people living in the hollow earth that was originally Tartaria, that whatever. And I'm not trying to poo-poo anyone's assertions or assumptions on these topics, right? But I can essentially create something utterly outlandish, right? And that Bigfoot is my brother, whatever, right? And I could probably blow up on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? But how dare you even posit that you cannot get an elevation angle without a baseline? You will be suppressed. You know what I mean? You will be shut down. You will be stopped if you dare assert that you can't see the geographical Earth curve, right? It's just so funny to me that you can have all these really outlandish, unprovable at least, or theoretical concepts. And look, you can fly your YouTube channel all the way to the theoretical moon, but if you dare step on the flat Earth topic, we will crush you. I just find it incredibly ironic.
Good point. Yeah, really good point. Which is why this conversation is only for Sundays.
No, for sure. No, I know, but it's just what a crazy freaking world we live in. That is reality. That is the case. You know what I mean? Like that the powers that be will not allow this information to get out.
The speculation here is that if they censor it, they are trying to hide it. So if there were lizard,
well, yeah, you're over the target, right? Yeah,
and Mark Zuckerberg was a lizard person, you know, then I'm pretty sure Facebook would like do the same as they do for Flat Earth and shut it down.
Well, this is interesting. So what you're saying is because they don't censor lizard people, that proves Mark Zuckerberg is not a lizard person.
Exactly.
Okay, interesting.
Well, that's my speculation, at least.
No, but you got to take into account as well. They have to leave it alone. To ignore it is their first choice. So they'll ignore it, but if it gets to a certain size, then they have to address it.
So if you take the history to 2015, let's say, and again, this is way before my Flat Earth time, that if that's the time that all of the OGs here, right, or FED or wherever, right, we're really kind of coming onto this. You know, let's say prior to that now, let's say the 15 years from 2000 to 2015, or even through the 90s, were there some flat earthers? Of course there were, right? There was definitely people ever since we claimed to land on the moon. There's, you know what I mean? Or even before then, yada, yada. And so, but what what you're speculating is that because it kind of got to the point of critical mass, or they saw in the algorithm, in the analytics, they saw that this topic is trending far more rapidly than we dare want it to trend. Therefore, we must do something to suppress that trending and get less eyeballs on the evidence. That's your assertion.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, that also makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I think some of these ideas, if they don't pick up speed and pace, it can kill off an idea for life. Do you know what I mean? And that's it. That's their ideal scenario, is that they don't have to address it and that they can just let us argue amongst ourselves.
Yeah, but this actually rebuts the previous assertion about the lizard people and Mark Zuckerberg, because what could potentially be happening is that that's just not trending enough, so we can ignore it, and that's what you were saying, right? In other words, it's just a few crazies, right, that are positing that Zuckerberg's a lizard. I can't believe I'm saying this, right, or whatever, but because it's not getting enough traction, we don't care. There's nothing to worry about. But Flat Earth, on the other hand, was getting the traction, and so therefore they had to bring the hammer down.
Listen, dude, I was in Flat Earth before 2015, and I wasn't in this community because this didn't exist.
So you're a Flat Earth hipster now. You thought it was cool before it was cool. Yeah. Okay.
I was watching Flat Earth documentaries in between 9/11 documentaries, bro. Like,
damn,
that's how old school it was. And there was only like a few of the people that are still around now. Like, I think ODD TV was about. But I remember seeing some of Eric DeBay's first videos shared by other channels that were linked to ODD. No, because back then YouTube was genuinely showing you videos that were related to what you were already looking at. So back then, am I still there? Yeah. Back then, there was only a couple of people. There was only a couple of videos that I come across, but ODD TV was there, I believe, before 2015. And these videos were, they were about, but they weren't popular, and they would get slated on the YouTube comments and stuff, but they were about well before, in my opinion, well before 2015. I think if you go to ODD's channel, in fact, no, ODD's on his second or third channel now, so you won't be able to cross-reference that. But it's more than.
Hold on, I didn't catch that. What do you mean by second or third channel? Like his first one got deleted? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So the original content that was on there pre-15 is not there.
Yeah, and I can't remember exactly what year, but it can't have been, it must have been 2013, 2014 that I come across the Flat Earth, because it was only that same year that I was coming off the back of the Planet X shit, if you know anything about that.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, 2011 through 13 is probably when YouTube really started to crank. So that's when a lot of people are.
What
Anyway,
I
go ahead.
still
Sorry.
don't understand though is that why was there such a massive thing about flat Earth in 2015?
I think because it was uncensored, right? It wasn't suppressed.
Just that.
And
YouTube. It was the popular.
That's when YouTube started to really crank, and so people were able to access that information that they had never seen before.
Yep.
The only thing they'd seen before is the globe in the classroom, right?
Oh, I see. Yes.
So, anyways, that's
and
just
you see that recommended video. Like YouTube was such a brilliant tool because you would literally in order I could watch all flat earth content, brand new channels, all the top videos of all the top creators. I could have done that all in one night back in 2014 and 15 because they were just the videos that were always recommended. Whereas now, if I want to try and go down that rabbit hole, I get to a hard stop. Yeah, where I recognize all the videos I've seen before and they're all the same shit. And now all of a sudden I'm trapped in 2 or 3 different content creators.
Either that or I bet if you open a new incognito window or a Brave privacy tab or whatever you use.
It's just cookie stuff. It's just bullshit. I know because I have a recent YouTube account. I made it in less than a year. And when I went search this topic, it's all documentaries of National Geographic. And
well, that's my point. That's the point I'm driving at, is that if you were to go, let's say, create a new YouTube account today, or don't even create an account or whatever, right? And just use an incognito window and now go look up an FED video, right? And now go look at your recommended bar. It will all be Professor Dave, or right, whatever. It'll be just every possible debunking video of the video you just watched. Rather than, right, the algorithm is working against you, I guess, or against flat Earth is my point. Whereas before, and what the other gentleman was saying is that back in 2013, if you would have fired up even in an incognito window, the FED video, it would recommend you things like that video. But now it's recommending you things against that video, right? It's taking a different approach in the algorithm.
Yep, and it's not even coming up. Yeah, and it's not even coming up with fresh anti-flat earth content. It's you type in flat earth in YouTube, it's been the same top videos for years. The same ones again and again. They're not even shuffling, they've just got it hard locked into these videos.
So why not move to Rumble and Odyssey and BitChute rather than be on YouTube?
You cannot build a community as easy.
Yeah, it's just sheer volume of eyeballs, right?
Yeah. Rumble is fantastic, and I want to shout out everybody. There is a hell of a rabbit hole on Rumble, and you can find great old school documentaries that are banned on YouTube on Rumble, and it has that effect, that recommended video effect that will keep you, finding new channels and new content. So I'm shouting out Rumble right now because that's my little channel right now. That's what I use.
I will say, because I do use Rumble quite a bit myself too, especially for, like you said, some of the stuff you just can't find elsewhere, right? And I'm not an Odyssey or BitChute user, so Rumble's kind of where I've gone for that purpose. But I will say, I absolutely despise the search in Rumble. It is if they could just make a better search engine, whatever, hire some I don't know, just get some coders in there that know what they're doing. It's just, you can type in unless you type in the exact channel name, it's impossible to find it.
You won't
if you put a space in there, if you put a space in, it'll just it can't figure that out, right? It's just come on. And I work for a software company, so
Yeah, for example, when I searched for Ryan Donson for a video, I can't even say right now because this is live streaming on YouTube. I had to search the exact title, search it on Twitter to get the title, to search it on Rumble.
Exactly. And look, it'll get better. I know it will, but it's just frustrating in this transition point, I suppose. And I say transition because I think eventually.
Right? Because in America, right, didn't Google make some sort of agreement with the Congress saying that we will no longer allow misinformation or violent information to be disseminated on our platforms, right? So they're banning things that they consider misinformation. And, you know, when you do look up the flat earth topic these days, you often get like a cigarette warning on that pack. You know what I'm saying? And it'll direct you to Wikipedia.
Hazardous to your health. Yes.
Exactly. So, you know, things have changed because, you know, like the brother was saying earlier, back in the days, YouTube would definitely populate with the topic that you were looking into. It would bring up all of the information about that related topic, you know, and you can find all sorts of great information. But since some changes, and I think it had to do with some election year and some tampering or whatever, claim tampering with elections due to Facebook and YouTube and saying that there's so much misinformation. Exactly. And there's misinformation, so we got to do something about it. So somehow or another, the tech giants made agreements with the government.
2016, I was following everything up until that point before I hit flat earth. Some of the videos that you can't find now that were up, one of my independent journalist friends, you know, he did an analytic video about how at a specific point somewhere in January you could look at the numbers on, you know, because there's like a circle of people trying to tell the truth, and then there's like the hordes of liars like around them, right? You know, and certain channels didn't get hit while, you know, the people in this circle did, and you could see that their numbers went down. At the same time, you could see people at places like CNN, all of this other, you know, lamestream media stuff, their stuff went up exactly in the way that the other channels' stuff went down. And that was a time where everybody hated that shit. Everybody was coming at, you know, all of these different platforms. And so, I mean, it's just objectively true that they've throttled us. They've taken down groups without any, you know, reason. Any reason. It's just, oh, this is disinformation. What's disinformation? They don't tell you. Even TikTok, not TikTok. The fact checkers got in trouble, and they started saying, well, we actually don't have the facts. So it's like, okay, so why did so many people get in trouble for going against the fact checkers that don't have the facts?
Yes,
it's crazy. It's crazy what they did.
Well,
and
and
Elijah,
Elijah, I think
everybody faces with this fake Russian bullshit. I was following along when it was just Guccifer and Guccifer 2.0, and then, you know, the Seth Rich thing happened, and then, you know, all of this controversy surrounding the Clintons, and then, you know, after everything was said and done, the internet was compromised.